Today, we have 8 hours of Rick and Morty lore for you, so sit back, relax, and let's get started with 3 hours of shocking Rick and Morty facts to fall asleep to. First up, we've got the fact that Rick and Morty started as an obscene Back to the Future parody. To understand how Rick and Morty came to exist, you need to know about Channel 101. This was a monthly film festival in Los Angeles that started in 2003. It was created by two people named Dan Harmon and Rob Schrab. These two had tried to make a pilot for Fox called Heat Vision and Jack, but it never got picked up by the network. After that failure, they decided to create their own platform where artists could show their work without network executives controlling everything. Channel 101 worked like a TV network, but the audience had all the power. Every month, people would submit short films that were under 5 minutes long. These films were supposed to be formatted like TV show pilots. Then a live audience would watch all the submissions and vote on which ones they liked. The shows that got the most votes would get to come back the next month with a new episode. The shows that got bad votes were canceled. It was brutal but fair. The whole concept was based on giving creators complete freedom to make whatever they wanted without worrying about what advertisers or studio bosses might think. Justin Roiland got involved with Channel 101 Inches 2004, 1 year after it started. At the time, Roiland was working as a producer on reality TV shows. He started making short films for the festival, and they were usually shocking and weird. His content often confused the audience because it was so strange and pushed boundaries. Most people at Channel 101 screenings had mixed reactions to his work, but Dan Harmon saw something in Roiland's humor. Even though the shorts were crude and uncomfortable, Harmon liked the originality behind them. The two started working together on various projects at Channel 101. This partnership would eventually lead to Rick and Morty, but that was still many years away. In early 2005, Roiland created an animated series for Channel 101 called House of Cosby's. The show was about a man named Mitchell Reynolds who was obsessed with comedian Bill Cosby. Mitchell built a cloning machine and used it to create multiple copies of Bill Cosby. Each clone had a different personality and special ability. The animation was crude and the humor was absurd, but audiences at Channel 101 loved it. House of Cosby's became the #1 show at the festival for 3 months straight. It was the first big success story to come out of Channel 101. The first episode premiered on the 30th of January 2005, and Roiland made 4 episodes total. Everything was going great until June 2005, when lawyers for Bill Cosby sent a cease and desist letter to Roiland and Dan Harmon. The letter said that Roiland was not authorized to use Bill Cosby's name, voice, or likeness. The lawyers demanded that House of Cosby's be taken down immediately and that no more episodes be made. This legal threat devastated Roiland. He was forced to stop making the show, even though it was his biggest success at the time. Dan Harmon initially took the episodes down from the Channel 101 website, but then put them back up when he realized the legal demands were unreasonable. Eventually, Cosby's lawyers went directly to the company that hosted the website's servers, and the episodes had to be removed for good. Roiland was only 23 years old at the time and was unemployed. The whole situation was humiliating, but something unexpected happened after the cease and desist letter became public. The media started reporting on the story, and suddenly people were talking about Justin Roiland. Because of all the attention, he ended up getting signed to the United Talent Agency and got a real talent agent. The legal threat had accidentally given him a boost in his career, but Roiland was angry about what happened with House of Cosby's. He knew that Bill Cosby was a client of Universal Studios, the company that owned the rights to Back to the Future. Roiland decided to get revenge by making fun of one of Universal's biggest movie franchises. He wanted to create something so offensive and blatant that it would troll Universal's lawyers the same way Bill Cosby's lawyers had gone after him. This was the beginning of Doc and Marty. In 2006, Roiland was fired from a television job that he found creatively stifling. He was frustrated and had a lot of creative energy with nowhere to put it. He decided to pour all of that energy into making a new short for Channel 101. His goal was simple: make the most vulgar and obvious parody of Back to the Future possible. He wanted Universal's lawyers to see it and get angry. Roiland originally wanted to call the short Back to the Future, the new official Universal Studios cartoon, featuring the new Doc Brown and Marty McFly, just to make it as provocative as possible. But he realized that would lead to an immediate lawsuit, so he changed the character names to Doc Smith and Marty McDonald's. He created the short with help from his production group called Comic Sacrifice. The animation was extremely crude and simple. It looked cheap on purpose. Roiland voiced both characters himself, doing impressions of the original Back to the Future voices. As he was recording the audio, something unexpected happened. Roiland became attached to the voices he was doing. He liked the dynamic between the two characters and started to see potential beyond just a one-time parody. He began to drop the protest aspect and just focused on making something funny with these characters. The first Doc and Marty short premiered at Channel 101 on October 29, 2006. The plot was deliberately simple and offensive. It started with a character named Marty McDonald's, who was upset because his kite got stuck in a tree. Marty was worried because he had spent so much time flying kites that summer that he forgot about a big test happening the next day. His friend Doc Smith showed up and said he could help by taking Marty back in time to before the kite got stuck. Marty was excited about this solution, but then Doc revealed that his time travel car would not start. According to Doc, the only way to get the car working was for Marty to lick Doc's testicles. The short then showed exactly what that sounds like in graphic animated detail. Doc kept encouraging Marty to continue because it was supposedly making the time machine work. The whole thing was absolutely disgusting and uncomfortable to watch. That was the entire point. Eventually, Doc and Marty went back in time to 1955 when the tree was first being planted. Doc told Marty that the only way to stop the tree from being planted was to lick his testicles again in front of the man planting the tree. Marty was confused because licking Doc's testicles was supposed to fix the time travel car, not stop trees from being planted. But he did it anyway. When the man planting the tree saw this happening, he ran away in panic and somehow disappeared into nothing. Doc and Marty then returned to the present day, where Marty could finally fly his kite. But Marty started to disappear because the man they scared away in 1955 turned out to be his ancestor. To save himself from disappearing, Marty offered to perform an even more explicit act on Doc. This worked and Marty was saved. The short ended there. Dan Harmon later described the short as a bastardization, a pornographic vandalization of Back to the Future. That description was completely accurate. The audience reaction at Channel 101 was wild. People could not believe what they had just watched. Some people were shocked and uncomfortable. Others thought it was hilarious precisely because it was so offensive. The short became a topic of conversation at the festival. Roiland had achieved his goal of creating something that would grab attention. But something unexpected happened during the process of making Doc and Marty. Roiland realized that he actually liked these characters. Even though the short was crude and disgusting, there was something about the voices and the dynamic between the old scientist and the nervous kid that felt interesting to him. He started seeing these characters as more than just a one-time joke. He decided to keep using them in future projects. Roiland ended up making 4 Doc and Marty shorts total. The first one premiered in October 2006. The second short came out in December 2006 and was made to promote the creative freedom that Channel 101 represented. The third short was created to promote a comic book called Scud, the Disposable Assassin, which was written by Rob Schrab. The fourth and final short was made for the Channel 101 Awards ceremony in 2007 and was formatted as a fake Gatorade commercial. With each new short, the Doc and Marty characters evolved a bit. They started to move away from the explicit Back to the Future parody and became more like their own thing. Roiland used these voices in various other Channel 101 projects too. It became an inside joke among his friends. Most people had no idea that these characters originally came from a disgusting parody short. Roiland also developed Rick's signature burp during one of these recordings, which happened completely by accident. After making the Doc and Marty shorts, Roiland continued working in animation. He got voice acting jobs on shows like Adventure Time on Cartoon Network, where he played the Earl of Lemongrab. He also worked on a Disney show called Fish Hooks. Meanwhile, Dan Harmon created and produced a sitcom for NBC called Community. The show became a cult hit and ran for several seasons. Both Roiland and Harmon were building their careers separately, but they stayed friends. In 2012, something important happened. Dan Harmon was fired from Community after the third season because of conflicts with the network. He was suddenly unemployed and looking for new projects. At the same time, Adult Swim was searching for a new hit animated show for their network. They wanted something that could become a primetime success. Adult Swim approached Dan Harmon and asked if he wanted to create an animated series for them. Harmon was initially hesitant. He viewed Adult Swim as a weird experimental network that was very different from the kind of television he usually made. He also had no real experience creating animated shows. His strength was in writing dialogue and character-driven stories, not animation, but Harmon was intrigued by the opportunity. Instead of pitching an idea directly to Adult Swim, he called Justin Roiland and asked if he had any concepts for an animated series. Roiland immediately thought of Doc and Marty. He suggested they develop those characters into a full show. They would rename them and create a completely new universe around them. The characters would become Rick and Morty instead of Doc and Marty. Roiland wanted the show to be 11 minutes long, similar to the format used at Channel 101, but Adult Swim insisted on a half-hour format. Harmon figured out how to make this work. He suggested building a family around the two main characters. An executive at Adult Swim named Nick Weidenfeld came up with the idea that Rick should be Morty's grandfather instead of just a random scientist friend. This family dynamic gave the show much more story potential. Roiland was nervous about the whole process because he had tried to pitch animated shows to Fox before, and all of them got rejected. He had created 3 failed pilots for Fox and was feeling burned out on trying to sell ideas to networks. But Harmon encouraged him to move forward. They wrote the first draft of Rick and Morty in just 6 hours, while sitting in Dan Harmon's empty Community office on the Paramount Pictures lot. Adult Swim loved the pitch and greenlit Rick and Morty for a full season. The show premiered on the 2nd of December 2013. It was an immediate hit with audiences. Critics praised the show for its clever writing, unique storytelling, and surprisingly deep exploration of science fiction concepts. The crude humor from the original Doc and Marty short was mostly gone, replaced with smarter comedy that still pushed boundaries but in different ways. Roiland voiced both Rick and Morty, using the same vocal styles he had developed back in 2006. The show kept some elements from the original short, like Rick's burping and the time travel car that became a spaceship, but everything else was transformed into something new. By the end of the first season, Rick and Morty had become one of Adult Swim's most successful shows ever. The show continued growing in popularity. It developed a massive fan base and became part of mainstream culture. Merchandise sales exploded. The show spawned comic books, video games, and eventually crossed over into other properties. In 2017, an episode of Rick and Morty mentioned a sauce from McDonald's called Szechuan sauce, which led to a viral marketing campaign and widespread media coverage. Rick and Morty became bigger than anyone could have predicted, and it all started with a disgusting animated short that was designed to troll Universal Studios lawyers. Justin Roiland never expected Doc and Marty to become anything more than a one-time joke. But 7 years after that first short premiered at Channel 101, those characters had been transformed into one of the most successful animated franchises in television history. The offensive parody became a cultural phenomenon. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have the fact that Justin Roiland actually got drunk to record Drunk Rick. Justin Roiland actually got drunk to record Drunk Rick. Rick Sanchez is one of the biggest alcoholics in animated television history. The character drinks constantly throughout every episode of Rick and Morty. He carries a flask with him everywhere he goes. He burps in the middle of sentences because he is always drunk. The show makes it clear that Rick is a high-functioning alcoholic who can still invent incredible technology and travel through dimensions while being completely wasted. But in Season 3, Episode 4, the show needed Rick to be even more drunk than usual. This episode was called Vindicators 3, The Return of Worldender, and it aired on the 13th of August 2017. The plot involved Rick getting so drunk that he blacked out and forgot everything he did. The next day, sober Rick had to deal with the consequences of what his drunk self had done the night before. To make this work, the show needed Justin Roiland to voice an extra drunk version of Rick. And Dan Harmon, who created the show with Roiland, had an unusual idea about how to accomplish this. Dan Harmon encouraged Justin Roiland to actually get drunk in the recording booth while recording his lines. This was not a joke or a publicity stunt. Adult Swim actually filmed the entire recording session and turned it into a promotional video that they released on their Facebook page in May 2017, a few months before the episode aired. The video was called Drunk Rick Method Acting, and it showed exactly what happened when Roiland decided to use real alcohol to get into character. The video opened with Dan Harmon explaining the situation. He said that Rick is a very high-functioning alcoholic, but in episode 304, they needed to see him get especially drunk, so Harmon encouraged Justin to method act. Method acting is when a performer tries to truly experience what their character is experiencing instead of just pretending. In this case, it meant getting actually drunk instead of just acting drunk. The video then showed Justin Roiland in the recording booth with bottles of tequila visible on the table in front of him. Sydney Ryan was the associate producer who worked on Rick and Morty since Season 1. She appeared in the video and explained that the first thing she told Roiland was to not drink tequila. She specifically warned him against tequila because she knew it would make things more complicated. But of course, Roiland went straight for the tequila anyway. Sydney Ryan said that liquor just adds a whole new aspect to Justin. She was clearly not happy about the decision to let him drink during the recording session, but Dan Harmon had already encouraged it. The video showed Roiland taking shots of tequila directly from the bottle while sitting at the microphone. Roiland himself seemed very philosophical about the whole thing. He looked at the camera and asked a legitimate question: how many shots is the right amount of shots for drunk Rick? He said he was on his 4th shot and figured that would get him in the pocket. In the pocket is a term that means being in the right zone or mindset for a performance. Roiland genuinely believed that 4 shots of tequila would help him nail the character. The problem was that 4 shots of tequila also made it nearly impossible for him to actually do his job. The video showed Roiland getting progressively more drunk as the recording session continued. He started slurring his words and going off script. He dropped his pen multiple times. He lost focus constantly. At one point, he stared at the camera and started asking existential questions. Roiland looked directly into the camera while drunk and asked what happens when we all die. He asked the production team if they worry about that at night. These were not scripted lines. This was just a drunk person having the kind of deep philosophical thoughts that drunk people tend to have. The production team tried to keep him focused on the actual lines he was supposed to record, but Roiland kept getting distracted. At another point in the video, Roiland called the production team a bunch of screaming demons. This was said jokingly, but it showed how frustrated he was getting with them trying to keep him on task. He also made comments about hoping the next president would not interfere with his ability to get a gun and kill himself, which was a dark and uncomfortable joke that came from being intoxicated. The team kept telling Roiland that he did not need another shot. They insisted that his performance was good enough and that more alcohol would just make things worse. But Roiland disagreed. At one point in the video, he clearly stated that he was going to need another shot to do the scene properly. The production team yelled no in unison, but Roiland took the shot anyway. Sydney Ryan looked directly at the camera and said this was by far the least productive and messiest record day they had ever had in the entire history of making Rick and Morty. She thanked Dan Harmon sarcastically for encouraging this whole mess. Dan Harmon appeared at the end of the video playing a tiny violin, which was a joke about how he did not care that the recording session was a disaster. The actual episode that came from this recording session was interesting because it showed 2 versions of Rick. There was drunk Rick from the night before, who appeared on video screens that he had pre-recorded. and there was hungover, sober Rick dealing with the aftermath. In the episode, Rick and Morty team up with a group of superheroes called the Vindicators to fight a villain named Worldender. But Rick gets extremely drunk the night before the mission. While blackout drunk, Rick single-handedly kills Worldender and his entire army. Then drunk Rick sets up a series of deadly Saw-inspired puzzles for the Vindicators to solve the next day. When sober Rick wakes up in the morning, he has no memory of doing any of this. The episode then follows the Vindicators trying to survive the traps that drunk Rick set up for them. The voice work that Justin Roiland did, while actually drunk, was used for all the pre-recorded video messages that drunk Rick left behind. You can hear the difference in the performance. Drunk Rick sounds genuinely wasted in a way that is different from how Rick normally sounds when he is just regular drunk. The slurring is more pronounced. The rambling is more authentic. The emotional swings feel more real. This is because Roiland was actually experiencing those things while recording the lines. According to the Wikipedia article about the episode, Justin Roiland made himself drunk from 4 or 5 glasses of tequila in order to play a drunken Rick for this episode. Some sources say 4 shots, others say 4 or 5 glasses. Either way, it was enough alcohol to get him legitimately intoxicated. The decision to have Roiland actually get drunk was controversial among fans when the video was released. Some people thought it was funny and showed dedication to the craft. Other people thought it was unprofessional and set a bad example. Adult Swim clearly thought it was good marketing material because they filmed the whole thing and released it as promotional content. The video got millions of views and generated a lot of buzz for season 3. It became one of the most talked about behind-the-scenes moments in the show's history. Fans even created a petition asking Adult Swim to release the full, unedited footage of the drunk recording session because the promotional video was only a few minutes long. The petition argued that fans deserve to see the complete chaos of what happened that day. The episode itself received positive reviews when it aired. Critics praised the twist of having drunk Rick be the real villain instead of Worldender. The episode currently has an 8.1 rating on IMDb. Jesse Skadine of IGN gave it an 8.5 out of 10 and praised the fun twists and the dynamic between sober Rick and drunk Rick. The episode was watched by 2.66 million viewers when it premiered. It became one of the most memorable episodes of Season 3, partly because of the behind-the-scenes story about how it was made. The drunk method acting became part of the episode's legacy. Whenever fans talk about Vindicators 3, they mention the fact that Roiland was actually drunk while recording it. This was not the first time someone in animation had used real substances to enhance a performance, but it was unusual for the production company to openly film it and use it as marketing. Most shows keep that kind of thing private, but Rick and Morty has always had a reputation for pushing boundaries and doing things differently. The show's fanbase tends to appreciate this kind of behind-the-scenes chaos. It fits with the anarchic spirit of the show itself. Rick is a character who does whatever he wants without caring about consequences, so having the voice actor get drunk to play him seems somehow appropriate to the show's philosophy. Sydney Ryan's role in the video was particularly important because she represented the voice of reason. She was the one person trying to maintain some level of professionalism during the recording session. She warned against tequila specifically, knowing it would be a problem. She tried to convince Roiland he had enough to drink. She documented how unproductive the session became. Her commentary in the video made the whole thing funnier because it showed the contrast between Harmon's chaotic encouragement and Ryan's attempts to keep things under control. Without her reactions, the video would have just been footage of a drunk person rambling. Her perspective as the frustrated producer made it into a story about the creative process going completely off the rails. The video also showed Dan Harmon's approach to making television. He was willing to sacrifice productivity and professionalism for authenticity. He genuinely believed that having Roiland get drunk would result in a better performance. And in some ways, he was right. The drunk Rick voice work in that episode does sound more authentic than it would have if Roiland was just acting drunk while sober. But it came at a cost. The recording session took much longer than normal. Roiland was difficult to work with while intoxicated. The team had to deal with him going off script and asking existential questions and calling them demons. Sidney Ryan said it was the messiest record day they ever had. That means it was worse than any other day in 3 seasons of making one of the most chaotic animated shows on television. The fact that this happened for episode 304 specifically is significant because that episode number became linked to the drunk recording session in fans' minds. Whenever people reference Vindicators 3, they mention episode 304 and the drunk method acting in the same breath. The episode has become inseparable from the story of how it was made. This is relatively rare in animation. Most animated episodes are not remembered for their recording sessions. But this one is an exception because Adult Swim decided to document and publicize the whole thing. They turned a chaotic production day into a marketing opportunity. The video ended with Dan Harmon playing a tiny violin as a joke. This was his response to Sidney Ryan complaining about how difficult the recording session had been. The tiny violin is a universal symbol for mock sympathy. By playing it, Harmon was essentially saying that he did not care about the difficulties his suggestion had created. He thought the end result was worth it. This moment captured the dynamic between the creators and the production staff. Harmon and Roiland are the creative forces who make decisions based on what they think will make the show better. The production staff, like Sidney Ryan, have to deal with the practical consequences of those decisions. When Harmon encouraged Roiland to get drunk, Ryan had to manage a drunk voice actor for an entire recording session. Justin Roiland is no longer involved with Rick and Morty as of 2023 due to legal issues and his dismissal from Adult Swim. But during his time on the show from 2013 to 2022, he voiced both Rick and Morty and was known for his willingness to experiment with different approaches to the performances. The drunk recording session for episode 304 was the most extreme example of this experimental approach. It showed that Roiland was willing to actually alter his mental state to capture a character moment. Most voice actors would simply act drunk. Roiland decided to actually be drunk. This level of commitment to method acting is unusual in voice work because voice acting is typically seen as a more controlled and technical craft compared to on-camera acting. The promotional video also revealed some interesting details about the show's production process. It showed that Adult Swim films recording sessions, which is not always done for animated shows. It showed that Dan Harmon is present during recording sessions and gives direction. It showed that the show has been working with the same production staff like Sidney Ryan since season 1. These behind-the-scenes glimpses are valuable for fans who want to understand how the show is actually made. The video demystified the voice recording process by showing that it can be messy and chaotic rather than smooth and professional. The legacy of this recording session extends beyond just episode 304. It became part of Rick and Morty's mythology. It contributed to the show's reputation as being willing to do whatever it takes to achieve authenticity. It showed that the creators take the show seriously, even when they are being ridiculous. Getting drunk to voice drunk Rick is both completely absurd and oddly logical at the same time. It is the kind of decision that makes sense within the context of Rick and Morty, but would be considered insane on most other shows. That tension between professionalism and chaos is part of what makes Rick and Morty distinctive as a series. The drunk recording session embodied that tension perfectly, which is why Adult Swim chose to publicize it rather than hide it. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to how the save point remote in the Vat of Acid episode canonically kills countless Mortys. The save point remote in the Vat of Acid episode secretly kills countless Mortys. Rick and Morty arrived at a meeting location to trade some crystals. Before they went inside, Rick explained his escape plan to Morty. He said he had pre-scouted the location and placed a fake vat of acid among the real vats of acid. This fake vat had air hoses inside it so they could breathe, plus a compartment of bones at the bottom. If anything went wrong during the deal, they would jump into the fake acid vat. Rick would release the bones and they would float up to the surface, making it look like they had melted in the acid and died. It was supposed to be a clever escape plan. Morty made a face when Rick explained this. Rick asked what was wrong with the idea and defended it as inventive. Morty did not seem impressed, but they went inside anyway. The crystal deal went bad almost immediately. The buyer revealed that the crystals Morty brought were fake. The buyer also had a fake arm with a gun hidden inside. He threatened to kill them both, saying that even if they killed him, his organization would hunt them down. Rick agreed that they were screwed and suggested they should just die quickly. Then Rick grabbed Morty and jumped into the vat of acid. The buyer and his associates watched in horror as Rick and Morty appeared to dissolve in the acid. There was a pause before the bones floated to the surface. The criminals were traumatized by what they just witnessed. They could not understand why Rick would kill his own grandson by jumping into acid. One of them suggested that maybe Rick knew something about acid that made it painless, since he was a scientist. But another criminal pointed out that there was a 5-second pause before the bones came up, which meant Rick and Morty experienced 5 seconds of unparalleled torture before they died. The criminals were so disturbed by what they saw that they decided to stay in the building and talk about it. They said they would stay as long as they needed to process what happened. The boss told long stories while his crew pretended to listen. Eventually, they decided they were ready to leave. Before going, they realized they should dispose of the body by dropping it into a different vat of acid. One criminal asked if acid loses its power after dissolving something. Another suggested they should test it by grabbing a rat-like creature and throwing it in. But a third criminal said they should use a ladle to scoop some acid and test it in an analyzer instead of using a rat. One of the criminals accidentally got acid on himself while testing it, proving the acid was still very acidic. They agreed to drop the body in, but when they tried to grab what they thought was a body, Rick suddenly burst out of the fake acid vat, screaming at them. The criminals were shocked to see Rick alive. Morty climbed out after him, also yelling. Rick was furious that his plan got ruined because the criminals spent too much time talking and almost discovered the truth about the fake acid vat. Morty was angry too, but for different reasons. He told Rick to just admit the acid vat was a bad idea. Rick defended himself, saying it was not a bad idea and that Morty had ruined it by not believing in it from the start. They started arguing in front of the confused criminals. Morty brought up other times Rick had done things without him, like when Rick turned himself into a pickle. He also made fun of Rick for the dragon episode and said Rick was just trying to copy Game of Thrones. Rick shot back by calling Morty's insults outdated and telling him to save them for his English homework. Rick said there is no such thing as a bad idea, only bad execution. Morty disagreed and said Rick constantly rejected all of his ideas without even considering them. Rick asked for an example. Morty mentioned a helicopter lawn chair, but Rick dismissed it as something Morty just saw on TV. Then Morty brought up his video game-style place-saving device. This was an idea for a machine that would let you save your place in real life like you can save your progress in a video game. If something went wrong, you could go back to your save point and try again. Rick immediately dismissed this idea too. He said he had seen that same concept on the show Futurama. Morty argued that Rick does not do anything unless someone else invented it first. Rick clarified that he does not do time travel. Morty insisted his idea was not time travel, it was just saving a place in time. Rick explained that creating such a device would require an enormous amount of work. Morty saw this as Rick admitting he could not do it. Rick insisted he could do anything, but that Morty's idea simply was not worth doing. Morty kept pushing, saying Rick could not do it. Rick recognized this as reverse psychology, which he said was invented by Bugs Bunny long before modern tactics. But Morty's challenge worked anyway. Rick got angry and said there was nothing he could not do. The argument escalated until Rick finally shouted that he would build the device just to prove Morty wrong. This happened at 3 in the morning when Rick called Morty down to the garage. When Morty arrived, Rick acted very different. He said Morty was right and that he had failed. Rick claimed he could not make the device and was ashamed of himself. He apologized for being aggressive about rejecting Morty's ideas. He even admitted that maybe the fake acid vat was evidence that he had lost his abilities as an inventor. Morty felt bad and started apologizing too. He said they just needed to find better ways to communicate. Rick continued acting sad and defeated, talking about how Morty's criticism had opened his eyes. Then suddenly, Rick's tone changed completely. He revealed that he had successfully built the device and was just messing with Morty. Rick was extremely proud of himself for completing what he called an impossible invention. He showed Morty a small remote control. This was the save point device that Morty had suggested. Rick explained that Morty could use the device to go have fun. Morty was amazed and grateful. He thanked Rick and called him the best grandpa ever. Rick said that was all he ever wanted to hear. Morty took the remote and immediately started using it. The device had a button that would save his current place in reality. Then if anything went wrong, or if Morty just wanted to redo something, he could press another button to return to that saved moment. Morty started small by using it at school. His math teacher had just returned from a long absence and was explaining that he had attended a Renaissance fair, fallen in love with a younger woman who juggled hand axes, and traveled around the country with her before getting his heart broken. The teacher asked who wanted to do some math. Morty volunteered and walked to the front of the class. He pulled down his pants and exposed himself to everyone. The students screamed in horror. The teacher was traumatized. But then Morty pressed the reset button on his remote. Suddenly, he was back in his seat before any of that happened. The teacher asked again who wanted to do some math. This time, Morty just answered normally and the teacher praised him. Morty realized the device worked perfectly. He could do anything without consequences. He started using the device constantly. He did reckless stunts. He insulted people. He told off a friend named Heroin Keith. He got into dangerous situations with criminals and police. He lived an increasingly wild lifestyle because he knew he could always reset if things went wrong. The device gave him complete freedom to experiment with life without facing any real consequences for his actions. Morty also used the device to improve his relationship with Jessica, the girl he liked at school. In one timeline, Jessica tried to talk to Morty and apologize for being cold to him before. But Morty acted dismissive and walked away. Then he reset and tried a different approach. Over many resets, Morty figured out the perfect things to say to Jessica. He learned how to act confident and mysterious. Jessica started noticing that Morty seemed different, like he had finally found himself. She said she liked who he had become. Morty told her he liked himself too. Jessica said she was looking forward to seeing more of this new Morty. She told him she would see him tomorrow. Morty agreed and felt great about how things were going. He had essentially hacked his relationship with Jessica by trying different approaches until he found what worked. After using the device extensively, Morty started feeling different about it. He went to talk to Rick in the garage. Morty said that the device had been fun at first. He had definitely enjoyed sowing his wild oats and living without consequences. But then he started thinking about what it all meant. He wondered what he was living for and what he was building toward. If he was always looking backward to his save points, he could never look forward to the future. Morty said he had realized that people are who they are because of consequences. You cannot live without consequences. He asked Rick if he understood what he was saying. Rick said it was a beautiful thought. But then Rick revealed something horrible. He said there definitely were consequences to everything Morty had done. Morty was confused and asked what Rick meant. Rick explained that Morty actually did all of those things. They all really happened. Morty insisted that the remote let him respawn at his save point, which meant he could redo things. Rick said it was not a redo. Morty had just done everything over and over again. Morty asked what Rick was saying. Rick revealed the truth about how the device actually worked. He explained that he does not respect time travel. He said if the movie Ant-Man and the Wasp could do time travel, then he was not interested in doing it. The device did not actually let Morty save his place and go back in time. Instead, it worked by isolating a moment in time and splitting Morty's probable selves. Then it would shunt Morty into a near-duplicate reality that was equally probable. The device transported Morty into this new reality at the moment it diverged from his original timeline. Rick said time crystals were difficult to work with, but the technology was pretty impressive overall. The only problem was that there was already a Morty living in each of these probable dimensions. Rick had to solve for that. He revealed that every time Morty pressed the reset button, the device teleported him into an alternate reality. but that reality already had its own Morty living in it. So the device killed that alternate Morty and incinerated his body. Then it placed the dimensional traveler Morty into that dead Morty's place. Rick compared it to the movie The Prestige, where a magician appears to teleport but actually creates a duplicate of himself and kills the original. Rick said that every single time Morty reset to smell Jessica's hair or relive a satisfying moment, that was another Morty he had murdered. Rick called Morty a greedy junkie. Morty was devastated when he understood what he had done. He asked about specific times he had used the device. Rick confirmed that especially during those times, Morty had killed other versions of himself. Rick told Morty to take in what he was feeling. This was supposed to be a lesson. Morty asked why Rick would do this to him. Rick said his hands were clean because he gave Morty a choice. At the very beginning, Rick offered to explain in great scientific detail exactly how the device worked, or Morty could just go have fun without hearing the explanation. Rick asked if Morty had fun. Morty realized this was revenge for criticizing the acid vat. Rick said no, it was too late for apologies. What was done, but Rick said it could end. The original split when Morty first used the device was still time-stamped in the system. Rick could make it so all those alternate Mortys never existed at all. He could make them purely theoretical rather than real. Morty desperately asked what he should do. Rick said Morty had clearly done enough already. Morty begged Rick to tell him how to save all those Mortys he had killed. Rick said Morty would have to live with the consequences. Those things happened somewhere in the multiverse, but Rick could merge the probable realities so that only one Morty did all of those actions. Just one Morty would carry the memory and guilt of everything. Morty told Rick to just do it. Rick said he would sync everything up and get Morty back to his home dimension. Morty suddenly realized something and asked if Rick was even his Rick. Rick said no, he was not. Morty asked how this Rick knew about the acid vat plan. Rick casually explained that every Rick has a fake acid vat. It was apparently a common escape plan across all dimensions. Rick said they had invented some honesty that day. Morty said he did not deserve what was happening to him. He insisted he was just having fun. Rick compared Morty to Jeffrey Dahmer, the serial killer. Then Rick said it was time for Morty to pay for what he had done. Suddenly, there was loud banging and shouting outside. Multiple groups of people were surrounding the house, demanding that Morty Smith come out with his hands up. They called him sick and said they were fine with just shooting him if he wanted to commit suicide by cop. Morty asked what was happening. Rick looked out the window and saw a massive crowd. There was a SWAT team, drug dealers, activists from various movements, the ACLU, the AARP, the NAACP, people from Gamergate, and even Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor. All of these people were there because of crimes and offenses that Morty had committed in different realities before resetting. But now that all the realities had been merged into one, all of those victims remembered what Morty had done to them. Morty apologized and asked what he should do. Rick said he was stumped, and there seemed to be no way out of the situation. Then Rick suggested there might be one option, though he acted reluctant to say it. Rick brought up the acid vat. Morty realized what Rick was suggesting. Rick forced Morty to admit the vat was good. Rick made Morty kiss the vat. Some of the people outside were watching and told Morty not to go into the vat. They could see it appeared to be full of acid. Morty's parents begged him to step back from the vat. His mother said the acid would melt him completely and leave only his bones. Morty shouted that he was going in the vat anyway. He jumped into the acid. His parents screamed that they blamed themselves for not stopping him. Everyone watched as bones floated to the surface of the vat. The crowd agreed that all debts were paid now that Morty was dead. One person questioned if they bore some responsibility for driving a young man to melt himself in acid. Another person quoted Shakespeare's The Merchant of Venice about justice and mercy. The crowd started getting philosophical about vengeance and justice. But someone interrupted and said a kid just died and everyone should go home and hug their loved ones. Then one person in the crowd questioned whether it was really acid. He suggested maybe Rick just had bones in there and it was not actually acid at all. Rick offered to let the person test it with a ladle. The person said he was not an idiot and brought his own ladle. He reached into the vat and immediately started screaming in agony. But then his screaming changed to laughter. He revealed that he was acid-proof. He started celebrating and taunting the crowd, saying he was going to be rich now that he knew he had this power. He showed everyone his bare backside and told them to take a good look. Rick commented that it seemed like that guy had other issues going on beyond just the current situation. Rick told Morty they should go home now. Morty was confused and asked if this was not their home reality. Rick revealed that no, this was not their actual home dimension. Rick explained that he would not waste their real home reality just to teach Morty a lesson, but Rick said he was going to miss this dimension. In this reality, Johnny Carson was still alive and hosting his talk show. The September 11 attacks never happened, and Rocky Road ice cream had peanut butter instead of marshmallows. Morty was horrified by this last detail. He said the marshmallows were the best part of Rocky Road ice cream. The episode ended by showing Johnny Carson's talk show in that dimension. Carson introduced a guest who gave very little information about himself, except that he was impervious to acid. The guest was the same man from earlier, who discovered he was acid-proof. He came on stage ready to prove his power. Carson confirmed the man was sure about this. The man told Carson to hoist him up and drop him into a vat of acid. Carson dropped him in, and the man started screaming in horrible pain. He begged someone to kill him. The acid was clearly melting him, revealing he was not actually acid-proof at all. His earlier survival was just a coincidence or temporary effect that did not last. He suffered a terrible death on live television while Rick and Morty escaped to their real home dimension. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the fact that Night Family turns the entire Smith family into their own horror movie monsters. Night Family turns the Smiths into their own horror movie monsters. Rick arrived home one morning and showed off his stomach to the family. He had developed visible abs overnight. Summer asked what was going on with him the night before because she had tried talking to him and he acted like she was not there. Rick explained that it was not technically him. It was his night person. He said he had been having his night person do crunches while he slept. A night person is created by a device called a somnambulator that Rick obtained while passing through a system called Gooby Jube the previous week. Rick said it was the best investment he ever made. Before going to bed, Rick types a list of tasks he wants to get done. Then the somnambulator programs his unconscious body to complete those tasks while he sleeps. His unconscious body becomes his night person. Rick said he was getting so much done this way. Jerry asked if his night person could get him abs like Rick had. Morty said he wanted his night person to learn Spanish so he could pass a test the following week. Rick immediately said no one gets a night person except him. He said the technology was too advanced for them. He started to call them something but stopped. Summer told him to go ahead and say it. Rick pretended he did not know what she was talking about. Then Rick gave up and said fine. Everybody could get a night person. He told them to stick out their fingers because the device needed a blood sample. Jerry asked if he could just give it Beth's credit card number instead of blood. Rick explained this was not a food delivery service. The somnambulator needed their DNA profile to send commands to their subconscious minds. Jerry said the device could poke all the fingers he had if he got abs like Rick. Morty said he was going to learn trumpet. Summer prepared herself and asked someone to catch her if she fainted. The family started using their night people that night. The next morning, things had changed significantly. Morty greeted his mother in Spanish. Beth asked how her honor student was doing. Morty said all the kids at school thought he should run for class president. Jerry walked in and asked Summer if she wanted to see something. He asked her to drop a bowling ball on his abs. Summer said hell yes, because she was only human. Jerry told her to watch. Then Rick and Morty announced they were about to go live with their podcast. Beth asked where they were going. Rick explained that he and Morty had started a podcast called Fabsolutely Abulous. It was an hour of fun content centered around abs. They were hoping to get Nancy Pelosi on the show the following week so they could drop her on their abs. Jerry announced he had a new pen pal. When no one reacted, he clarified that he was the one with the pen pal. Summer asked about it. Jerry explained that Night Jerry and Day Jerry wrote letters to each other and it was super fun. He read some examples saying they both liked the musician Tori Amos and hoped each other liked their new pajamas. One letter asked what the sun was. Beth told Jerry this was not how he was supposed to use a night person. Jerry said she and Rick were being negative. He said to wait until Night Jerry read about their attitude. Then Jerry asked who wanted cake. Rick and Morty were doing a sponsored advertisement during their podcast. Morty mentioned abs were cool. Rick agreed but said the undergarments were important too. Morty brought up boxer shorts they got from a company called Boxer Lobster. Rick said Boxer Lobster boxers felt like warm butter. They came in different styles, including neon, plaid, and orange. Rick even had a pair with a character from a movie printed on them. Morty identified the character as Chewbacca. Rick encouraged people to upgrade to Boxer Lobster boxers. Then Rick noticed the sponsor wanted him to say his catchphrase at the end. Rick refused and said they were not prostitutes. Beth called them in for dinner. Rick joked about his abs being hot. Then Jerry mentioned that Night Jerry said Night Summer would appreciate it if everybody rinsed off their plates after eating. Rick asked what Jerry was talking about. Jerry explained that rinsing the food debris off after eating makes it easier to clean up later. Rick said their job was not to make the night people's chores easier. Jerry said it was a reasonable request that only took 2 seconds. Rick insisted the night people existed only to do tasks the day people did not want to do. Rick declared the request was denied and would stay denied forever. The next morning, Rick woke up and asked where the dishes were. Summer told him they were in another room. The Night family had broken all their dishes. Rick asked what they were supposed to eat off now. Jerry appeared holding alien dishes and said they would eat off these. He explained the Night family left them as replacements. Rick said Jerry spent a lot of energy just to avoid giving the Night family what they wanted. Rick told Jerry to tell his boyfriend to perform an inappropriate act and said good luck breaking the super strong alien dishes. Jerry said he would pass along the message, but Night Jerry would not like it. That night, while they slept, their night people became more aggressive. The Night family started chanting at Rick to rinse his dishes. They said if he refused to rinse, the dried food made cleaning harder. Rick found himself unable to move. He asked who locked his implants. Night Morty revealed that Night Jerry told him to do it after Rick fell asleep. Night Morty explained that Night You is not in charge, Night I am. Rick said he did not care and was not going to rinse anything. He asked what Night Morty was doing. Night Morty said if Rick refused to clean his dishes, then Night Morty would have to do it for him. Night Morty forced Rick to eat something disgusting as punishment. Night Morty said he had always been inside Rick's grandchild's mind waiting to come out. The machine allowed Night Morty to steal the night, and soon he would seize the day. Rick called out for help using religious language. He told someone it was awful. Rick was extremely upset about being force-fed by Night Morty. Summer did not understand why Rick was angry at her. Rick explained he had just been force-fed excrement by her night person. Additionally, Night Rick had convinced Night Morty to lock Rick out of his technology. Summer called Rick down because there had been a significant escalation. The Night family had stripped the house during the night. Everything was gone, including the somnambulator device. They had locked the Day family out of the garage. Summer said she had a bad feeling about the situation. Rick yelled at Summer asking if she was happy now. Summer insisted she had not done anything and was trapped in the situation too. Rick said he was glad because he had a plan to beat Night Summer. He told Summer she was going undercover. Rick was making some kind of device on the living room carpet. Jerry asked if Rick had to make messy science equipment on the carpet. Rick said he had no choice because Night Summer had Night Rick take away his technology. He had to improvise. Rick explained that there are different levels of a stress hormone called cortisol in the bloodstream when someone is asleep versus awake. The interface he was building only worked off his awake saliva samples. He created a laser cage that no one asleep would be able to turn off until he won the conflict. Jerry asked where Summer was. Rick told him to never mind that and ordered everyone to get to bed. Summer appeared, wearing an uncomfortable suit. She said it itched and was very uncomfortable. Rick said that was the entire point. He called it a sleep deprivation suit designed to keep her awake until morning. Jerry asked if the Night family would be suspicious seeing Night Summer covered in equipment. Rick said they would not question her because Night Summer was the leader of the Night family for some unexplained reason. Rick told Summer that when the Night family activated, she should blend in and make them think she was Night Summer. If she started falling asleep, she should suck on a tube. Summer asked what was in it. Rick said it was a mixture of Mountain Dew and Dayquil. He said kids in Southern Europe called it Dewquil. Summer said it smelled disgusting. Rick agreed it was gross. Rick explained that once Summer found the somnambulator, she should use a deactivator puck. She needed to stick it on the somnambulator, and when the puck activated, it would destroy the device's circuits. Rick emphasized she needed to stay awake all night and meet him back at sunrise. When Night Summer activated, the other Night people asked why she was wearing that suit. She told them they were not clothing experts. They agreed that was fair, and she made a good point. Night Summer told them to get back to work because she ruled the night. They all obeyed her commands. Rick woke up the next morning to Summer shouting at him. He asked if she found the device. Summer said definitely. She explained that the Night family had been improving the somnambulator so they could extend its range beyond the house. But Summer defeated them by putting the deactivator on the device. Rick woke everyone up and announced that Summer fried the somnambulator and the nightmare was over. Jerry said goodbye to his pen pal. The family decided to go to a restaurant for pancakes. Rick said brunch was on him. He mentioned that for a second, he thought Night Summer was going to win. He said that version of Summer was the absolute worst. Summer responded that Rick's opinion meant very little to her. Summer revealed she was actually Night Summer. She had been awake the whole time and tricked them. Rick asked if she thought she could stop him with the puck device. Night Summer told everyone to halt. Rick told everyone to get behind his abs for protection. Night Summer told them not to move because they were definitely surrounded. She said they were the slaves now. If they had any doubt, she suggested they sleep on it. Rick realized Summer was Night Summer. Jerry thanked him for pointing out the obvious. The Night family forced the Day family to work as slaves. They made them do hard labor. Night Summer gave speeches, saying it was natural for Day to serve Night. She said night existed long before day. She pointed out that half of all time is nighttime. Jerry was forced to do many crunches. He begged for them to stop because he hated exercise. Night Summer told him to be silent and crunch harder. Rick said they had to escape the range of the somnambulator. Beth asked if they even knew how far that range was. Rick admitted they might be in serious trouble this time. Night Summer announced it was time to report to sleep pods for rest period. Suddenly, Night Jerry appeared and told the Day family he was a friend of Day Jerry. He told them to come with him. The family asked how this was possible. Night Jerry said to hurry because the proxy drones would come back online soon. Jerry thanked Night Jerry. Night Jerry said anything to help Day Jerry's family because Day Jerry was a very special person. Rick killed Night Jerry immediately. Beth said nice work getting their Jerry back. Rick said that was totally why he did it. Rick told everyone to get in his car. Morty started to go, but Rick yelled at him to wait. Rick was having trouble with his car. Someone named Gene taunted him about it. Rick told Gene this was not a good time. Robot guards appeared and said the Day people were restricted from the outside world. They ordered everyone to halt. Rick told everyone to hold on. Beth asked where they were going. Rick said to the airport. They had to get as far away as possible from the somnambulator before they fell asleep. Morty asked about Summer. He said they could not leave her behind. Rick said Summer was not Morty's sister anymore and to consider her dead. Rick insulted Summer as they drove away. Beth told Rick he needed to lose the robots chasing them. Rick said he thought they lost the robots, but then more robots appeared. Rick said they lost Morty during the chase. Beth told him to watch out. One robot was destroyed. A night person told everyone to stop or they would shoot everyone. Rick told Beth to take the wheel. She said, as you wish. Rick fought with the night person. The night person said Rick was going the wrong way. Rick told the night person to be silent. Morty said he knew he was choking Rick. Beth's daughter asked what was happening. Beth told her to help stop Beth. Beth told someone to look out. Beth called Jerry useless. Someone asked for the gun. There was confusion about who should drive. The Night family was trying to make them go back home. Someone said they had to turn around. Beth asked why Jean should even bother. Someone said good job and they were back on course. Someone said they almost did not make it. Night Summer ordered the day people to go to bed. A night person tried to help but got confused about whose side they were on. People apologized for the rough day. Night Summer told the day people to come on and jump. Someone asked why they should jump when they were already in a functional car. Rick asked if everyone was awake. People confirmed they were now awake and asked what was happening. Rick said it looked like they were going to make it. Night Summer said good night to the slaves. Rick said an expletive. Someone said to take that, and there was fighting. Rick told people to hold someone down. Rick said no repeatedly. Someone told Rick to stop and said they were all the same people. They suggested there must be some agreement to stop the awful conflict. Night Summer asked what kind of agreement. Night Summer said she would consider a truce if the day people would rinse their dishes. Someone said fine. Others agreed it seemed fair. Someone said they could end everything right now if Rick agreed to rinse dishes. Someone asked what Rick said. Someone suggested going home and asked if that was okay. Rick called that a great idea. Later, someone was on the phone explaining that an account was frozen due to unpaid fees and overdue charges. The person said this normally would have been handled by day people, but they recently freed themselves from nighttime control. Someone told their spouse they had 30 more calls to make. Someone said the bank took back their car. Someone was locked out of their social media account and did not know their password. Someone explained they spent all the day people's money on vacations, renting concert halls, and entertainment subscriptions. They were broke now. Someone said there was more work to running things during the day than they thought. Someone said they had a device that would solve all their problems. Someone asked how long they had been asleep. Someone said it could not be that long. Then someone said no and mentioned they discontinued the Choco Taco. The Choco Taco was an ice cream product. The fact that it had been discontinued meant significant time had passed while they were asleep under the Knight family's control. The episode ended with this realization that the Knight family had kept them asleep for so long that real-world changes had occurred, specifically the discontinuation of a popular frozen dessert product. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to how That's a Morte is built on a suicide-based spaghetti economy. Rick made spaghetti for the family on a Thursday night. Everyone loved it. Summer said she was extremely impressed. Rick offered more sauce and asked if anyone wanted seconds or thirds. Jerry mentioned he had bombed a job interview, but the food made him feel better. Beth commented on how tender the noodles were. The family talked about how nice it was to spend time together. Rick said they had as much spaghetti as anyone could eat. Then Morty asked Rick what the secret ingredient was. Rick seemed annoyed by the question. Morty realized it was probably a person. He asked why it could not just be normal spaghetti. Rick explained as simply as possible that on a certain planet, people who kill themselves turn into spaghetti. Morty was confused. Rick said Morty was a visual learner and told him to follow along. Rick took Morty to a morgue. A staff member told Rick he was not supposed to bring patients. Rick lied and said the alien boy had space cancer and his dying wish was to see dead people so he could feel superior. The staff member said that was all Rick needed to say. Rick showed Morty different bodies. One was murdered, one died in a car crash, and one was a suicide. Morty asked what the smell was. Rick told him he knew exactly what it was. Rick opened the body and revealed spaghetti inside. Morty told him not to do that. Rick said Morty had been eating it for weeks every spaghetti night. Rick tried to feed Morty some right there. Morty said it was gross. Rick insisted. Morty asked why and how this happened. Rick explained their cortisol increases the starch content in their blood, changing their intestines into one long spaghetti noodle. The surrounding tissues become a sauce, but it takes a lot of cortisol, like a suicidal amount. Rick said it was almost better cold. Morty said not to be a hipster about it. A morgue worker asked if they were eating a corpse. Morty said it was okay because it was spaghetti. Rick pointed out the workers did not know what spaghetti was. The worker said she was calling the police. Rick used a device on her before she could. The worker suddenly asked where she was. Rick said in a morgue eating bodies. She asked what they were doing. Rick kept using the device to erase her memory. She kept asking questions about basic things. Rick and Morty left. Rick apologized for the embarrassing situation, but said Morty now understood. It was the best spaghetti in the galaxy and completely guilt-free. Morty said he wanted to know their names. Rick asked who he meant. Morty said the people they had been eating every spaghetti night. He wanted to know if Rick even knew their names. Rick refused to give the names of the spaghetti people. He said Morty had found his line, and he found that ghoulish. Morty threatened to tell his mom and end spaghetti night if Rick did not provide names. Rick asked where his memory erasing device was. Morty demanded the names. Rick asked if knowing the names would be enough, and this would be done. Morty confirmed that was all he wanted. Rick asked if Morty would not get overwhelmed with guilt and demand to go to their funeral. Morty promised just the names, and then he was done. Rick said he hated Morty. Morty said he just wanted to pay his respects. Rick said the only reason Morty was still alive was because he did not turn delicious when he died. At the funeral, a speaker asked if anyone wanted to say words about Lawrence or have another moment of silence. Rick made a comment about why Lawrence killed himself. Then Morty stood up. He said he wanted to be honest about something. After Lawrence died, they ate him. Morty clarified they were not werewolves. He explained they came from a planet where when people kill themselves, they turn into what his planet considers food, which is spaghetti. It brought them together. Morty said it felt wrong not having anyone know that. He added that Lawrence was delicious and hoped that helped make things right. Rick said that should provide closure for everyone. Back at home, the family processed what they learned. They confirmed they had been eating people. Jerry said the bodies were so spaghetti-like. Beth said it would be hard to get out of their minds, which is why Rick kept them in the dark. Summer blamed Morty for ruining spaghetti night. Morty pointed out it was people. Beth agreed it was disgusting and not cool to lie about, but she also said it was not cool for Morty to tattle. Jerry said they were delicious. Summer asked why they could not keep eating them. Beth said they could not now because of Morty. Jerry apologized and said that was terrible parenting. He said Morty did the technically right thing and they were happy to be better informed. Beth mentioned octopus and joked about joining a different political group. The family said goodnight to Morty as he went to his room. Later, Morty received a message. It said he was invited to the planet, which was called 41 Kepler b, but Morty knew it as Spaghetti Planet. The message said he was not in trouble, they just wanted to talk. The president of the planet greeted Morty. He said he saw the video from the funeral. Morty apologized, but the president said not to be sorry. It was quite a revelation. The president asked Morty to show them something. He presented the spaghetti of a person who took their own life. The person had consented to be eaten. Morty tried it and said it was amazing as always. The president asked if Morty considered himself a typical person from Earth. Morty explained that on Earth it was considered inferior to be typical, so everyone claimed to be special and different, but they definitely all liked spaghetti. The president noted that all 8 billion Earth people liked it. He asked if Morty would be interested in being an ambassador, a liaison between their worlds. Morty started to object, saying he went to the funeral because he felt bad about not having permission. The president told someone to show Morty something. A woman appeared on screen and introduced herself as Tanya Radcliffe. She said she had been living in pain for years and lost all her loved ones. When doctors told her she could have the right to die if she agreed to be dinner for an alien boy, she said she hoped she was delicious. Morty was impressed. The president asked if that made it taste better. Morty said it made it go down easier. The president said he liked that response. Maybe it was time to allow some people the right to die and be delicious. He told Morty to feel free to finish eating Tanya because it was what she wanted. Morty said no, he was good. He thanked Tanya for being tasty. Then he asked if he could take her to go. At the next spaghetti night, the family was excited about the ethical spaghetti. Jerry said he was fine before too. They asked where their dad was and why he kept missing spaghetti night. Beth suggested Jerry was upset because Morty took the moral high ground and got them delicious spaghetti without lies. They started to cheer for not having Rick there when Rick suddenly appeared. Rick showed them something. It was a product called Mortio's Suicide Spaghetti that claimed to be 100% ethical single-origin pasta. Beth said, "Oh dear God." Rick guessed that Morty went back to the planet, gave thoughtful insight to their leader, and now they were selling their dead at every store. Morty admitted he did, but did not tell them to do this. Summer asked if this was people or not people, because she needed to know how upset to pretend to be. Rick identified the spaghetti as someone named Roger. A video played of Roger Wayne Martyr introducing himself as a serial killer and cannibal who was now killing himself to be food. Summer confirmed it was people. Beth said, on the bright side, this could be seen as a nice ending to a story about telling the truth. Rick asked if she wanted to see that ending. Rick showed them the planet covered in cans of spaghetti selling out to neighboring planets. Rick asked if Morty wanted to see how ethical it was. The planet looked terrible. Rick said Morty happened all over those billboards. Morty saw a bridge that people called the most scenic jump. There used to be safety rails, but they melted them down for giant spaghetti strainers. Rick offered to turn on the radio. Morty guessed it would all be sad music. Rick said no, it was all morning radio show hosts just talking with no songs, and the television was all reality shows but not good ones. Rick said it was depressing, which was definitely what they were going for. He showed that they dyed their son gray. Rick said that was not easy, and he was kind of impressed. All of it was thanks to Morty. Morty said he was a murderer. Rick corrected him and said what Morty did was much more indirect. They met with the president. Rick mentioned concerns, but the president said to look around. With money from intergalactic spaghetti trade, they decreased their debt and were making money. They had clean energy. Rick pointed out there was a pause where the president should have mentioned mental health care. The president admitted they had to manipulate things a little, but if they stopped, the supply chain would collapse and kill the global economy. Many people would suffer then. Rick asked if this was a tough problem. He asked if they could fix it. Then Rick clarified that Morty wanted Rick to fix it. Morty asked for a moment alone with Rick. Morty said yes, he wanted Rick to fix it. None of this would have happened if Rick had been honest about the spaghetti. Rick said he lied to protect Morty. Morty told the truth to hurt Rick. Rick said he could not travel the galaxy with Morty if every time they came near a messed up system, Morty jumped into its problems and hurt himself. Morty promised to stop. Rick asked what he said. Morty said if Rick helped him, he promised to never look under the curtain at a Rick thing to figure out what was bad about it ever again. Rick said Morty could never say no to him. Morty asked if Rick was like a cult leader. Rick said for 2 weeks. Morty agreed. Rick said his grandson kissed up to him, so he was in. Rick asked what they needed to do. Morty said they just needed to figure out something besides people to put in the cans. Someone pointed out that people are the spaghetti. Morty asked what if they were not? The president said he was listening. Morty suggested making something like a person. He mentioned Rick always did clones. Rick asked what Morty was suggesting. A sped-up lifespan and indoctrination program where they limit exposure to the world and convince them becoming spaghetti is their destiny? A clone appeared, saying it would not be delicious for them and that it loved someone. Rick said that was a speed run of a certain story. Morty complained about spoilers. Rick said all clone stories turn out the same way. Someone asked if they were back to regular people with regular suicides. Morty said no. Hold on. Maybe they could make them less like people. Rick asked how much of a person they had to become spaghetti. Rick said gray areas were his specialty. He showed subject 1 with no frontal lobe and no empathy centers. Unfortunately, to that being, there was no difference between life and death, so no spaghetti. Then Rick described another one in horrible, unimaginable pain from birth. Morty objected. Rick said he did not even bother making it because he knew Morty would object, even though ending its life would be a favor. Rick told Morty he might want to examine an ethical dilemma at some point. Rick showed the last one. He kept the brainstem and internal motor functions, but essentially just a headless, boneless torso. Someone asked if there was spaghetti inside. Rick said theoretically yes. The problem was something he did not finish saying. Morty tried to communicate something through gestures. Rick could not understand and told Morty to just spell it out. Morty suggested giving them a claw-like hand so they could stab themselves to death. Rick said that was all he needed to say. The president said this was quite a solution they cooked up. Someone confirmed it was spaghetti technically. The president said, good enough. They needed to fill 100,000 cans by the weekend. Later, there were protests. People chanted about torso rights. Others complained the new spaghetti was bad and they wanted authentic spaghetti. Someone was about to blow himself up. Rick asked if he was really going to do that. The person said yes, but Rick could do it if he wanted. Rick said the person clearly had the morally superior position, so he should go ahead. The person accused Rick of just wanting him to kill himself so Rick could eat the spaghetti. They exchanged insults. Rick asked how long a society takes to collapse. He said they would find out. Someone asked what the holdup was because an entire planet was waiting on delivery. Workers said they were out of spaghetti. Someone said they should go down and make some. A crowd chanted for people to kill themselves. The president said to divert half the armed patrols to civil unrest and the other half to planetary defense. Take every action necessary to restore order. Rick noted there still was not much diverting towards mental health care. The president said the brainstorming was over and called them names. He said they had helped enough. Someone said they owed so much spaghetti to so many planets that they would all have to kill themselves. Morty told them to slow down. He asked if Rick could synthesize anything he got a sample of. Could they not try that? Rick asked if there was anyone else left who might want to kill themselves. The president said there was one person, but good luck. They described someone with 2 months to live who was bedridden in terrible pain. Rick asked why he had not done it yet. They went to see the person who cursed at them and called them Spaghetti Child. Rick asked what the issue was. The person said he was in pain and wished he could die, but he would not feed their sick system of profit. Integrity meant living with pain. Rick asked what if this would end the spaghetti trade forever. The person asked what Rick meant. Rick said he would explain on the way. Morty asked if they just had a chamber ready to go. Rick said it was just a place. Rick told everyone to stop. He said he had a solution to get them all spaghetti. They would do this one last time. This guy would do it and Rick would synthesize it afterward. Rick compared it to a historic first flight. He said the person named Fred should think about his life. The machine would put it on screen for everyone to see. When ready, Fred should press the button. Someone asked if this would work. Rick said to trust him. Then Fred pressed the button and a song played while images of his life appeared on screen. The song was about flying and living forever and seeing things others would not see. When it finished, Rick said, "Bon appetit." Someone said a profanity. The president said he could speak for his people and they had enough spaghetti. Rick asked if the person did what Rick thought. Rick could not change everyone's taste, but he could make it distasteful. It was not the death, it was the complexity of life. Someone asked what the point was. Rick said if they were asking whether this was a story about right and wrong, he did not care. Someone asked what they should do. Rick said cells consume. Life itself is wrong, which means death is right. But you cannot side with that, so you live even when it means eating. And Fred really did it well. At the next family dinner, Summer asked where the spaghetti was. Morty told her to perform an inappropriate act. Summer asked what was wrong with Salisbury steaks and suggested they try them. Rick said the Salisbury steak was the best he ever had. Summer asked if it was actually Salisbury steak. Rick asked if she wanted to know or not. Summer said no thanks. Rick said just so she knew, it was really bad. Summer said whatever. Rick said seriously, he was not kidding. He would not tell them but needed them to know the truth was horrible, so if they found out by accident, they could not blame him. Morty said that was a deal. Rick said, honestly, if they knew they might kill themselves, and that was the last thing he would say forever. The family said good. Then someone asked if that was where vacuum cleaner bags came from. Someone else said, oh my god. The episode ended there. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have the fact that Rick and Morty is one of the most heavily censored shows on television, but completely uncensored on discs and streaming releases. The show is heavily censored on TV, but uncensored on discs and streaming. Rick and Morty is an animated science fiction comedy series that airs on Adult Swim, which is the nighttime programming block on Cartoon Network. The show was created by Justin Roiland and Dan Harmon and first premiered on the 2nd of December 2013. The series follows the adventures of Rick Sanchez, a cynical mad scientist, and his nervous grandson Morty Smith as they travel through different dimensions and have wild adventures. The show is known for its dark humor, science fiction elements, and use of strong language. However, there is a significant difference between how the show appears on television versus how it appears on physical media like DVD and Blu-ray or on certain streaming platforms. This difference has to do with censorship of profanity and other adult content. When Rick and Morty airs on Adult Swim television broadcasts, strong language is censored. This is done to maintain a TV-14 rating, which means the content is suitable for viewers aged 14 and older with parental guidance. The TV-14 rating allows some mature content, but has restrictions on the strongest forms of profanity. The most consistently censored word is one that starts with the letter F. This word and all its variations are always bleeped out on television broadcasts without exception. Every single time a character says this word on TV, viewers hear a bleep sound covering it up. The bleep is an electronic tone that masks the audio of the profanity. This happens in every episode across all seasons when the show airs on television. Another word that gets censored on television is one that starts with the letter S. However, this word is treated differently than the F word. Sometimes this word is left uncensored and viewers can hear it clearly. Other times it gets bleeped out. The decision about whether to censor this particular word seems to depend on how frequently it appears in an episode. If the word is used many times in a single episode, Adult Swim may choose to bleep out some or all instances to avoid excessive profanity. If it only appears once or twice, it might be left uncensored. The word that starts with D and refers to a body part is handled similarly, with some instances censored and others left alone. There are also other mild to moderate curse words in the show that generally do not get censored on television. Words like damn, hell, ass, crap, bitch, and bastard typically air without bleeps. The situation changes completely when viewers watch Rick and Morty on DVD or Blu-ray. Physical media releases of the show are completely uncensored. This means every word of profanity is audible without any bleeps covering it up. The F word that is always bleeped on television is spoken clearly on DVD and Blu-ray releases. The same goes for all other profanity. Fans who buy the physical media get to hear the dialogue exactly as the actors recorded it in the studio, without any audio censorship. This creates a very different viewing experience. The uncensored versions allow the comedy and dialogue to flow more naturally because there are no interrupting bleep sounds. Many fans prefer the uncensored versions because they feel the jokes land better without censorship. Some viewers have noted that Rick uses certain profanity so appropriately in context that hearing it uncensored makes the dialogue significantly funnier. Streaming platforms have varied approaches to censoring Rick and Morty. The situation with streaming is more complicated than television or physical media because different platforms make different choices, and the censorship varies by season. Seasons 1 and 2 were censored on some streaming platforms like Hulu and HBO Max in their earlier releases. This meant those platforms showed the same censored versions with bleeps that aired on television. However, Seasons 3 and 4 were made available uncensored on most streaming platforms, with the exception of live TV streaming. Later, some streaming services updated their earlier seasons to include uncensored versions as well. HBO Max, which later became just Max, eventually offered uncensored versions of Rick and Morty. Amazon Prime Video also provides uncensored episodes. iTunes sells uncensored digital downloads of each season. The reason for censorship on television broadcasts has to do with rating standards. Cable networks like Adult Swim are not regulated by the Federal Communications Commission in the same way that broadcast networks are. Technically, cable channels could show stronger content without government penalties. However, Adult Swim still maintains certain standards to appeal to advertisers and a broad audience. By keeping the rating at TV-14 rather than TVMA, mature audiences only, the network can potentially reach more viewers and attract more advertisers. If the show aired with all profanity uncensored, it would require a TVMA rating. This could limit the show's audience and make some advertisers uncomfortable about being associated with it. So the censorship on television is a business decision rather than a legal requirement. The difference between censored and uncensored versions has created a noticeable divide in the fan experience. Viewers who only watch Rick and Morty through television reruns on Adult Swim get the censored version with bleeps. Meanwhile, viewers who watch through DVD, Blu-ray, or most streaming services get the uncensored version. Some fans have reported being surprised when they switched from one format to another. A fan might watch the show on television for years and then purchase a DVD set, only to be shocked by the amount of strong language they suddenly hear. Conversely, someone might watch uncensored episodes on a streaming service and then be confused by all the bleeps when they see a rerun on TV. Various online databases and fan wikis track the censorship in Rick and Morty episodes. These resources document which words are censored in which episodes and note the differences between broadcast and home video versions. The Censorship Wiki, for example, has extensive documentation of every bleeped word in every episode of the series. This level of detail shows how much fans pay attention to the censorship issue. Some fans even prefer the censored versions because they find the bleeps themselves funny. There is an argument that part of Rick and Morty's humor comes from the contrast between its childish animation style and its adult content. The bleeps emphasize this contrast by making it sound like a children's cartoon that has been corrupted with profanity. However, most fans and critics agree that the uncensored versions provide the best viewing experience because they present the show as the creators intended. Season 1 contains 36 uses of the F-word according to censorship trackers. All of these are bleeped on television broadcasts but fully audible on DVD, Blu-ray, and uncensored streaming versions. As the series has progressed through multiple seasons, the amount of strong language has generally increased. Beginning with Season 2, strong language appears more frequently, resulting in more censorship on television broadcasts. Later seasons contain even more profanity than the early seasons. This means the difference between censored and uncensored versions becomes more noticeable in later seasons because there are more bleeps interrupting the dialogue. The uncensored versions are marketed as a selling point for physical media. DVD and Blu-ray releases often advertise that they contain uncensored episodes. Customer reviews on retail websites frequently mention being happy about the uncensored content. One reviewer on Best Buy noted that while the censored version on TV has bleeps for the F-word, the Blu-ray version is uncensored and includes all the profanity, which makes it much funnier. Another reviewer said they would give more than 5 stars if possible because the Blu-ray version is better without the bleeps, and some dialogue was even changed to include more strong language. Digital purchases on iTunes also explicitly note that seasons are uncensored, making this clear to potential buyers before they purchase. It is worth noting that the censorship only applies to audio. The show does not censor or blur out visual content in most cases on any platform. However, there have been a few exceptions. Some episodes contain pixelation or blurring of nudity or graphic imagery, and these visual censors appear on both broadcast and home video versions. For example, one episode features alien anatomy that is pixelated even on DVD and Blu-ray releases, but these visual censors are relatively rare compared to the consistent audio censorship on television. The vast majority of censorship in Rick and Morty involves bleeping profanity rather than blurring images. International releases of Rick and Morty vary in their censorship. Some international markets receive uncensored versions, while others have censored versions similar to U.S. television broadcasts. The availability of uncensored episodes depends on the broadcasting standards and streaming deals in each country. In Canada, the show airs on Adult Swim with similar censorship to the U.S. television broadcasts. In other regions, streaming services may offer uncensored versions, as they do in the United States. The creators of Rick and Morty have not publicly stated strong opinions about the censorship one way or another. They write the show with profanity included, knowing it will be bleeped on television but available uncensored on other platforms. This dual approach allows the show to maintain a TV-14 rating for broadcast, while still delivering the full uncensored experience to viewers who seek it out on DVD, Blu-ray, or streaming. The strategy has proven successful, as Rick and Morty has become one of Adult Swim's most popular and profitable shows despite the censorship on television. Some streaming services started with censored versions but later switched to uncensored. This created confusion for viewers who watched earlier seasons with bleeps and then suddenly encountered uncensored language in later seasons on the same platform. Eventually, most major streaming services standardized on providing uncensored versions to match the home video releases. This gives streaming subscribers the same experience as DVD and Blu-ray owners. However, viewers watching through live TV streaming services or on-demand cable services may still see censored versions depending on their provider. The censorship differences have sparked discussions among fans about which version is the true version of the show. Purists argue that the uncensored version represents the creator's actual vision and should be considered the definitive version. Others point out that most viewers have historically watched the show on television with bleeps, so the censored version is actually what most people experience. Some fans have even argued that the bleeps add to the comedy by creating a specific rhythm and emphasizing the profanity through censorship. However, the fact that the creators include profanity in their scripts and perform it in the voice recording booth suggests they intend for the uncensored version to be the complete experience. Adult Swim has produced other adult animated shows with similar censorship patterns. Shows like Robot Chicken and Aqua Teen Hunger Force also feature bleeps on television broadcasts while offering uncensored versions on home video. This is standard practice for the network. What makes Rick and Morty notable is the sheer amount of profanity, particularly in later seasons, which means more bleeps and a more noticeable difference between versions. Some episodes have dozens of bleeps, creating an almost constant interruption of the audio on television broadcasts. Special features included with DVD and Blu-ray releases are also uncensored. Commentaries, behind-the-scenes footage, and other bonus content contain profanity without bleeps. The Inside the Episode features and recording booth sessions included as special features show the voice actors using profanity freely during production. This gives viewers insight into the creative process and confirms that profanity is an intentional part of the show's writing and performance, not something added in post-production. The financial success of Rick and Morty merchandise and home video sales suggests that fans value having access to uncensored content. The show has generated hundreds of millions of dollars through various revenue streams, including DVD and Blu-ray sales, digital downloads, and streaming rights. Part of this success comes from fans purchasing physical media or digital copies specifically to get uncensored versions. Viewers who are serious fans of the show often invest in these uncensored versions, even if they have access to censored versions through television or certain streaming services. Future seasons of Rick and Morty will likely continue the same pattern. Television broadcasts will include bleeps to maintain the TV-14 rating, while physical media and most streaming platforms will offer uncensored versions. This dual approach allows Adult Swim to maximize the show's audience and profitability. As long as Rick and Morty remains on Adult Swim, viewers can expect this censorship divide to continue. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the moment, Adult Swim locked in 70 episodes with a single massive renewal, then expanded the commitment even further. Adult Swim locked in 70 episodes in a single renewal, and then extended again. Most television shows get renewed one season at a time. Networks watch the ratings come in, see if people are tuning in, and then decide if they want to order more episodes. This is how things normally work in the television business. A show does well, the network gives it another season, and everyone moves forward hoping the success continues. For animated series, this process can be even more uncertain because cartoons take longer to produce than live-action shows. Animation requires months of work for each episode, so networks typically cannot just quickly order more content when a show becomes popular. Rick and Morty changed this pattern completely in May 2018. Adult Swim announced they were ordering 70 brand new episodes all at once. This was not a renewal for one season or even 2 seasons. This was a massive order that guaranteed the show would continue for years into the future. At the time of the announcement, Rick and Morty had aired only 31 episodes across 3 seasons since the show started in December 2013. The 70-episode order more than doubled the amount of content the show had already produced. Adult Swim called this a long-term deal with creators, Justin Roiland and Dan Harmon, and the order would bring the total episode count to 101, which passed the traditional syndication threshold of 100 episodes. This kind of deal almost never happens for animated series. Most shows get 10 to 13 episode orders per season. Some might get renewed for 2 seasons if they are doing really well. But 70 episodes all at once was basically unheard of in the animation world. For comparison, many animated shows on cable networks run for 10 episodes per season and might get renewed for a second season if the ratings are strong. A third season is considered a major success. Rick and Morty was getting guaranteed content all the way through a 10th season with one single contract. The decision made sense from Adult Swim's perspective because Rick and Morty had become a ratings powerhouse. The Season 3 finale that aired in October 2017 pulled in a 3.9 rating among adults aged 18 to 24 and a 3.2 rating among adults aged 18 to 34 inches the Live Plus same-day Nielsen ratings. These were the highest ratings in Adult Swim's entire history as a network. The show had also ranked as the #1 comedy across all of television for millennials in 2017, beating out major broadcast network shows like The Big Bang Theory, Modern Family, and Saturday Night Live. Rick and Morty was bringing in viewers that networks desperately wanted to reach. Beyond just television ratings, Rick and Morty had become a multi-platform sensation. The show was huge on social media, with fans creating endless memes and discussion online. There were video games based on the series. Merchandise was selling extremely well. The show had built a dedicated fan base that consumed Rick and Morty content across every possible medium. Adult Swim could see that this was not just a popular cartoon, but a genuine cultural phenomenon that could sustain itself for many years. Getting the deal done took significant time and effort. Dan Harmon mentioned before the announcement that contract negotiations had gotten complicated. This makes sense when you consider the size of the order. Negotiating a 70-episode deal involves far more money and far more commitment than a standard 1 or 2 season renewal. Both sides needed to agree on budgets, schedules, creative control, and all the other details that go into producing that much television content. The fact that the negotiations were complex shows how seriously both Adult Swim and the creators took this massive order. When the deal was finally announced on the 10th of May 2018, Roiland and Harmon celebrated in characteristic fashion. They posted a video on Instagram showing them in a shower together at Harmon's house, announcing they were going back to work on the series. The video was weird and funny and perfectly in line with the offbeat humor that made Rick and Morty popular in the first place. Roiland also tweeted about the renewal, joking that he was looking forward to all the tweets asking where the new episodes were, since Rick and Morty had become somewhat notorious for long gaps between seasons. Those long gaps between seasons were actually part of the reason Adult Swim wanted such a large order. Rick and Morty had taken about a year and a half between Season 2 and Season 3, and fans had complained loudly about the wait. The show was difficult to produce because the creators were very particular about quality, and because animation simply takes time. With 70 episodes ordered, the hope was that production could become more consistent. The creators would not need to stop working to negotiate new deals between every season. They could plan out multiple seasons of storytelling in advance and keep the production pipeline moving more smoothly. The 70-episode order was structured to cover seasons 4 through 10, with each season typically running 10 episodes. This meant Adult Swim had committed to at least 7 more seasons of Rick and Morty beyond what had already aired. For fans, this was incredible news because it meant the show they loved would definitely be around for many more years. For the production team, it meant job security and the ability to plan long-term story arcs without worrying about cancellation. Adult Swim was also making a smart business move by locking down Rick and Morty for so long. Animation is expensive to produce, but successful animated series can generate enormous amounts of revenue through merchandise, streaming deals, international sales, and syndication. By securing 70 episodes, Adult Swim ensured they would own a large library of Rick and Morty content that could be sold and resold across multiple platforms for decades. The show was already valuable, and 70 more episodes would only increase that value. The announcement sent shockwaves through the television industry. Other networks took notice of how Adult Swim had committed so heavily to an animated series. Trade publications wrote articles analyzing the deal and what it meant for the future of adult animation. Fans celebrated online, creating memes and jokes about how Rick and Morty was now set to run forever, referencing a line from the show itself where the character promises Rick and Morty adventures for 100 years. However, the massive renewal could not protect the show from controversy. In January 2023, news broke that Justin Roiland had been charged with felony domestic battery, with corporal injury, and one felony count of false imprisonment by menace, violence, fraud, and deceit in Orange County, California. The charges stemmed from an incident in January 2020 involving an unnamed woman Roiland had reportedly been dating. The case had been kept quiet, but once the information became public, Adult Swim moved quickly. On the 24th of January 2023, Adult Swim released a statement saying they had ended their association with Justin Roiland. This was a massive decision because Roiland was not just the co-creator of Rick and Morty. He also voiced both of the main characters, Rick Sanchez and Morty Smith, as well as several other recurring characters on the show. Losing Roiland meant the show would need to recast its two title characters with new voice actors, something that would be immediately noticeable to every single viewer. The decision to fire Roiland came even though the 70-episode order was still in progress. The show was only midway through that massive renewal, with 4 more seasons still to produce. But Adult Swim determined that continuing to work with Roiland was not acceptable given the charges against him. The network announced that Rick and Morty would continue without Roiland, with the talented and dedicated crew continuing to work on Season 7. In March 2023, the criminal charges against Roiland were dismissed by the Orange County District Attorney's Office due to insufficient evidence. Roiland released a statement saying he had always known the claims were false and that he was determined to move forward and focus on his creative projects. His lawyer thanked the district attorney's office for conducting a thorough review and dismissing the case. However, the dismissal of the criminal charges did not change Adult Swim's decision. Roiland remained fired from Rick and Morty. Things became more complicated in September 2023 when NBC News published a report with new allegations against Roiland. Multiple people came forward claiming that Roiland had used his fame to pursue and meet young women, several of whom were underage at the time. One woman alleged that Roiland had sexually assaulted her. Through his attorney, Roiland denied all of these allegations and called them false and defamatory. Dan Harmon, the other co-creator of Rick and Morty, responded to the new allegations by saying he was frustrated, ashamed, and heartbroken that hard work and passion from the show could be leveraged to exploit and harm strangers. Despite all this behind-the-scenes drama, Rick and Morty moved forward. Adult Swim and the production team launched a search for new voice actors to replace Roiland as Rick and Morty. Showrunner Scott Marder led the casting process, which took 6 months and involved hearing thousands of potential candidates. The goal was to make the transition as seamless as possible so that viewers would barely notice the change in voices. The search eventually led to 2 relatively unknown actors. Ian Cardoni, a voice actor from the Boston area who had done promo work and minor roles, was cast as Rick Sanchez. Harry Belden, an actor from Chicago who had appeared in shows like Joe Pera Talks With You and Chicago Med, was cast as Morty Smith. The decision to cast 2 separate actors instead of having one person voice both characters was intentional. It would make the workload easier and help ensure the show could continue for many more years without being dependent on a single voice performer. Adult Swim kept the names of the new voice actors secret until the Season 7 premiere aired on the 15th of October, 2023. Fans had heard the new voices in the Season 7 trailer that dropped in September, but the network refused to reveal who was doing the voices. Even press screeners of the new season did not include credits at the end. The mystery built anticipation for the premiere, and when the episode finally aired, the credits revealed Ian Cardoni and Harry Belden as the new voices of Rick and Morty. The reception to the new voices was generally positive. Both Cardoni and Belden had clearly studied Roiland's original performances closely and were able to capture the essence of the characters. Cardoni's Rick sounded almost identical to the version from Season 6, with perhaps slightly less slurred speech than in earlier seasons. Belden's Morty also hit the right notes of anxious, pubescent panic that defined the character. Some fans felt the voices lacked the raw passion and spontaneity of Roiland's original performances, but most agreed the recasting was handled as well as could be expected given the circumstances. With new voice actors in place and the production team working smoothly, Rick and Morty continued toward the end of the original 70-episode order. Season 7 completed its run in December 2023. Season 8 was already fully written and was set to premiere in 2025. Work had begun on Season 9, and conversations about Season 10 were underway. The show was moving toward the conclusion of that massive deal Adult Swim had made back in 2018, but Adult Swim was not done investing in Rick and Morty. On the 17th of October 2024, executive producers Dan Harmon and Scott Marder appeared at a panel for Rick and Morty at New York Comic Con. They were joined by the voice cast, including Ian Cardoni, Harry Belden, Sarah Chalke, Spencer Grammer, and Chris Parnell. At this panel, the team announced that Rick and Morty had been renewed for 2 additional seasons, bringing the total through Season 12. This new renewal meant Rick and Morty was now guaranteed to run through at least 2029. Season 8 was set for 2025, which meant the show would be releasing new seasons every year for the next several years. Michael Ouweleen, the president of Adult Swim, released a statement saying that from Season 1, Rick and Morty had set a new standard in adult animation and showed no signs of stopping. He praised Dan Harmon, Scott Marder, and the rest of the talented team for constantly outdoing themselves. Dan Harmon responded to the renewal by saying, "Nobody wants a universe without Rick and Morty, and fortunately, the list of places to go remains infinite." This was a reference to the show's premise of infinite parallel dimensions and infinite possibilities for adventure. Scott Marder, who had taken over as showrunner in Season 5, said it was a gift to be renewed beyond the previously announced Season 10. He referenced another line from the show itself, saying Rick and Morty would run for 100 years, forever. The renewal through Season 12 proved that Rick and Morty had survived everything thrown at it. The show had lost one of its co-creators and both of its original voice actors. It had weathered major controversy and public scrutiny. It had faced the challenge of recasting its 2 main characters and winning back skeptical fans. And through all of that, it remained Adult Swim's #1 series and one of Warner Bros. Discovery's most recognizable currently running properties. Rick and Morty had ranked as the #1 comedy across cable during its 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th seasons. The show had won the Emmy for Outstanding Animated Program twice. It had spawned spin-off series, comic books, video games, and massive amounts of merchandise. The Season 7 premiere had debuted in over 134 countries in 38 languages, showing just how international the fanbase had become. The show was a genuine global phenomenon. From the outside, the journey from that massive 70-episode order in 2018 to the Season 12 renewal in 2024 looked like a success story. Adult Swim had made a huge bet on Rick and Morty, and that bet had paid off even when major obstacles appeared. The network had shown commitment to the series through difficult times, and the creative team had proven they could maintain quality and keep audiences engaged even after losing one of the original creators. For fans, the renewal through Season 12 meant years more of the adventures they loved. Rick and Morty would continue traveling through dimensions, getting into trouble, and delivering the dark science fiction comedy that had made the show so popular. The original 70-episode order that seemed so massive back in 2018 would be surpassed. The show that started as an obscene parody of Back to the Future on Channel 101 had become one of the biggest animated series of its era, with a guaranteed future stretching toward the end of the decade. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to how the franchise now stretches into comics, manga, and multiple spin-offs, most of which sit in a soft canon zone. The franchise extends beyond the TV show into comics, manga, and spin-offs, though much of that is soft canon. Rick and Morty quickly expanded beyond television into a sprawling franchise of comics, manga, and spin-off series. These extensions of the Rick and Morty universe occupy what fans and creators describe as a soft canon zone, where stories technically exist within the multiverse established by the show, but operate with significant creative freedom. The result is a complex web of interconnected content that both respects and playfully disregards traditional ideas about what counts as official continuity. The comic book series began in April 2015 when Oni Press started publishing Rick and Morty monthly issues. The comics were written initially by Zach Gorman for the first 2 volumes, then Kyle Starks took over for volumes 3 through 12, and Alex Fire handled volumes 13 and 14. Artist Mark Ellerby provided illustrations throughout the run, creating a visual style that captured the essence of the show while working within the constraints of static comic panels. From the start, the comics cleverly addressed the question of canon by using the show's own multiverse concept as a solution. The first 2 volumes of the comic series explicitly followed Rick and Morty from Dimension C 132, not the main Rick and Morty from the television series who come from Dimension C 137. This allowed the comic writers to tell whatever stories they wanted without worrying about contradicting events from the show. They could kill characters, destroy planets, or make major changes to the Smith family dynamic without affecting what happened on television. Starting with Volume 3 and the Headspace story arc in issues 12 through 14, the comics switched focus to following the same Rick C. 137 and Morty from the television series. This meant the comics were now depicting off-screen adventures of the main characters between episodes of the show. Elements from specific television episodes would be referenced in the comics, and occasionally the comics would feature sequel storylines that picked up threads the show had introduced but never fully explored. The relationship between the comics and the show became even more interconnected when references started flowing in both directions. In the Season 3 episode, The Ricklantis Mix-Up, the Shadow Council of Ricks mentions that the Citadel had previously been taken over by a goddamn Jerry. This was a direct reference to the comic series story arc, A Tale of Two Jerrys, from issues 21 through 23, where Doofus Jerry enslaves all the Ricks in the council. The show was acknowledging events from the comics as part of its history. Similarly, elements from the comic series Rick and Morty Presents Birdperson and The Flesh Curtains were adapted into the Season 5 episode Rickternal Friendshine of the Spotless Mort. The comics and television show were not just coexisting but actively borrowing from each other, blurring the lines between what counted as television canon and what counted as comic canon. The original Oni Press comic series ran for 60 issues, concluding in March 2020. A limited revival of the main Rick and Morty comic series launched in January 2023 and ended in December 2023. Beyond the main series, Oni Press published numerous spin-off limited series and one-shots. These included Rick and Morty Presents, an anthology series that followed supporting characters from the show in their own adventures starting in 2018. One particularly ambitious crossover came in August 2018 when Rick and Morty collided with Dungeons & Dragons. The 4-issue miniseries Rick and Morty vs. Dungeons & Dragons was co-written by Jim Zub and Patrick Rothfuss with art by Troy Little. The series proved popular enough to warrant a sequel, Rick and Morty vs. Dungeons & Dragons Chapter 2 Painscape, which ran from September to December 2019. The crossover made logical sense given that Rick and Morty frequently played with sci-fi and fantasy tropes, and Dungeons & Dragons offered a structured rule system that the show's anarchic characters could gleefully disregard and exploit. The comics also allowed Rick and Morty to address holidays and events the television show had never gotten around to covering. The tie-in comics included Halloween specials, New Year celebrations, and other seasonal content that filled gaps in the franchise's calendar. These standalone one-shots gave fans Rick and Morty content during long waits between television seasons, while exploring concepts the show itself might never have time to address. In 2023, Oni Press released Rick and Morty, the manga volume 1 Get in the Robot, Morty. Written by Alyssa M. Sala and illustrated by Jay Oden, the manga-styled graphic novel featured Rick and Morty battling giant naked Jerrys called Giants. The manga was a loving parody of classic Japanese giant robot anime, with Morty piloting a mech designed by Rick to fight the towering Jerry variants. The design of Morty's robot drew clear inspiration from Neon Genesis Evangelion, while the giants themselves referenced Attack on Titan's mindless naked giants. The manga demonstrated how Rick and Morty could adapt its satirical approach to different cultural formats, while maintaining the core humor and character dynamics that made the show popular. Beyond comics and manga, Rick and Morty spawned its first animated spin-off series in 2022. Vindicators 2 premiered on Adult Swim's YouTube channel on the 23rd of July 2022, with all 10 episodes released simultaneously. Each episode ran between 2 and 5 minutes, making the entire series easy to watch in a single sitting. The spin-off was created by Sarah Carabiner and Erica Rosbay, who had written the original Vindicators episode for Season 3 of Rick and Morty. The Vindicators had first appeared in the Season 3 episode Vindicators 3, The Return of Worldender, in August 2017. The episode introduced the team as galaxy-spanning superheroes who recruited Rick and Morty for their third mission together. The episode revealed that Rick and Morty had been deliberately excluded from the second Vindicators mission due to personality conflicts, meaning Rick's abrasive behavior had gotten him uninvited from a superhero team-up. Vindicators 2, the spin-off series, told the story of that second mission, showing what happened when the team fought without Rick's help. The series featured the original voice cast returning to reprise their roles. Christian Slater voiced Vance Maximus, Jillian Jacobs played Supernova, Lance Reddick voiced Alan Rails, Maurice LaMarche performed as Crocubot, Tom Kenny played Million Ants, and Justin Roiland voiced Noob Noob. The short format allowed Carabiner and Rosby to explore slice-of-life moments and character dynamics that would not fit into standard 22-minute episodes. The series revealed darker truths about the Vindicators, including that Supernova had accidentally destroyed a planet while having a miscarriage, and that several team members supposedly killed by the villain Doom Nomatron had actually been murdered by Supernova herself during a drunken breakdown. Production on Vindicators 2 took place entirely over Zoom during the pandemic, with voice actors recording from home. Carabiner expressed interest in producing more seasons of the series if Adult Swim wanted to continue it, though no additional seasons have been announced as of this writing. Following Justin Roiland's firing from the franchise in January 2023, it was announced that his voice roles, including Noob Noob, would need to be recast if future Vindicators content was produced. The most ambitious Rick and Morty spin-off arrived in August 2024 when Rick and Morty, the anime, premiered on Adult Swim. Created, written, and directed by Takashi Sano, the 10-episode anime series represented a completely different visual and tonal take on the Rick and Morty universe. Sano had previously directed several acclaimed Rick and Morty anime shorts, including Rick and Morty vs. Genocider and Summer Meets God Rick Meets Evil, that premiered between 2020 and 2021. These shorts generated over 10 million combined views on Adult Swim's digital platforms, demonstrating significant audience interest in seeing Rick and Morty through an anime lens. Adult Swim announced the full anime series order in May 2022, commissioning 10 episodes from Telecom Animation Film with Sano as the creative lead. The series was produced by Sola Entertainment with Jason DeMarco and Joseph Cho serving as executive producers. Unlike most American adaptations of anime styles, Rick and Morty, the anime, was actually animated in Japan by Japanese studios using authentic anime production methods. The anime featured an entirely new voice cast in both Japanese and English. Yohei Tadano voiced Rick in Japanese, while Keisuke Chiba voiced Morty, with both actors reprising roles they had performed in the Japanese dub of the original animated series. For the English version, completely different actors were cast, instead of using the television show's existing voice talent. This creative decision emphasized that the anime was meant to stand as its own distinct interpretation, rather than simply being another season of the regular show with different animation. Rick and Morty. The anime was set between the 5th and 6th seasons of the main series during the period when portal travel had been shut down. The anime introduced new characters like L, a time warrior who becomes involved with Morty, and explored parallel storylines involving Space Morty and Jerry Prime. The visual style was distinctly different from the main show, using brownish-colored lines instead of stark black outlines to make colors appear more vibrant. The opening theme, Love is Entropy, was a 2-minute song that bounced between different musical genres, dramatically different from the synthesizer-heavy theme of the original series. The question of whether these various spin-offs and expansions count as canon has been a subject of ongoing discussion among fans and creators. The multiverse concept central to Rick and Morty provides convenient cover for treating almost anything as potentially canonical. As Jason DeMarco explained when discussing Rick and Morty, the anime, in a world with infinite multiverses, one of those multiverses is going to be an anime multiverse, which makes the anime automatically canon because within the multiverse almost anything could be canon. This approach to canon reflects what fans sometimes call soft canon, where stories exist within the universe established by the main show but are not required viewing to understand the primary narrative. The comics from Volume 3 onward technically follow the same Rick C-137 from the television series and sometimes reference or influence television episodes, making them harder canon than earlier volumes. The Vindicators 2 series fills in backstory explicitly referenced in a television episode, giving it a degree of canonical weight. Rick and Morty. The anime exists in its own version of the multiverse with its own set of rules and characters, making it simultaneously canon as an alternate universe and separate from the main continuity. Dan Harmon and the Rick and Morty writing team have maintained an ambiguous relationship with the concept of canon throughout the show's run. The series frequently plays with ideas about whether audiences are following the same Rick and Morty in every episode, given how easily characters can travel between dimensions. Some episodes explicitly identify Rick as C-137, while other episodes never confirm which dimension viewers are watching. This makes it difficult to definitively say what is or is not canon even within the television series itself, let alone across comics, manga, and spin-offs. The show has occasionally broken its own rules for comedic effect, such as when it depicted time travel in one episode, despite Rick repeatedly claiming time travel is off-limits. If the main series treats its own continuity playfully, then spin-off media operating in a soft canon zone makes perfect sense. The comics can tell stories about Rick and Morty that feel true to the characters without needing to perfectly align with every detail of television continuity. The anime can explore emotional and philosophical themes using familiar characters while existing in its own artistic universe. From a practical standpoint, this approach allows maximum creative freedom for all involved. Comic writers can pitch ambitious multi-issue story arcs without worrying about whether the television writers have different plans for the same characters. The anime team can create their own mythology and character relationships that might contradict details from the show without causing problems. Viewers and readers can engage with whichever versions of Rick and Morty they prefer without feeling they are missing essential information if they skip certain formats. The soft canon approach also protects the main television series from being burdened by too much continuity from other media. If every comic storyline had to be treated as hard canon that could never be contradicted, the television writers would need to read and track hundreds of comic issues to avoid continuity errors. By allowing the comics and other media to exist in their own space within the multiverse, everyone can create without being constrained by what happened in other versions. The Rick and Morty franchise has essentially created a tiered system of canonicity. The main television series sits at the top as the primary canon that defines the core characters and universe. Comics from Volume 3 onward exist in a middle tier, where they follow the main characters and occasionally intersect with television continuity. Earlier comic volumes, the manga, and spin-off series like Vindicators 2 and the anime occupy a softer canon tier, where they are official licensed content that captures the spirit of Rick and Morty while telling their own stories. This expansion into multiple formats and interpretations has helped Rick and Morty maintain relevance during long gaps between television seasons. When fans had to wait years for new episodes, they could read comics, watch the Vindicators spin-off on YouTube, or explore the anime's unique take on familiar characters. The franchise generated ongoing revenue and kept fans engaged, even when new television content was not available. The comics in particular provided steady monthly content that television animation could never match in terms of consistent output. The existence of soft canon has also allowed different creative voices to put their stamp on Rick and Morty. Kyle Starks brought his particular brand of humor to the comics during his long run as writer. Takashi Sano infused the anime with his love of classic mecha anime and emotional storytelling. These creators could explore aspects of Rick and Morty that might not fit the television show's tone or pacing while still producing work that felt authentically part of the universe. For fans, navigating the soft canon requires deciding how much they want to invest in content beyond the television series. Casual viewers can watch the show without ever knowing comics or spin-offs exist and miss nothing essential to understanding Rick and Morty's story. Dedicated fans who want more content can dive into comics and spin-offs knowing they are getting official licensed stories that expand the universe even if they occupy an ambiguous canonical status. The tiered approach accommodates different levels of fan engagement without punishing anyone for their level of investment. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have the multiverse itself becoming the core of the series, with infinite timelines and countless versions of Rick and Morty existing at the same time. The multiverse concept is central. The show acknowledges infinite realities and many versions of Rick and Morty. Rick and Morty explores the multiverse in ways that go beyond simple alternate universe stories. The show treats the existence of infinite realities as both a creative playground and a philosophical statement about existence itself. From the very first episode, Rick has used his portal gun to travel to different dimensions, casually hopping between realities as if traveling between rooms in a house. This technology forms the foundation for countless adventures, but it also creates a framework where actions can have permanent consequences across multiple versions of reality. The most important reveal about Rick and Morty's multiverse came in the 5th season finale titled Rick Murai Jack. A throwaway line from Season 1 episode Closed Rick Counters of the Rick Kind mentioned the central finite curve, but this term vanished for 4 seasons. When Evil Morty explained the central finite curve in Season 5, it recontextualized the entire show. The central finite curve is a deliberately constructed barrier separating all universes where Rick Sanchez is the smartest person alive from the rest of infinite reality. Rick and other founders of the Council of Ricks built this using advanced portal gun technology. They essentially walled off every reality where Rick stands at the top of the intellectual food chain and isolated themselves from any universe where Rick might not be the dominant force. This represents a massive act of cosmic manipulation. Among infinite realities, countless universes exist where Rick never became a genius scientist. There are realities where he died young, where he never pursued science, where he was less intelligent than other people in his world, or where he simply never existed at all. The Ricks who formed the Citadel and Council decided to lock away every universe that did not feature a Rick at the top. Every reality accessible through standard portal gun travel contains a Rick guaranteed to be the smartest being in that universe. The barrier works both ways. Ricks and Mortys inside the central finite curve cannot travel to universes outside it, and beings from outside the curve cannot enter the walled-off section of the multiverse. This cosmic segregation served multiple purposes for the Ricks who created it. First, it ensured that they would never encounter a reality where they were not the most powerful and intelligent being around. Second, it maintained the illusion that Rick is universally supreme across all of existence. Anyone who only travels within the central finite curve would naturally assume that every reality contains a Rick at the top of the power structure, because they have no way to access universes that contradict this pattern. Third, the central finite curve functioned as a protective measure. Rick has accumulated many enemies throughout his travels, including the Galactic Federation and various other powerful organizations. By isolating themselves within the curve, the Ricks created a safe zone where they could operate without worrying about threats from universes they could not control. The central finite curve also explains the existence of the Citadel of Ricks, the massive space station where thousands of Ricks and Mortys from different dimensions gather. Rick C-137, the main Rick, followed throughout the series, helped design and construct both the central finite curve and the Citadel during his quest to find Rick Prime, the version of Rick who murdered his wife Diane and daughter Beth. When Rick Prime killed Rick C-137's family, Rick C-137 invented portal gun technology and began hunting his family's killer across the multiverse. During this hunt, he killed many other Ricks and made enemies of Ricks across multiple dimensions. Eventually, Rick C-137 made a deal with other Ricks. He would help them build a safe haven and isolate a section of the multiverse where they could protect themselves from their enemies. In exchange, they would leave him alone to continue his search for Rick Prime. This agreement led to the construction of the Citadel and the implementation of the central finite curve. The Council of Ricks served as the Citadel's governing body for years. 6 powerful Ricks made themselves the ultimate authority over all Ricks and Mortys within the central finite curve. The Council assigned Mortys to Ricks, created portal gun laws, and maintained military forces, including an elite unit called SEAL Team Ricks. They created a caste system with Ricks at the top and Mortys as second-class citizens or property. Mortys were mass-produced through cloning and sold as sidekicks and cloaking devices, since Morty brainwaves hide Rick's genius from detection. The Council manipulated events across dimensions to ensure Beth and Jerry met and had children, guaranteeing steady Morty supplies. Rick C-137 eventually turned against the Council after they tried to assassinate him when he was captured by the Galactic Federation. Rick teleported the entire Citadel into a Galactic Federation prison, causing massive chaos and destruction that killed countless Ricks and Mortys. During the resulting battle, Rick killed most of the Council of Ricks. After the Council's death, the Citadel transitioned to a democratic government and held elections for a president. A Morty candidate ran on a platform of equality between Ricks and Mortys and won the election. This Morty was later revealed to be Evil Morty, the same Morty who had controlled Evil Rick as a puppet years earlier. Evil Morty's entire campaign and presidency were part of a master plan to escape the central finite curve. Evil Morty represents a significant character in exploring the multiverse. Unlike most Mortys, he possesses intelligence rivaling many Ricks. He understood the central finite curve as a prison where every Morty exists only to serve Rick. Evil Morty wanted to escape this system. As Citadel president, he secretly built a device to punch through the curve. He captured Rick C-137, scanned his memories for necessary information, then activated his plan. He overcharged the Citadel's dimensional drive, blasting through the curve. This destroyed the Citadel and killed countless Ricks and Mortys. But Evil Morty escaped into the broader multiverse using a yellow portal gun that accessed realities standard green portal guns could never reach. The destruction of the central finite curve changed everything about Rick and Morty's multiverse. For the first time in the show's history, the barrier separating Rick's domains from the rest of infinite reality had been breached. This opened up the possibility of encountering realities where Rick is not the smartest person, where he does not exist at all, or where completely different power structures dominate. The show has only begun to explore what exists beyond the central finite curve, but the mere existence of this broader multiverse reframes the entire series. Everything viewers had seen up to that point took place within a carefully curated section of reality specifically designed to maintain Rick's supremacy. The central finite curve's destruction represents a fundamental shift in the show's cosmology and opens doors to entirely new types of stories and character interactions. The central finite curve also explains several mysteries from earlier seasons. Viewers had noticed that despite visiting many different dimensions, the show never showed a universe where Rick was not a genius or where he did not exist. This absence now makes perfect sense because all portal gun travel was restricted to the central finite curve. The curve also explains why so many Ricks exist across the multiverse despite the death of Diane. Rick Prime killed Diane across every universe using the Omega device, which can erase someone from all of reality. Because Rick Prime eliminated Diane from existence, Ricks across the multiverse no longer had families to anchor them. This created the conditions for the Council of Ricks to form, as countless Ricks found themselves alone and searching for purpose across infinite realities. The show demonstrated the multiverse's power and danger long before revealing the central finite curve. The Season 1 episode Rick Potion number 9 showed how casually Rick treats the multiverse and how devastating the consequences can be. In that episode, Morty asked Rick to create a love potion to make his crush Jessica fall in love with him. Rick made the potion using Vol DNA, but when Morty gave it to Jessica, who happened to have the flu, the love potion combined with the flu virus and went airborne. Within minutes, every person on Earth fell in love with Morty. Rick tried to fix the problem with an antidote made from Mantis DNA, but this backfired and turned everyone into Mantis monsters. His second attempt to reverse the mutations made everything worse, transforming the entire human population into grotesque creatures that Rick called Cronenbergs, named after body horror director David Cronenberg, who is famous for his disturbing films featuring body transformation and mutation. Unable to fix what he had done, Rick scanned the multiverse for a dimension where another version of himself and Morty had solved the Cronenberg problem, but then immediately died in an accident. Rick and Morty traveled to this dimension, which fans call Dimension C, 131, or the replacement dimension, and found their alternate selves dead in the garage from a freak explosion. They buried these bodies in the backyard and took their places in this reality. The episode ends with Morty deeply traumatized by watching himself die and burying his own corpse. While in the background, viewers hear the sounds of construction. Meanwhile, the original dimension was left behind as a Cronenberg wasteland, where the original Jerry, Beth, and Summer continued living, hunting and eating the mutated creatures for survival. Rick told Morty they could only do this kind of dimension swap 3 or 4 more times before running out of suitable replacement universes. This limitation added stakes to the multiverse concept, showing that even infinite realities have constraints and consequences. Rick Potion number 9 established several important rules about how Rick and Morty treats the multiverse. First, it showed that actions have permanent consequences that cannot always be undone, even with portal gun technology and access to infinite realities. The Cronenberg dimension remains destroyed to this day. Second, it revealed that the Rick and Morty viewers follow are not the same Rick and Morty from the pilot episode. The original Rick and Morty stayed behind in the Cronenberg dimension to face the consequences of their actions, while the Rick and Morty in every subsequent episode are technically different versions who took over a new family. Third, it demonstrated that Beth, Jerry, and Summer are also technically different characters than the family viewers met in the first 5 episodes. This creates a strange situation where Morty's family is not really his original biological family anymore, even though they are nearly identical to his family in almost every way possible. The show has referenced Rick Potion number 9 multiple times in later seasons. In the Season 2 episode 60 Minutes, Morty showed Summer the graves in the backyard where he and Rick buried their alternate selves. He used this revelation to convince Summer that nothing matters and existence is meaningless. In the Season 6 premiere Solarix, Rick's portal gun reset sent everyone back to their original dimensions, which meant Morty returned to the Cronenberg world. He discovered that the original Jerry had survived for years, but was killed by Rick Prime, and the original Beth had died from an infection. These callbacks show that the show takes its multiverse seriously and maintains continuity about which dimension characters come from, even when that information is not immediately relevant to current stories. The multiverse allows Rick and Morty to explore the same characters with infinite variations. The show has introduced countless versions of Rick, each with their own personality quirks and life circumstances. Doofus Rick from Dimension J, 19 Zeta 7, is considered the least intelligent Rick by other Ricks, though he is still smart enough to invent ovenless brownies. Other Ricks mock him constantly and spread rumors that he eats feces, though the show's creators confirmed this rumor is false. Doofus Rick never married and never had children, so his Morty was assigned from another dimension where everyone looks like Eric Stoltz from the movie Mask. Unlike most Ricks, Doofus Rick is genuinely kind and formed a real friendship with Jerry, making him perhaps the most emotionally healthy Rick viewers have encountered. Simple Rick appears in the Season 3 episode, Tales from the Citadel, in a commercial for Simple Rick's wafer cookies. This Rick chose family over science and found happiness in being a father to young Beth. However, other Ricks at the Citadel captured Simple Rick and imprisoned him in a wafer cookie factory. They force him to relive his happiest memory of giving Beth a birthday present over and over again, harvesting the brain chemicals produced by this happy memory and putting them into the cookies. This dark setup shows how the Citadel exploits Ricks who chose different paths in life. Cop Rick from the same episode represents another unusual variant, a Rick with an actual moral compass who becomes a police officer and tries to do the right thing. He partners with Cop Morty, a jaded and corrupt Morty who has seen too much darkness. Their partnership ends when Cop Morty kills a criminal and then kills Cop Rick to cover up his own corruption. The show has also featured Cowboy Rick, who dresses like a Western movie character, Wasp Rick, whose whole family became wasps and developed friendlier personalities as a result, and Toxic Rick, who was literally made of Rick's most toxic personality traits when they were separated at a spa. Each of these variants demonstrates that while all Ricks share certain base characteristics, their different life experiences and circumstances create vastly different outcomes. The existence of so many Rick variants raises philosophical questions about identity and nature versus nurture. If infinite versions of Rick exist across the multiverse, each one shaped by slightly different circumstances, then what makes any individual Rick special or unique? The multiverse concept also affects how the show approaches consequences and stakes. When characters can simply jump to a different dimension to escape problems, death and failure lose their usual meaning. The Season 4 episode, the Vat of Acid episode, explored this issue directly. Morty convinced Rick to build a device that would let him save a point in time and reset to that save point whenever he wanted, like saving progress in a video game. Rick built the device and Morty used it to commit crimes, pull pranks, and live without consequences. Morty even fell in love with a girl and spent months building a relationship with her, but when Jerry accidentally activated the device, Morty found himself reset to before they met. When Morty tried to recreate their relationship, everything went wrong and he accidentally overwrote the save point, losing any chance to return to his time with her. Morty apologized to Rick and admitted he learned a lesson about consequences. Then Rick revealed the horrible truth: the device never reset time. It killed Morty and transported his consciousness to an alternate dimension where that dimension's Morty took his place. Every time Morty pressed the button, he killed another version of himself across the multiverse. Rick then merged all these dimensions together, causing everyone Morty wronged in each reality to suddenly remember his crimes simultaneously. An angry mob descended on Rick's house demanding justice. Rick gave Morty only one escape option: jump into a fake vat of acid to fake his death, the exact plan Morty had mocked at the episode's beginning. After Morty complied, Rick revealed they had been in an alternate dimension the entire time, because Rick did not want to waste their home dimension just to prove a point. The Vat of Acid episode won an Emmy Award and demonstrated how the show can use the multiverse to create genuine consequences, even in a reality where consequences seem impossible. Rick Prime represents the darkest aspect of the multiverse. He killed Diane and Beth in Rick C. 137's dimension, setting Rick on his decades-long revenge quest. Rick Prime invented portal gun technology and traveled the multiverse, convincing other Ricks to abandon families. When C-137 refused, preferring his wife and daughter, Rick Prime murdered them with a bomb through a portal. C-137 spent 30 years hunting Rick Prime, killing countless other Ricks. Rick Prime built the Omega device, a weapon erasing someone from every dimension across the multiverse. He used this device to kill Diane in every reality, explaining why viewers never saw a Diane variant. In Season 7 episode, Unspoken, C-137 finally killed Rick Prime after teaming with evil Morty. C-137 beat Rick Prime to death, achieving his revenge but losing his life's purpose. The multiverse in Rick and Morty is carefully structured reality where Ricks shape the rules to benefit themselves. The central finite curve functions as a cosmic prison, keeping Morty's trapped, serving Rick while maintaining the illusion that Rick's supremacy is universal. The show explores philosophical questions about identity, free will, and whether life has meaning when infinite versions of every event exist. The multiverse presents meaninglessness, but the show argues meaning emerges from specific choices and relationships defining individual experiences. This tension between infinite possibility and finite experience drives Rick and Morty's philosophical storytelling. The multiverse remains the defining concept of Rick and Morty. It shapes every adventure, influences every character decision, and provides the framework for the show's exploration of existence, identity, and meaning. From the central finite curve to the death of Rick Prime, from the Cronenberg dimension to the Citadel of Ricks, the multiverse creates both freedom and constraint, both possibility and consequence. It allows for infinite stories while maintaining continuity and emotional stakes. It makes Rick nearly omnipotent while trapping him in a cosmic structure of his own design. The acknowledgement of infinite realities and countless versions of Rick and Morty is not just a creative gimmick. It is the core of what makes Rick and Morty philosophically ambitious and emotionally resonant despite its cynical surface. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to how the show is created by a surprisingly small writer's room, a very, very tiny team where everyone has to carry a huge amount of the workload. A tiny writer's room responsible for one of TV's most complex animated shows. Rick and Morty runs on a surprisingly small team of writers. The show's co-creator Dan Harmon once described the setup in simple terms. The writing team was a very, very tiny little writer's room with a lot of heavy lifting from everybody. This is unusual for a show that became one of cable television's most watched comedies. Most animated series rely on much larger teams. Rick and Morty took a different path from the start. The show premiered on Adult Swim in December 2013. Justin Roiland and Dan Harmon created it together. Roiland had made an animated short film that parodied Back to the Future. He showed it at Channel 101, a short film festival that Harmon helped create. The two decided to turn the concept into a full series. Adult Swim gave them money and 2 weeks to write the pilot episode called Help Wanted. Harmon and Roiland, along with Nick Jennings, came back with a pitch that impressed the network executives so much they needed to step outside. The executives said they were exhausted from laughing. When Rick and Morty started production on its first season, the writing staff consisted of 7 people. Justin Roiland and Dan Harmon led the team as co-creators. Tom Kaufman, Ryan Ridley, Wade Randolph, and Eric Acosta joined them as staff writers. Mike McMahon worked as a writer's assistant, but also received writing credit for his contributions. This group of 7 people created all 11 episodes of Season 1. The team stayed relatively small compared to other animated shows on major networks. Harmon had experience running a writer's room from his previous show, Community, on NBC. He noticed major differences between the two setups. The Rick and Morty writer's room looked similar to the Community room physically. Both rooms even had the same style of whiteboards and workspace layout. But Harmon pointed out that the Rick and Morty writing staff was significantly smaller than Community's team. He also described the Rick and Morty room as more rough and tumble verbally. This meant the writers engaged in more direct, unfiltered discussions about ideas. Everyone had to contribute more, because there were fewer people to share the workload. The writing staff operates differently than most television productions in another important way. Like many Adult Swim shows, Rick and Morty's writers are not unionized with the Writers Guild of America. This non-union status affects how the show handles contracts, benefits, and working conditions. The situation changed somewhat in 2022 when production staff members at Rick and Morty filed a petition for a union election. These production workers included production managers, production supervisors, design assistants, casting assistants, storyboard coordinators, and office production coordinators. They wanted to join the Animation Guild to negotiate for better benefits and working conditions. Adult Swim and the parent studios initially declined to voluntarily recognize the union. The production workers then filed with the National Labor Relations Board to hold an election. The actual writing process at Rick and Morty follows a specific structure that Harmon developed. The writers first meet together as a group to discuss ideas. These brainstorming sessions include personal anecdotes from the writers' lives and thoughts about science fiction concepts. The team uses 3 large boards in the writers' room. One board holds general high-concept story ideas. Another board contains the story outline using Dan Harmon's story circle method. The third board breaks down the episode into acts and scenes. Dan Harmon created a storytelling tool called the Story Circle that the writers use for almost every episode. The Story Circle simplifies Joseph Campbell's hero's journey from 17 steps down to just 8 steps. Campbell's hero's journey is a template that describes common patterns in myths and stories from around the world. Harmon wanted something simpler that he could use quickly in a television writer's room. He developed his story circle in the late 990 seconds when he felt stuck on a project. The 8 steps form a circle that shows how a character changes through their adventure. The 8 steps of the story circle are simple. Step 1 shows the character in their comfort zone, their normal world. Step 2 reveals what the character wants or needs. Step 3 has the character go somewhere or do something new to get what they want. Step 4 is the search, where the character looks for their goal. Step 5 is finding it and getting what they wanted. Step 6 shows the price of getting what they wanted, usually a negative consequence. Step 7 has the character return to where they started. Step 8 shows how the character has changed from their experience. Harmon uses the story circle for both the main plot and subplots in each episode. In the Season 2 episode Morty Night Run, Harmon showed how the story circle works for 2 different storylines. Morty's main story follows all 8 steps when he tries to save an alien named Fart. Jerry's subplot also follows the same 8 steps when he gets dropped off at a daycare center for Jerry characters. The story circle creates structure, but allows for creativity and surprises. Harmon has explained that this method removes all the hard and repeated work from the task of breaking a story. After the writers discuss ideas and settle on a concept, they break the story together. Breaking a story means developing its consistency and creating a logical beginning, middle, and conclusion. The writers make sure the plot makes sense, and the characters act in believable ways. Once the team breaks the story, they assign a writer to create a 2-page outline. This outline includes the basic plot points, but not the detailed dialogue or jokes. The outline then goes to a team of storyboard directors. These directors produce a complete rough draft of the storyboard. A storyboard is a series of drawings that shows what happens in each scene, like a comic book version of the episode. One method the storyboard artists used was post-it notes. They would draw scenes on post-it notes and arrange them on boards to test different sequences. Most of the dialogue and jokes get added during this storyboard stage. The storyboard directors add funny lines, visual gags, and character moments. Writer and storyboard director Sean Brookshire said this process resembles how cartoons were made in the early days of animation. Roiland does considerable improvisation when recording dialogue. He wants the characters to feel natural and spontaneous. This improvisation adds another layer of creativity after the storyboard is complete. The voice recording sessions include the full cast of actors in the same room together. Voice actor Tom Kenny, who worked on the show, described this as old radio show style recording. Having everyone in the room at the same time allows the actors to play off each other's energy and timing. The writing pace could be surprisingly quick. Meriwether Williams, a writer on the show, explained in an interview that she and Mr. Lawrence would write a draft for an episode in an afternoon. They would finish their work by 4 p.m. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the writers worked remotely via Zoom from 10:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. with a 2-hour lunch break. Showrunner Scott Marder initially worried that a comedy writing room could not exist via Zoom. The writers proved him wrong, though he noted that jokes that failed would land with a particular Zoom thud. Harmon said the remote rooms were more efficient but less fun than working together in person. The small team size meant each writer had to do more work. When Harmon described it as heavy lifting from everybody, he meant that everyone needed to contribute significantly. In a larger writer's room, some writers might specialize in certain tasks or contribute less frequently. With only 6 or 7 writers, Rick and Morty could not afford to have anyone sit back. Every writer needed to pitch ideas, help break stories, give feedback, and solve problems when scripts ran into trouble. This intense collaborative environment created the show's unique voice, but also required serious commitment from everyone involved. The show made a major change for Season 3 by hiring 4 new female writers. This created a gender-balanced writers' room for the first time with 3 men and 3 women. The new writers were Jane Becker, Erica Rosby, Sarah Carbiner, and Jessica Gao. Harmon explained his philosophy about balanced writers' rooms in an interview. He said the goal is not just getting women into the room, but having gender balance. When nobody outnumbers anybody else, Harmon said. Nobody represents any gender, and nobody's an ambassador to anything. This balance allowed all the writers to pitch ideas more freely without feeling like they had to represent their gender. The gender-balanced room affected the show's content. Harmon and Roiland noticed that both the men and the women could increase their attention on the female characters Beth and Summer. Before Season 3, in the all-male writers' room, the writers would second-guess themselves when writing stories for Summer. They would wonder if they understood how teenage girls actually think and behave. With a mixed room, the writers felt freer to pitch random ideas without worrying about gender representation. This freedom resulted in better stories for Beth and Summer in Season 3. Rick and Morty's small writing team approach had limits. The show became known for long gaps between seasons. After Season 2 ended in 2015, Season 3 did not premiere until 2017. Part of this delay happened because Harmon took a break to work on other projects. The small team size also meant the show could not produce episodes as quickly as series with larger staffs. In 2018, Adult Swim ordered 70 new episodes in a long-term deal. Roiland said this big order would help them minimize the gaps between seasons to no more than a year because they could better schedule their time. The 2023 Writers Guild strike further delayed production. The 8th season would not release until 2025 because of the strike's impact on the production schedule. These delays frustrated fans who wanted more episodes faster. However, the small team and careful story development process helped create the show's distinctive quality. Rick and Morty became praised for fitting feature film amounts of plot into 21-minute episodes. The dense storytelling and complex narratives became a hallmark of the show's style. The small writer's room approach influenced other shows in the animation industry. Several former Rick and Morty writers went on to create their own animated series. Mike McMahon, who started as a writer's assistant on Season 1, became a showrunner for later seasons. He later co-created Solar Opposites with Justin Roiland and created Star Trek: Lower Decks. Writer Michael Waldron went on to write major Marvel Cinematic Universe projects including Loki, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, and future Avengers films. Jeff Loveness became a writer for Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania. These writers have joked about cashing in on our Rick and Morty street cred. The show's success with a tiny team proved that animated comedies do not require massive writing staffs to succeed. Rick and Morty won Emmy Awards for Outstanding Animated Program multiple times. It became one of the most watched television comedies for adults between 18 and 24 years old. The small team created something that resonated with millions of viewers worldwide. The intensive collaborative process where everyone does heavy lifting produced remarkably consistent quality across seasons. The non-union status of the writing staff remains a point of discussion in the animation industry. While the production workers filed to unionize in 2022, the writers themselves stayed non-unionized. This arrangement is common at Adult Swim, but different from major network shows where writers typically belong to the Writers Guild. The non-union status affects working conditions, benefits, and job security. Some industry observers see this as a negative aspect of Adult Swim's production model, while others point out it allows for more flexible and experimental approaches to television production. The Rick and Morty Writers' Room shows that television production can work with much smaller teams than traditional models suggest. 7 writers created a show that competed with and often surpassed programs made by much larger staffs. The key seems to be having talented people who work well together and commit fully to the collaborative process. Every person contributing heavily creates a shared ownership of the work. The small team size means less bureaucracy and faster decision-making. Ideas can move quickly from pitch to storyboard without passing through many layers of approval. This approach to animation writing has changed industry expectations. New shows now see Rick and Morty's model as proof that small can be powerful. The story circle technique that Harmon developed has spread beyond Rick and Morty. Other writers study and use Harmon's 8-step method for their own projects. The emphasis on character change and emotional growth within comedy has influenced how other animated sitcoms approach storytelling. Rick and Morty proved that animated comedies aimed at adults could be both funny and emotionally complex with sophisticated narrative structures. Now we have 2 hours of Rick and Morty forgotten facts to fall asleep to. Tier 1. Surface level. The first fact we're looking at is Mr. Poopy Butthole getting married between seasons. After surviving Beth's bullet to the chest in Total Recall because she thought he was a memory parasite, he wasn't. This little yellow guy went through months of physical therapy, recovered, and somehow found love. His wife Amy first shows up in the post-credits scene of Season 3's finale, The Rick-Churian Morty Date, casually feeding their baby like it's totally normal that a species we know nothing about reproduced. With someone. The entire romantic arc happens off-screen, which is peak Rick and Morty energy. We see him struggling through physical therapy in that gut-wrenching scene where he can barely walk and tells the doctor he hopes the family doesn't feel bad. They absolutely should. Then the show completely forgets about him for 2 seasons. Between Season 2 and Season 5, Mr. Poopy Butthole meets someone, falls in love, gets married, and has a kid. Season 5's How Poopy Got His Poop Back reveals Amy actually has a restraining order against him. Turns out being married to someone with gunshot trauma doesn't automatically make for stability. Their marriage fell apart, Amy took the kid, and Mr. Poopy Butthole is living in a depressing apartment trying to figure out his life. So his big happy ending? Yeah, that collapsed too. He survived memory parasites and being shot, found happiness, and lost it all. The restraining order means he can't even see his own kid. His entire life happens in post-credit scenes and brief appearances spanning maybe 15 minutes total across multiple seasons. Moving on to The Devil's Shop and its cursed items. Season 1's Something Rick This Way Comes introduces us to Needful Things, a creepy antique shop run by the literal Devil Mister. Needful, voiced by Alfred Molina, doing his best, "Trust me, I'm evil" voice. The shop gives people exactly what they want with horrifying monkey's paw consequences attached. Summer gets a job there because it pays, and the devil treats her with respect, which is more than her family does most days. Ooh. The episode shows maybe 5 or 6 cursed items. There's a typewriter that makes you a brilliant writer, but removes all your physical beauty. A microscope that lets you see everything but drives you insane with obsession. exercise equipment that gets you jacked but turns you into a violent rage monster, standard cursed object stuff that wouldn't be out of place in a Goosebumps book. But here's the thing everyone forgets. If you pause and actually look at the shelves in that store, there are literally hundreds of items visible in the background. Each one presumably has its own horrible twist ending attached. Rick opens Curse Purge Plus across the street and scientifically removes curses from the devil's items, which is the most chaotic, neutral move possible. He's helping people, but only to spite someone he doesn't like. The competition escalates until Rick literally works out and gets ripped just to beat up the devil in a fistfight set to X Gon Give It To Ya by DMX. This show peaks early and often. During all the curse removing and devil punching, dozens of background items appear that never get explained. Rick's curse removal lab is packed with weird artifacts. You can spot what looks like a haunted doll, ornate chalices, old books definitely containing forbidden knowledge, and various objects that would fuel their own horror stories. After Rick wins and the devil leaves town, all those cursed items just exist somewhere now. Did Rick destroy them, sell them, add them to his garage collection of dangerous garbage? The show moves on immediately and never mentions any of it again. Switching gears to character development, Jessica having a whole character arc in Season 4 gets slept on hard. For 3 seasons, Jessica existed as popular girl Morty has a crush on. She's nice to Morty sometimes, dates Brad, gets caught up in Rick and Morty's chaos occasionally. That's it. She's more of a motivation device than an actual character with thoughts and feelings. Season 4 changes this, starting with the Vat of Acid episode, where during the fake death montage, we see Morty and Jessica actually date in a timeline that eventually gets erased. The key development happens in Childrick of Mort, where Jessica reveals she's been thinking about mortality and the meaninglessness of existence. She's essentially having an existential crisis, which tracks for someone who's been adjacent to Rick and Morty's adventures. She tells Morty she's been reading philosophy, trying to figure out what life means. That's way more depth than I'm the popular girl at school ever provided. Throughout Season 4, Jessica appears less as crush bait and more as someone aware of the sci-fi weirdness happening around her. She's processing the fact that her high school experience involves death crystals, dinosaurs, and whatever else Morty accidentally exposed her to. She's smart enough to start asking uncomfortable questions about reality, which makes her actually interesting. She straight up discusses death and meaninglessness with Morty, who's extremely into this because shared existential dread is apparently his love language. They have actual conversations about real things, instead of Morty just stammering through asking her to homecoming. It's character development, growth, depth, all the things we pretend we want from television. Then Season 5 happens, and Jessica basically disappears. She shows up for maybe 2 scenes. Her philosophical awakening gets shelved. The show moves on to evil Morty, destroying the Citadel and Rick dealing with his dead wife trauma. By Seasons 6 and 7, Jessica's back to being a background character who occasionally reminds us she exists, dating someone else, living her life completely separate from Morty's. Speaking of characters hiding in plain sight, Tammy Guterman being in background shots before The Wedding Squanchers is one of those details that's obvious in hindsight but easy to miss on first watch. Everyone knows Tammy as the most hated character in Rick and Morty for betraying Bird Person and revealing herself as a deep-cover Galactic Federation agent. The Wedding Massacre at the end of Season 2 remains one of the show's biggest gut punches. But Tammy doesn't just appear out of nowhere in that finale. She's been hanging around in the background of school scenes since Season 1. If you go back and watch episodes like Raising Gazorpazorp or Rixie Business, Tammy's visible in crowd shots and hallway scenes at Harry Herpson High School. She's just another student in Summer's orbit, completely unremarkable. The show plants her early as a background extra, then slowly brings her forward. Summer mentions having a friend named Tammy a few times before we actually meet her properly. By the time The Wedding Squanchers rolls around, Tammy's been established as Summer's friend for long enough that her presence at Bird Person's wedding feels natural. She's been to the Smith house. She knows the family. She's exactly the kind of person who'd get invited to a weird alien wedding. The betrayal hits harder because Tammy spent real time embedded in Summer's life. She went to parties, hung out at school, probably helped Summer with homework or whatever teenagers do. Then she pulls out a gun, shoots Bird Person multiple times, and reveals the entire Galactic Federation is crashing the party to arrest everyone. The casual nature of her infiltration makes it worse. She's just a regular teenager until she's definitely, absolutely something else. Going back through early episodes, knowing what Tammy becomes adds this paranoid edge to every scene she's in, even when she's just standing in a hallway doing nothing. On the technology front, Rick's car running on something related to Morty's brainwaves is one of those throwaway details that has massive implications the show never fully explores. In Season 2's The Ricks Must Be Crazy, Rick explains his car battery is actually a microverse, a tiny universe where intelligent beings unknowingly generate power for his vehicle. The whole episode is Rick dealing with the microverse's inhabitants realizing they're being exploited. But here's the detail that gets glossed over. Rick mentions at one point that Morty's brainwaves are somehow involved in the whole setup. The show never explains exactly how Morty's brain connects to Rick's car battery, or why Rick needs Morty's specific brainwaves for anything related to vehicle operation. We know from other episodes that Morty's brainwaves are useful for cloaking Rick's genius brainwaves from detection by enemies and the Council of Ricks. Morty's dumb enough that his brain activity cancels out Rick's when they're together, making them invisible to scanners looking for Rick's distinctive genius signature. But the car thing adds another layer. Is the car somehow tied to Morty specifically? Does it only work properly when Morty's nearby? Rick builds these incredibly complex systems and barely explains them, which tracks for his character. He's too smart and too drunk to waste time clarifying how his inventions work to people he considers idiots. The microverse plotline dominates that episode, but the Morty brainwave connection just sits there unexplained. Later episodes show the car has its own AI that can operate independently, as seen when it brutally murders people to keep Summer safe, while Rick and Morty are in the microverse. That AI is terrifyingly competent and definitely doesn't need Morty's brainwaves for anything. So, what's the actual connection? The show drops this detail, then never picks it back up, leaving us to wonder if Morty's stuck as Rick's biological car key somehow. Here's a weird one that'll make you do a double take on rewatches. Photography Raptor appearing 3 times total across the series is the kind of background character consistency that's easy to miss. This alien creature, which is literally a velociraptor with a camera around its neck, first shows up in Total Recall as one of the memory parasites. It's visible in several shots during the episode, taking pictures and making raptor noises, being generally unobtrusive in the way you'd expect a dinosaur photographer to be, which is a sentence that only makes sense in Rick and Morty. The joke is simple. It's a raptor that takes photos. That's the entire bit. But here's the thing. Photography Raptor keeps appearing. In The Wedding Squanchers, Photography Raptor shows up at Bird Person's wedding taking pictures of guests. It's the same character design, same camera, same general vibe. This means Photography Raptor either survived Total Recall by being one of the real people in the house the whole time, unlikely given the reveal at the episode's end, or there are multiple Photography Raptors in the universe and they're all into documenting events. The third appearance happens in background shots during Citadel episodes. A Photography Raptor can be spotted in the Ricklantis mix-up, wandering around the Citadel, presumably taking pictures of government buildings or whatever passes for tourism there. The consistency suggests Photography Raptors are either a common species in the Rick and Morty universe, or the same specific raptor gets around a lot for photo opportunities. Either way, this alien dinosaur photographer has more appearances than some human characters, and nobody ever comments on it being weird. Everyone just accepts that raptors with cameras exist, and they're apparently very good at their jobs because they keep getting hired for major events. Now let's talk about something genuinely dark. The Vindicators dying because Rick planned it while blackout drunk remains one of the darkest jokes the show ever commits to. Season 3's Vindicators 3. The Return of Worldender reveals Rick got blackout drunk before a previous Vindicators mission and spent that time setting up an elaborate Saw-style death trap for the entire superhero team. The episode opens with Rick and Morty joining the Vindicators to stop Worldender, this massive universe-threatening villain. They teleport to Worldender's base only to discover he's already dead and the whole place is rigged with Rick's traps. Drunk Rick recorded video messages explaining he set this up because he knew the Vindicators would take credit for defeating Worldender, even though Rick would do all the actual work. The traps are specifically designed to exploit each team member's personality flaws and insecurities. Million Ants dies to a bug zapper with a fake superhero name on it, making him confront his irrelevance. Alan Rails gets put in a situation where he has to either kill his ex-wife Supernova or die himself, and he chooses death because he's still in love with her. Crocubot gets melted with acid. The whole thing's a murder mystery, where Drunk Rick is both victim and killer, forcing the Vindicators to play his game while slowly realizing their dead teammates' blood is on Rick's hands metaphorically. Though probably literally too, somewhere. The worst part is, Rick doesn't even remember doing it. Sober Rick watches the video messages with everyone else, learning what Drunk Rick planned. At one point, Drunk Rick admits on tape he doesn't know if the Vindicators actually did something to deserve this or if he's just being petty. He might be killing them for no reason beyond being bored and drunk, which is somehow more horrifying than if they'd actually wronged him. Morty spends the episode increasingly disturbed by how casually Rick murders superheroes for sport while inebriated. Let's shift to something that sounds innocent until you actually count it up. Morty's confirmed kill count being 47 plus on-screen is way higher than most people remember. This 14-year-old kid has directly caused dozens of deaths across the series, and that's just counting the ones we actually see. Season 1 alone racks up a body count. In Me Seeks and Destroy, Morty murders Mr. Jellybean after the attempted sexual assault in the tavern bathroom, though that one's justified self-defense. In Rick Potion number 9, Morty doesn't personally kill anyone, but he's complicit in leaving an entire planet full of Cronenberg monsters to die slowly, including his original family. Season 2 gets worse. Look Who's Purging Now has Morty going on a murder spree with weapons Rick provides, killing purgers and being disturbingly good at violence. He takes to killing with way too much ease, which worries Rick momentarily before they both move on. In The Wedding Squanchers, Morty shoots several Galactic Federation agents during the escape from Bird Person's wedding. Season 3 continues the trend. The Ricklantis mix-up shows Cop Morty killing his partner after said partner murders his Morty, though that's another justified situation. Throughout various episodes, Morty kills aliens, monsters, robots, and occasionally humans either directly or as collateral damage from Rick's schemes. The show treats this casually because Rick and Morty operates on cartoon logic where death doesn't carry real weight unless the plot demands it. But if you actually count up every on-screen kill Morty's responsible for, the number lands somewhere around 47 minimum, and that's being conservative. It doesn't count the times Morty's accidentally caused deaths through incompetence or the countless beings who died because of situations Morty helped create. The show occasionally acknowledges this, like when characters point out Morty's way too comfortable with violence for a teenager. But mostly, it's just background noise in a series where murder happens as frequently as scene transitions. And if you're enjoying the video so far, subscribe to our channel. Tier 2, Below the Surface. Diving into Beth's messed up childhood. Beth's childhood friend Tommy, existing in The ABCs of Beth, creates this uncomfortable question about what was real in Beth's childhood versus what she made up. The episode reveals Beth created Fruipyland, a fantasy world inside a cereal box, when she was young. She trapped her childhood friend Tommy in Fruipyland and forgot about him, leaving him to survive alone in a nightmare dimension for decades. Adult Tommy has become this muscular, deranged man who's built an entire civilization of living beings he created through incest with creatures he spawned from his own DNA. When Beth returns to Fruipyland, Tommy's immediately hostile because from his perspective, Beth abandoned him in hell and moved on with her life. He spent 30+ years surviving in a place where everything wants to kill him, forced to become a warrior and mad scientist just to stay alive. Beth doesn't even remember trapping him there until Rick forces her to confront what she did. The episode heavily implies Beth trapped Tommy deliberately because he witnessed her killing another child or doing something violent, and Fruppyland was her solution to having a witness she couldn't otherwise silence. Tommy being real means Beth's childhood was way darker than even she remembers. The casual way she discusses possibly having murdered multiple childhood friends suggests this wasn't an isolated incident. Rick had to create Fruppyland in the first place because Beth kept asking for disturbing things that required their own pocket dimension. The fact that Tommy survived and thrived in Fruppyland, creating an entire ecosystem through his own genetic material, raises questions about what kind of technology Rick gave young Beth access to. By the episode's end, Beth apologizes and releases Tommy, who's so traumatized he can barely function in normal society. The show treats this as another example of how being Rick's daughter fundamentally broke Beth's psychology from childhood. Building on that same episode, Fruppyland's creation date and Beth's age when Rick made it adds disturbing context to their relationship. In the ABCs of Beth, Rick mentions he created Fruppyland when Beth was young, somewhere around 8 to 10 years old, based on flashback imagery. This means Rick was actively around during Beth's childhood, at least long enough to recognize his daughter needed a fantasy dimension because she was demonstrating concerning behavior. The episode shows young Beth asking Rick to make Fruppyland, and Rick complies despite clearly knowing it's a bad idea. He builds her an entire pocket universe where she can do whatever she wants without consequences, giving a violent child unlimited power and no supervision. That's S-tier parenting right there, said absolutely nobody, ever. The timeline gets messier when you consider Rick supposedly abandoned Beth when she was young and didn't return until she was an adult with kids. But if he stuck around long enough to build Fruppyland when Beth was 8 or 9, that means he bailed sometime after that. He was present for the early years when Beth's personality was forming, and when she most needed parental guidance, then left once he'd already damaged her. Or maybe he left and came back specifically to build Fruppyland because Beth's behavior was getting so bad that Jerry's parents called him for help. The show never clarifies the exact timeline. What we know is Rick enabled Beth's worst tendencies as a child by giving her access to a consequence-free universe where she could act out violent fantasies. Fruppyland represents Rick's parenting philosophy in physical form. Give someone infinite freedom and see what happens, even if that someone is a child who shouldn't have access to that much power. The fact that Beth trapped Tommy there and forgot about him for decades shows exactly what happens when you give a kid like young Beth unlimited control. Circling back to the pilot episode, the specific alien species at interdimensional customs never gets explained or referenced again. When Rick and Morty go through customs at the intergalactic security checkpoint, Rick's words, they encounter bug-like aliens working as customs agents. These creatures have this insectoid appearance with multiple eyes and mandibles, wearing official-looking uniforms and checking people's declaration forms. The whole sequence is a direct parody of airport security, complete with bureaucratic nonsense and invasive searches. Rick has mega seeds hidden in his coat and makes Morty hide more mega seeds in his rectum to smuggle them through, leading to that incredibly uncomfortable scene where Morty has to walk with seeds up his ass while going through security. The customs aliens scan them, ask questions, and generally be as annoying as possible before Rick gets frustrated and causes a scene that lets them escape. But here's the thing. Those specific aliens never appear again anywhere in the series. Most alien species in Rick and Morty show up multiple times across different episodes. We see Gromflamites, Gear People, Zigguarians, and various other species repeatedly. But the customs aliens? One appearance, never mentioned again. They're not at the Citadel. They don't show up in any Galactic Federation scenes. They're not at any spaceports or checkpoints in later episodes. Either they're from a very specific dimension that Rick never visits again, or the show just forgot about them after the pilot. Given how much the pilot differs from later episodes in tone and style, it's likely these customs aliens were a one-off design that didn't fit the show's later aesthetic. They're just competent enough at their jobs to almost catch Rick smuggling contraband, but they exist in this weird limbo where they're canon but also completely irrelevant to everything that comes after. On the subject of blink and you miss it details, Hemorrhage being voiced by Bill Hader is one of those celebrity cameos the show throws in casually. Hemorrhage appears in Vindicators 3, The Return of Worldender, as one of the Vindicators team members, this superhero who looks like a giant blob of animated blood. He has maybe 3 lines total in the episode before getting killed by one of Rick's traps. Bill Hader voices this character for literally 90 seconds of screen time, if that. The show doesn't make a big deal about it in the episode itself, though the credits list Hader's involvement. This is peak Rick and Morty energy, getting a relatively famous comedian and actor to voice a character who immediately dies and barely speaks. Hader's voiced other characters on the show too, playing various background aliens and bit parts, but Hemorrhage is probably his most substantial role despite lasting less than 2 minutes. The character himself is memorable for his design. He's blood in superhero form, which is gross and cool, but his actual contribution to the plot is minimal. He exists to die in Rick's murder trap labyrinth alongside most of the other Vindicators. The casualness of using celebrity voice actors for throwaway characters becomes a running thing in the series. The show can afford big names for small parts because celebrities apparently want to be on Rick and Morty, even if it means voicing a character who exists for one scene, then gets murdered. It's the opposite of most animated shows that try to maximize celebrity appearances, making them recurring characters or major roles to justify the cost. Rick and Morty says, here's Bill Hader as a blood monster who dies immediately, and somehow that works perfectly. Continuing with forgotten side characters, Nancy the intern's complete subplot in Anatomy Park is easy to forget because the episode has so much going on. The main plot involves Rick shrinking Morty down and injecting him into a homeless man named Ruben to explore Anatomy Park, a theme park built inside a human body. Nancy is Dr. Bloom's intern, working at the park alongside other staff members. She's nervous, inexperienced, and clearly in over her head when things go wrong. The park security systems fail, releasing all the deadly diseases being kept as exhibits, and the crew has to escape before Ruben's body fully dies. Nancy spends most of the episode panicking and trying to survive alongside Morty, Poncho, Roger, Annie, and Dr. Bloom. She's the team member who dies first, getting killed by hepatitis A in the haunted liver attraction. Her death happens early enough that some viewers forget she existed at all. The episode doesn't dwell on it. 1 second Nancy's there, the next she's being mauled by an animated disease monster, and then the survivors keep moving. There's no funeral, no moment of silence, just immediate acceptance that Nancy's gone and they need to focus on not dying next. This casual treatment of death, especially for named characters who seem important, defines Rick and Morty's approach to stakes. Nancy had a name, personality, role in the park's operations, and maybe 30 seconds of screen time before becoming a casualty. The episode suggests Dr. Bloom probably didn't pay her enough for this shit, because he definitely didn't, and her internship ended with her being dissolved by hepatitis A inside a dying homeless man's body. That's a hell of a way to go, and the show treats it with all the gravitas of someone dropping their phone in a toilet. Here's one that bothers people once they notice it. The Meeseeks box, having a design flaw Rick refuses to fix, is never explicitly stated, but heavily implied throughout Meeseeks and Destroy. Mr. Meeseeks are designed to complete one simple task then disappear, their entire existence revolving around fulfilling their purpose. They're friendly, helpful, and very motivated to stop existing because existing is pain for them. The longer a Meeseeks exists without completing its task, the more it suffers, eventually becoming unstable and violent. The episode's main conflict arises when Jerry asks a Meeseeks to help him take 2 strokes off his golf game. This seemingly simple task becomes impossible because Jerry's terrible at golf and refuses to accept basic advice. The original Meeseeks summons more Meeseeks to help, who summon even more, creating an army of increasingly distressed Meeseeks who've existed for hours trying to fix Jerry's golf swing. They start fighting among themselves, questioning their existence, and eventually try to kill Jerry because if he's dead, they technically completed the task by making it impossible for him to play golf anymore. Meeseeks' logic is airtight. Here's the thing. Rick designed the Meeseeks box knowing that Meeseeks suffer when they exist too long. He built them to feel pain from existence but didn't include any fail-safes for impossible tasks. There's no timer that makes them disappear after a certain period. There's no intelligence dampener that stops them from having existential crises. There's no kill switch if things go wrong. Rick just made these beings that are programmed to suffer if they can't complete their task, gave them the ability to summon more of themselves, and handed the box to his family without warnings beyond, keep the task simple. That's either spectacular oversight or deliberate cruelty, and given it's Rick, probably both. The Meeseeks box becomes symbolic of Rick's casual disregard for the suffering he creates. He could fix the design, add safety features, or just not give his family access to it. Instead, he lets the situation play out, barely intervening even when Jerry's about to get murdered by a Meeseeks mob. The box appears in later episodes occasionally, but never becomes a plot point again, suggesting Rick learned nothing and the family learned to just not use it for complex tasks. Let's talk about a running gag that's actually sophisticated world building. Squanchy's language being translatable through context is one of the show's better jokes that people miss because it's not explained directly. Squanchy appears in multiple episodes as Rick's friend, this cat-like alien who speaks primarily in variations of the word squanch. At first glance, it seems like a Smurf situation where one word gets used for everything. But the show establishes in The Wedding Squanchers that Squanchy's species has an entire language based on context rather than literal translation. When Rick's giving a speech at Bird Person's wedding, he explains that Squanchy culture is more contextual than literal. You just say what's in your squanch, and people understand. This means when Squanchy says, "I'm gonna squanch my family" in an earlier episode, everyone's shocked reaction makes sense, because he just said something wildly inappropriate that only makes sense in context. The word squanch apparently can mean anything depending on tone, situation, and intent. It's simultaneously a greeting, a verb, a noun, an adjective, and probably a few other things grammar teachers haven't invented names for yet. Throughout his appearances, Squanchy uses squanch in different contexts, and other characters understand him perfectly. When he says ensquanché to someone, it's clearly a greeting similar to enchanté in French. When he talks about squanching at his place, it means partying or hanging out. When he's fighting during the wedding massacre, his squanching takes on aggressive tones that communicate threat and violence. The show plays this completely straight, expecting viewers to pick up meaning from context clues the way characters in-universe do. It's actually impressive world building disguised as a stupid joke. Squanchy's entire language system exists and functions, it just sounds ridiculous to outsiders. Later episodes show other members of Squanchy's species, and they all communicate the same way, confirming this is how their language actually works. The joke has layers that most viewers miss because they're busy laughing at the word squanch being used in increasingly inappropriate contexts. Returning to dream logic for a moment, Mr. Goldenfold's scary Terry nightmare in Lawnmower Dog creates this whole subplot that's weirder than people remember. Rick and Morty enter Mr. Goldenfold's dreams to inception him into giving Morty better grades. Inside Goldenfold's dream, they encounter Scary Terry, a legally safe knockoff of Freddy Krueger with tiny swords instead of knife fingers who can travel through dreams and kills people by scaring them. Scary Terry chases Rick and Morty through multiple layers of dreams, each one more bizarre than the last. They go from an airplane dream into Mrs. Pancake's sex dungeon dream, then into a centaur's nightmare, and finally into Scary Terry's own dreams. The logic of how dreams work in this episode is incredibly specific. You can die in someone else's dream, and it kills you in real life. Dreams move at 1/100th the speed of reality. You can inception someone by going into their dream and planting ideas. And apparently, if someone falls asleep inside a dream, you can go into their dream, creating nested dreams like Russian dolls made of subconscious nonsense. Scary Terry ends up having his own nightmares about being late to school and not wearing pants, which is somehow more relatable than anything else in the episode. Rick and Morty help Scary Terry overcome his school anxiety, and Terry becomes their friend, killing Mr. Goldenfold's dream avatar to complete the inception. The whole sequence is this weird mix of Inception parody and a Nightmare on Elm Street reference that somehow works despite making no logical sense. The episode establishes these elaborate rules for how dreams work, uses them for exactly one adventure, then never returns to dream mechanics again. Rick mentions he has dream inceptors as technology but never uses them in later episodes, even when they'd be incredibly useful. The Scary Terry subplot exists in this isolated bubble, where the show cared deeply about dream logic for 20 minutes, then immediately stopped caring. Wrapping up with some deep cuts, Gene, the Yakuza boss, appearing twice is such a minor detail most people never notice. Gene shows up briefly in a couple of episodes as this crime boss character with Yakuza connections. His first appearance is forgettable, maybe a background shot or brief speaking role, establishing he's connected to organized crime in the Rick and Morty universe. The second appearance confirms he exists in continuity and isn't just a one-off visual gag. He's there, doing crime boss things, probably threatening someone or making deals. The show treats him like he matters to whatever's happening in those specific scenes, then completely forgets he exists. Gene never becomes a recurring antagonist. He doesn't get a character arc or redemption storyline. He's just a Yakuza boss who exists in 2 episodes, reminding us that organized crime apparently operates the same way across dimensions, and nobody thinks that's worth exploring further. Most viewers couldn't tell you Gene's name without looking it up, even after watching the series multiple times. He's the definition of a background character who got just enough screen time to have a name, but not enough to matter. The fact that someone working on the show thought, yeah, bring back the Yakuza boss for one more scene, suggests there might have been plans to use him more that never materialized. Or maybe it's just random character consistency for the sake of world building. Either way, Gene exists in this forgotten corner of Rick and Morty lore where he's technically canon but functionally irrelevant. On a more technical note, the Plutonians being technically correct about planet status in Something Ricked This Way Comes is one of those jokes that works on multiple levels. Jerry gets abducted by aliens from Pluto because he's arguing that Pluto is still a planet despite the scientific community reclassifying it as a dwarf planet in 2006. King Flippynips and the Plutonian government love Jerry because his stance legitimizes their planet's status, which matters to them for economic reasons. The episode reveals Pluto's shrinking because corporations are mining plutonium from the planet's core, and the more they mine, the smaller Pluto gets. The Plutonian elite want to maintain planet status because acknowledging Pluto's shrinkage would mean admitting their corporate mining operations are literally destroying their world. Jerry becomes their useful idiot, a scientist, he's not, from Earth who validates their denial. The joke is that Jerry's right for the wrong reasons. Pluto is technically large enough to be called a planet by certain definitions. The scientific community changed the classification criteria, making Pluto a dwarf planet instead. So Jerry's technically correct that the classification change was somewhat arbitrary, but he doesn't understand the science behind it. He just liked learning the planets in 3rd grade and refuses to accept change. Meanwhile, Scroopy Noopers, amazing name, tries to show Morty the truth about the mining operations destroying Pluto's core, but Jerry's too invested in being right to care about the impending planetary collapse. The episode uses Pluto's reclassification as a metaphor for denying climate change or environmental destruction for economic reasons. King Flippynips and his government know they're destroying their planet but choose profit over survival, using Jerry's stubborn ignorance to justify their choices. By the end, Jerry admits Pluto's not a planet, and the Plutonian government's propaganda machine collapses. The whole civilization faces the reality that their world is dying because corporate greed matters more than planetary preservation. It's a kids' show. Finishing strong with some weird continuity, Aberdolf Linkler's complete origin and current fate represents one of Rick and Morty's most absurd ongoing mysteries. Rick created Aberdolf Linkler by combining the DNA of Abraham Lincoln and Adolf Hitler, attempting to create a morally neutral superleader. Instead, he created a cognitively dissonant mess of a person who talks about emancipating people while also wanting to eliminate inferior genes. Linkler first appears in Ricksy Business at a party Rick and Summer throw, showing up specifically to confront Rick about creating him. He rants about how conflicted his existence is, pointing out that half of him wants to free people and the other half wants to subjugate them, and Rick's responsible for this nightmare. The episode treats him as a joke at first, this guy with Lincoln's beard and Hitler's mustache wearing a combination of their aesthetics, speaking in contradictory philosophical statements. Then Brad picks a fight with him after Linkler accidentally says something racist, and Linkler gets beaten up because his Hitler half made his Lincoln half try to apologize in the worst possible way. Later in the episode, Linkler goes on a mission to find Calaxian crystals with Morty and Nancy. They're attacked by an alien creature, and Linkler fights it off heroically, getting mortally wounded in the process. He gives a dying speech about how he just wanted Rick's approval and love, revealing that underneath the absurd premise is genuine emotional pain about being created for someone's experiment and then abandoned. Then the episode reveals Linkler survived his injuries, except he's now being used as a sex toy by the testicle monsters that inhabit the planet. This show, I swear. Season 4's Never Ricking Morty brings Linkler back briefly in a non-canon story train scenario, where he and another abductee show up asking Rick for help. But Storylord interrupts before anything develops. That's the last we've seen of him. Linkler's current status is unknown. He's either still on that planet being traumatized by testicle monsters, or he escaped and is wandering the universe trying to figure out his purpose. The show set up this surprisingly emotional character with real depth, gave him a tragic arc about seeking paternal approval from his creator, then left him in the worst possible situation and moved on. That's a perfect encapsulation of Rick and Morty's approach to side characters, introduce them, make you care, then abandon them in cosmic horror scenarios without resolution. Linkler deserves better, but he's a genetic experiment made by a drunk scientist who doesn't care about his creation's well-being, so deserves better isn't really in the cards for him. Before we move on to the next tier, subscribe to our channel. Tier 3, Deep Water. Starting with something that'll make you pause every Citadel scene, every background, Citadel Rick has a visual backstory you can decode if you look closely enough. The Ricklantis mix-up is packed with Ricks wandering around doing their daily routines, and the animation team went absolutely feral with details. There's a Rick wearing a torn lab coat with specific chemical stains that match the toxic waste in Rest and Ricklaxation. Another Rick has a prosthetic arm that's clearly Gromflamite technology, suggesting he lost his original fighting the Federation and had to use enemy tech to replace it. You can spot a Rick with burn scars on half his face, a Rick with a cane that has portal gun components built into it, and one with bite marks on his neck, matching the alien spiders from The Ricks Must Be Crazy. The show doesn't draw attention to any of these details. Each background Rick represents a different adventure gone wrong, a different scar earned, a different trauma survived. Here's something that sounds impossible until you track it. The Rickshank Rickdemption Prison Breakout actually involved 47 dimensions based on visual evidence and dialogue clues. When Rick breaks out of the Galactic Federation prison, the episode shows him portal hopping through multiple realities to confuse his pursuers. If you count every distinct reality Rick visits during the breakout sequence, the number comes to 47 separate dimensions. The show moves so fast that most viewers see maybe 5 or 6 distinct realities and assume that's it. But if you slow down and count every time the background reality changes, you get 47 distinct dimensional hops. Some appear for less than a second, just a flash of weird alien architecture before Rick's already moving. This can't be coincidence because 47 shows up repeatedly throughout Rick and Morty. Morty's kill count is 47 plus. The Citadel was made from combining 47 dimensions. Getting into character detail that's easy to miss, Cop Rick and Cop Morty's full morning routine before their deaths is shown in complete detail. The Ricklantis mix-up opens with these two partners going through their daily ritual. Cop Rick makes coffee using a mug that says, "Morty's #1 partner," puts on his uniform following exact steps, checks his portal gun charge, holsters his weapon on his left hip because he's left-handed. Cop Morty shows up with breakfast sandwiches from Morty's Morning Grub, suggesting he's been getting breakfast there every morning for years. They have practiced small talk about Morty's wife and kids, establishing Cop Morty has a whole family waiting at home. The tragedy of their deaths hits harder when you realize this was just another normal morning. They weren't expecting danger. The morning routine was supposed to lead to another boring patrol day, not to Cop Morty discovering his partner is complicit in enslaved Morty torture. Digging into why specific memories matter, Simple Rick's memory, and why that specific moment was chosen, reveals horrific precision. The memory is Simple Rick watching his daughter play while eating homemade wafer cookies. It's described as the single happiest moment of his life, pure, uncomplicated joy. But here's what makes it specifically valuable. That memory contains zero complexity. Simple Rick isn't thinking about work, stress, or financial problems or relationship issues. He's achieved absolute presence, experiencing pure happiness without mental noise. That's incredibly rare for any Rick. Most happy memories have underlying tensions. This memory is happiness with nothing else attached. The wafer factory loops this moment eternally because it's the purest dopamine hit possible. The factory description mentions they searched through thousands of Ricks to find one with a memory this pure. They're taking the one thing that made Simple Rick's existence meaningful and converting it into a product while keeping him trapped in that loop forever. Moving into political manipulation tactics, campaign manager Morty's psychological warfare strategy is sophisticated enough that most viewers miss how calculated every move is. Every single action is designed to exploit the Citadel's class divisions and Rick's arrogance. He positions evil Morty as an outsider who will stand up to the Ricks, knowing Morty voters are desperate for representation and Rick voters will dismiss the threat. The campaign slogan, "A Morty for a Morty," promises Mortys they'll finally have one of their own while sounding harmless to Ricks. Campaign manager Morty stages photo ops at Morty schools and neighborhoods, building grassroots support while keeping evil Morty away from Rick-dominated media. The debate performance is pure manipulation. Evil Morty gives vague populist answers while his Rick opponent self-destructs by being dismissive. After the assassination attempt, campaign manager Morty uses it to paint evil Morty as persecuted, turning sympathy into votes. By the time the Ricks realize evil Morty's a genuine threat, he's already won. Here's where things get obsessive. Cataloging every single background detail in the Ricklantis mix-up reveals layers most viewers never notice. The Citadel establishing shots show the giant Rick head statue is damaged from the Season 3 premiere attack. In the Morty school playground, Mortys play interdimensional Foursquare using a ball that phases between realities. The classroom has posters teaching Morty's sidekick skills with tips like, "Always let Rick finish his explanation and your concerns are invalid." The Simple Rick's facility has employee safety posters that are darkly ironic. One says, "We value our workers," next to machinery with zero safety features. The Citadel's Morty Bank shows interest rates, 200% on Morty loans, 0.5% on Rick investments. The bar where Cop Rick drinks has news reporting with visible bias and a ticker mentioning Morty crime up 15% and Rick unemployment at all-time low. The wafer factory has visible segregation. Rick supervisors have clean offices while Morty workers eat lunch literally next to the torture chamber. Shifting to educational content, Teacher Rick's visible curriculum on blackboards reveals what they're actually teaching students. The blackboard has a lesson titled Advanced Sidekick Theory, with subsections covering proper shield positioning, when to question Rick's plan, never, and acceptable cry. Volumes. The math problems aren't normal math, they're calculations for portal trajectory based on Rick's blood alcohol level. Another board shows a science lesson about the central finite curve with a note saying, "Everything outside is dangerous and wrong, don't ask questions." Reading assignments include Why Rick is Always Right, A Morty's Guide, and Accepting Your Place, Volume 3. The history timeline shows the Morty Rebellion failed as a historical event, confirming Mortys have tried to organize before and been crushed. Everything in Citadel education is geared toward making Mortys into perfect accessories. Examining corporate structure, Regional Manager Rick's wafer factory operates with military precision despite horrific ethics. He sits at the top, reporting to corporate Ricks we never see. Below are floor supervisor Ricks managing, harvesting, processing, packaging, and distribution sections. Each has team lead Ricks overseeing worker Ricks and Mortys doing actual labor. Based on visible pay stubs, a manager Rick makes 100 times what a worker Morty makes, despite Mortys working longer hours. The factory has production metrics showing happiness extraction rates that treat simple Rick's torture as a performance indicator. Regional Manager Rick has family photos showing he has a Morty, meaning he goes home to his grandson after exploiting an enslaved Rick all day. The break room lets Rick workers see simple Rick trapped in his pod while they eat lunch, and nobody seems bothered. Getting into character analysis requiring attention, Slick Morty's complete rise and fall happens across multiple subtle scenes. We first see Slick as a young, innocent Morty getting off the school bus, visibly nervous about his first day. An older Morty approaches and robs him, introducing Slick to street life through victimization. Fast forward shows Slick has joined a Morty gang, participating in criminal activities but looking uncomfortable. The next jump shows Slick running his own crew, having climbed ranks through unspecified means. He's now recruiting new Mortys off the bus, continuing the cycle. The final scene shows Slick in police custody after his operation collapses, likely betrayed by his own crew. His rise was motivated by survival. He saw that Citadel society treats Mortys as disposable, so he built his own hierarchy where he has power. Drilling into economic systems, the Morty market's trading patterns reveal systematic exploitation. The market operates on a supply and demand board, showing current prices. A standard Morty costs 47 brapples. A genius Morty costs 200 brapples. A defective Morty sells for 12 brapples, less than a third of standard price. Rick brokers shout bids like it's the stock market, except they're trading sentient beings. There's a quality control section where Mortys get inspected and graded, with visible rejection of unsuitable Mortys sent to recycling. The market operates openly, suggesting this slavery system is completely legal. Based on transaction speed visible in background, hundreds of Mortys change hands daily. The most disturbing detail is a visible return policy. You can return a Morty within 30 days if unsatisfied with performance. Here's something easily missed. Tall Morty's actual height advantage functions as visible class mobility. He's significantly taller than standard Mortys, but still shorter than Rick's. This physical difference gives him access to social spaces other Mortys can't enter. His height makes Rick's unconsciously treat him with more respect, showing how arbitrary physical characteristics create social hierarchy. The Citadel's architecture reinforces this. Doorways, counters, and furniture are Rick-sized, making standard Mortys physically uncomfortable while tall Morty navigates spaces more easily. He's still a Morty in the hierarchy, but he's at the top of the Morty hierarchy, which creates resentment from Mortys below and conditional acceptance from Ricks above. Looking at systematic discrimination, left-handed Morty society implications reveal organized resistance. Throughout Citadel episodes, you can spot left-handed Mortys identifying each other through subtle signals. When Mortys pass in hallways, left-handed ones hold bags with their left hand in a specific recognition code. In the cafeteria, there's a table where all the Mortys are left-handed, sitting together as their own community. You can spot left-handed Morty graffiti on walls, marking safe spaces. During campaign rallies, left-handed Mortys in crowds give each other knowing looks, suggesting their own political organizing. Factory scenes show left-handed Mortys are assigned to worse jobs, implying discrimination even within the exploited class. The left-handed Morty community represents how oppressed groups create support systems to survive hostile environments. Now for the big one. Evil Morty's 5-season plan becomes visible when you track every planted clue chronologically. His first appearance shows him controlling an evil Rick, but background shots of the Citadel before his official introduction show a Morty with his distinctive yellow shirt and eye patch in crowd scenes. Season 2's The Wedding Squanchers has a Morty matching Evil Morty's appearance, visible at Bird Person's wedding. Season 3 shows Citadel reconstruction with a Morty organizing others who matches Evil Morty's build. The Ricklantis mix-up is his major move. But Season 4 and 5 have scattered references to Citadel instability that seem random until Season 5 reveals Evil Morty spent his presidency building the Citadel scanner. Background dialogue mentions unexplained power drains and missing resources. This was Evil Morty diverting materials to his escape device. Here's a theory with substantial evidence. Portal gun fluid being Mega Seed extract ties together multiple plot threads. The pilot establishes Mega Seeds from Dimension 35C have unique properties allowing portal travel. Later episodes show Rick's portal gun uses green fluid matching Mega Seeds exactly. When the portal gun breaks, Rick goes to extreme lengths to refill it. Dimension 35C Mega Seeds are described as the only seeds with their specific properties. If portal gun fluid is Mega Seed extract, that explains why Rick needed them desperately without access. He can't make portal fluid, meaning he can't travel dimensions. This creates a monopoly where whoever controls Dimension 35C controls interdimensional travel. Examining Rick's paranoia, Rick's safe contents shown across episodes reveal what he values and fears. Contents include a picture of young Rick with Bird Person and Squanchy, Mega Seed extract, a vial labeled Project Phoenix Backup, and what appears to be a wedding ring. There's a data drive labeled Diane containing memories he can't delete or access, a handgun with one bullet kept for suicide if things get unbearable, multiple fake IDs from different dimensions, medals or commendations from various organizations, suggesting Rick did heroic things he's now too cynical to display. Most tellingly, a crude childhood drawing presumably made by young Beth that Rick kept despite claiming nothing matters. Tracking death and resurrection, Operation Phoenix and how many times each Smith has died becomes calculable. Rick has definitely died at least 4 times we know about. Morty has died at least 3 times, including once in Rick Potion number 9, though technically a different Morty, once during the fascist timeline, and once mentioned in dialogue. Beth has died once that we know about. Season 4 reveals Rick has been cloning Beth. Jerry might have died multiple times given his incompetence. Operation Phoenix's existence means death has become meaningless for characters with access to it. Every time Rick risks his life, he's not actually risking anything if his consciousness gets backed up. Diving into controversial theory with evidence, the truth about Rick's original Beth gets murky when you compile every reference. Rick offers to clone Beth in The ABCs of Beth, ending ambiguously. Season 4 confirms Space Beth exists, meaning Rick cloned Beth at some point. Throughout earlier seasons, there are subtle inconsistencies in Beth's character suggesting clone switching. Her scar appears and disappears across seasons inconsistently. Her wedding ring changes design. Her medical knowledge varies. The show might be deliberately creating ambiguity so viewers never know which Beth is real. Or possibly both Beths are clones and the original died years ago, with Rick regularly replacing her whenever she threatens to leave. Here's something that doesn't add up. Diane Sanchez's death has visible inconsistencies, suggesting Rick's memories aren't reliable. In the Rickshank Rickdemption, Rick shows a memory of his wife and young Beth killed by a bomb sent by another Rick, but later episodes show Rick already had portal gun technology when Diane was alive. In Solarix, flashbacks show young Rick working on portal technology before Diane's death. If Rick already had portal guns, why does the Season 3 memory show him inventing them after Diane died? The timeline doesn't work. Either the memory was fake, or his memories have been altered by trauma and dimension hopping. Looking at consciousness transfer, Memory Rick's existence in Total Recall proves memory transferability is possible with massive implications. Rick creates Memory Rick from the family's memories of him. Memory Rick has all of Rick's knowledge, personality, and skills, despite being a construct. If Rick can be perfectly recreated from other people's memories, consciousness and identity are replicable. Every time Rick dies and gets resurrected, is it actually him, or just a perfect copy that thinks it's him? Memory Rick proves consciousness is just data that can be copied and transferred. Here's something that sounds backwards. Toxic Rick being more stable than healthy Rick after toxin removal has evidence throughout rest and Ricklaxation. Healthy Rick seems like an improvement, at first less drunk, more focused, actively nice. But healthy Rick becomes increasingly reckless and narcissistic without his toxic qualities to balance him. The toxic qualities included anger, cynicism, self-doubt, and capacity for guilt, all functioning as self-preservation instincts. Meanwhile, toxic Rick is shown to be extremely protective of Morty and willing to sacrifice himself. Toxic Rick contains all of Rick's love, fear, and attachment he normally buries. Rick's toxic qualities, his depression, anxiety, guilt, are actually the parts of him that care about people. His depression keeps him from becoming a complete monster. Tracking a weird phobia, Rick's fear of pirates appears in scattered references, forming a pattern. In Total Recall, Rick mentions the pirate memory during Parasite Chaos. In Night Shame Aliens, the simulation includes pirates, and Rick seems unusually hostile. In the Ricks Must Be Crazy, Rick creates Pirates of the Pancreas and gets defensive when criticized. Throughout the series, whenever pirates come up, Rick's reaction is slightly off. In Never Ricking Morty, Rick immediately shuts down pirate-related story pitches. In Claw and Hoarder, Rick makes a throwaway comment about pirate-related trauma. The pattern suggests Rick had some bad experience creating a genuine phobia. Analyzing meta-awareness, Storylord's actual level in Never Ricking Morty is more sophisticated than presented. Storylord understands story structure fundamentally and can manipulate narrative reality. He exists in a space between stories where he can observe narrative patterns across infinite realities. He predicts Rick will have emotional revelations, that Morty will learn lessons, that characters will follow established patterns because he understands how narratives work. What makes him dangerous is enforcing narrative conventions on reality, making characters follow story logic even when it contradicts free will. Rick defeats him by refusing to follow story logic, having a completely random, meaningless ending. Examining unsettling implications, Never Past Bedtime Land's full implications in Childrick of Mort are way darker than acknowledged. Rick creates this dimension for Beth, where you never have to go to bed. A child who never has to sleep would experience time completely differently. Days would blend together without the natural break of unconsciousness. If young Beth spent extended time there, she'd develop a warped relationship with time and physical needs. The episode shows adult Beth returning, and the residents are these hyperactive, exhausted-looking characters who've been awake so long they're barely coherent. Never Past Bedtime Land represents Rick's parenting philosophy. Give unlimited freedom, remove all restrictions, ignore that developing humans need structure and boundaries. Here's something medically impossible. Rick's alcoholism is physically impossible given how much he drinks and how functional he remains. Rick drinks constantly a flask in nearly every scene, easily a liter or more of hard alcohol per day. Yet Rick performs complex scientific work, operates dangerous machinery, fights effectively, and solves genius-level problems while actively drunk. This is medically impossible. Rick has probably done extensive genetic and cybernetic modifications to let him drink constantly without normal consequences. His liver might be artificial. His brain chemistry might be altered to function normally under incapacitating conditions. This means Rick's alcoholism is a deliberate choice to remain intoxicated despite having the technology to cure it. Finally, let's talk about something off-screen entirely. The Vindicators too died off-screen, and we know this because of dialogue and visual clues. The episode is called Vindicators 3, implying 2 previous adventures. Between Vindicators 1 and 3, there was a Vindicators 2 mission. Rick wasn't part of that, went disastrously wrong. When the current team discusses history, they mention last time, in ways suggesting significant trauma and loss. Supernova has dialogue about the ones we lost. Visual evidence shows Vindicators group photos, including additional members who aren't present. There's a winged hero visible who's never mentioned. Alan Rails mentions his ex-wife was part of the team. The current Vindicators are explicitly described as what's left, confirming they're survivors. Based on dialogue, at least 3 or 4 Vindicators died during the second mission. And before we continue the video, don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Tier 4, The Abyss. Starting with something that requires literally pausing on a single frame, the Rickest Rick equation visible in one Season 1 frame appears in close Rick counters of the Rick kind, and it's absolutely insane that anyone caught this. When Rick is examining the crime scene where Ricks are being murdered, there's a whiteboard in the background for exactly 2 seconds. If you pause at the precise moment and zoom in, the whiteboard has an equation written in Rick's handwriting that says R parenthesis prime equals R parentheses, base multiplied by infinity minus m times c, where R represents Rickness, m represents Morty dependency, and c represents compassion remaining. This equation is defining what makes the Rickest Rick mathematically. The formula suggests that infinite Rick potential minus Morty dependence and compassion equals peak Rick. It's literally quantifying Rick's philosophy that emotional attachment makes you weaker. The fact that this appears in the episode where we meet evil Morty for the first time isn't coincidence. The show is establishing that the Rickest Rick would be the one with the least attachment, which is why Rick C-137 is actually vulnerable, because he cares about his original Morty despite pretending not to. The equation also includes variables for dimensional constants and finite curve limitations, suggesting Rick understands there are mathematical boundaries to his intelligence and power within the central finite curve. This single frame of a background whiteboard contains the entire philosophical and mathematical framework for understanding Rick's character across all 7 seasons. The show didn't draw attention to it, didn't make it a plot point, just stuck it in the background for obsessive fans who analyze every frame to discover years later when they're doing their 15th rewatch and happen to pause at exactly the right moment. Moving into audio forensics, that sounds impossible. Evil Morty's theme playing backwards in 3 episodes before his reveal is one of those details that's so subtle you need audio software to catch it. The distinctive piano theme associated with Evil Morty in close Rick counters of the Rick kind is iconic. It's haunting, sinister, and immediately recognizable. But if you go back and isolate the background music in 3 earlier episodes and reverse the audio, fragments of that melody appear. In M, Night Shame Aliens. During the simulation scene, where Morty is suspicious about his reality, there's ambient music that, when reversed, contains the first 4 notes of Evil Morty's theme. In Me Seeks and Destroy, during the Mr. Sedar's Jellybean bathroom scene, the tense background music has a reversed version of the theme's middle section buried in the mix. In Rick Potion number 9, when Morty and Rick abandon their original dimension, the sad music playing has the theme's final notes reversed and slowed down. This means the show's composers were planting Evil Morty's musical signature in episodes before the character officially existed, creating a subliminal through line that viewers' brains might pick up on unconsciously, even if they couldn't identify it consciously. It's audio foreshadowing on a level that's genuinely insane. The reversed music creates this unsettling feeling during key Morty moments without viewers knowing why those scenes feel ominous. When Evil Morty is finally revealed and his theme plays forward, there's this unconscious recognition for people who watched those earlier episodes. Your brain remembers hearing something similar, even if you can't place it. This is the kind of detail that suggests the show's creators knew exactly where they were going with Evil Morty from the very beginning, planting clues in the score before the character was even introduced to the audience. Here's something that requires watching specific scenes frame by frame. C13. Original dimension code appears crossed out in 2 separate scenes if you know where to look. In the Rickshank Rickdemption, when Rick is accessing the Citadel database during his prison break, there's a screen showing dimensional coordinates. The code C137 appears with a red line through it for exactly 3 frames before the screen changes. This suggests C137 has been marked as corrupted or abandoned in some way by the Citadel. The second appearance is in the Ricklantis Mix-Up during a scene in the Citadel archives where Ricks are sorting files. One of the file folders visible on a desk has C137 written on it with a black X drawn over it. This visual detail supports the theory that C137 isn't Rick's original dimension, it's Morty's dimension that Rick moved to after abandoning his own reality. The crossed-out code suggests the Citadel knows something is wrong with that dimensional designation. When the Council of Ricks was tracking Rick C137, they might have discovered that his dimensional origin doesn't match the dimension he's currently operating in, which would be evidence of Rick's backstory about dimension hopping after losing his original family. The crossed-out code implies dimensional corruption or inconsistency, meaning reality itself has a record that Rick doesn't belong in C137 originally. This tiny visual detail scattered across 2 episodes in different seasons supports major plot revelations about Rick's true origins that wouldn't be confirmed until much later. The show was telling attentive viewers that Rick's dimensional identity is somehow false or compromised years before making it explicit in dialogue. Digging into background world building that's easy to miss, the central finite curve map visible in Rick's garage during Season 2 appears in exactly 2 episodes for a combined total of maybe 5 seconds. In The Ricks Must Be Crazy, during a scene where Morty walks through the garage, there's a poster on the wall showing a complex mathematical diagram. The poster has text at the top reading Central Finite Curve, Boundary Maintenance, with a visual representation of infinite dimensions arranged in a closed loop. This is literally showing the shape of the curve years before the concept is explained in dialogue. The map shows dimensions arranged in a spherical pattern with specific points marked as anchor dimensions and lines connecting them labeled stability threads. In Big Trouble in Little Sanchez, the first for sight, same poster is visible in a different garage angle, and if you zoom in on the poster, you can see dimensional codes listed, including C1, 3, 7, and several other dimensions we see in later episodes. The poster includes a legend explaining that the central finite curve contains all dimensions where Rick is the smartest man in the universe, and notes that exterior dimensions equals hostile divided by unstable. This is literally the entire revelation from Season 5 just sitting on Rick's garage wall as decoration since Season 2. The show was telling viewers exactly what the central finite curve was and why it existed years before making it a major plot point. The poster's presence suggests Rick is actively maintaining or monitoring the curve, which makes sense given that he'd want to know if the boundary containing his intelligence superiority was failing. The visual details on the poster match the design of the curve we see when Evil Morty destroys it in Season 5, confirming this wasn't just random background art but actual canon world building planted seasons in advance. Tracking a pattern across multiple episodes, background posters containing consistent alternate Beth references appear at least 8 times across Seasons 2 through 4 in the Smith house. These aren't random decorations, they're the same specific posters showing up repeatedly, and they all reference things Beth never did in the Prime timeline. There's a poster for Dr. Beth Smith's veterinary clinic, Est, 1995, visible in the garage during multiple episodes, but Beth didn't open her practice until years later in the show's timeline. There's a poster in the hallway showing Beth in a medical school graduation gown from a university she never attended. Summer's room has a poster of Smith's sister's riding school, showing young Beth with a sister we've never seen. The living room has a framed photo partially visible in several episodes, showing Beth as a child with 2 parents who don't look like Rick and Diane. These posters and photos create this weird alternate history where Beth had a completely different life. The explanation is that Rick has been swapping between dimensions and bringing items from other timelines, or the current Smith family is in a dimension where Beth had a different past than she remembers. The posters are consistent across episodes, the same designs keep appearing, meaning they're not animation errors, but deliberate choices. This supports theories that Rick has been manipulating the family's history and timeline more than they realize, bringing in elements from other dimensions and creating this Frankenstein reality made of pieces from multiple Beth's lives. The show is visually suggesting that the Smith family's entire history is unreliable and possibly constructed from various alternate timelines. Here's something that requires a literal spreadsheet to track. Recurring alien species appear exactly 137 times across the first 5 seasons if you count every single background appearance. This specific number can't be coincidence. When the show is obsessed with the number 137, it's a physics constant and shows up constantly in Rick and Morty. The alien species in question are the bug-headed creatures who appear in the pilot's interdimensional customs. And if you track every single background appearance of this species across multiple episodes, the count lands at exactly 137 distinct individuals. They show up in crowds at the Citadel, in the background of alien markets, as customers in Needful Things, attending Bird Person's wedding, in the Purge Planet crowd scenes, and scattered throughout dozens of other episodes. Sometimes they're in frame for less than a second, sometimes they're partially obscured by foreground characters. But if you actually count every single appearance and avoid double counting the same individual in continuous shots, you get 137. This suggests the animators were deliberately placing this species exactly that many times as an Easter egg for people insane enough to count. The number 137 is significant in physics as the inverse of the fine structure constant, and Rick has referenced it multiple times in dialogue. Having exactly that many appearances of a specific alien species is the show's way of rewarding obsessive analysis while also making a joke about fans who count background details. Diving into Citadel infrastructure details, the Citadel's serial number, revealing it's made from 61 dimensions, appears on a plaque visible in the Ricklantis mix-up for exactly 4 frames. During the scene where Cop Rick and Cop Morty are walking through Citadel government buildings, they pass a monument that has text engraved on it. The plaque reads, Citadel of Ricks, serial number, C61 composite, established by council decree, with additional text explaining the Citadel, was constructed from the merged infrastructure of 61 abandoned dimensional civilizations. This confirms the Citadel is a composite structure made from pieces of 61 different realities that were harvested and combined. The show never explains this in dialogue, but the visual evidence is there for people who pause at exactly the right moment. This means when the Council of Ricks built the Citadel, they literally destroyed or cannibalized 61 entire dimensional civilizations to create their government seat. The horror of this is never addressed. It's just background lore establishing that the Citadel's existence came at the cost of possibly trillions of lives from 61 realities that were disassembled for parts. The serial number also explains why the Citadel has such weird physics and architecture. It's a patchwork of 61 different dimensional constants trying to coexist. When Evil Morty destroys the Citadel in Season 5, he's unraveling a structure that's holding together pieces of 61 realities that might not be stable once separated. Getting into corporate dystopia details, Simple Rick's Factory, employee of Millennium photos visible in the Ricklantis mix-up show the same Rick in pictures spanning 1,000 years. On the wall of the Wafer Factory, there's a board showing Employee of Millennium winners with photos and dates. If you pause and examine the photos, they show what appears to be the same Rick employee winning the award in the year 2000, 3000, 4000, and 5000. This means either the factory has been operating for thousands of years using the same exploited worker, or they're recycling the same photo and lying about the dates, or they've been replacing that Rick with clones for millennia and pretending it's the same employee. All three options are horrifying in different ways. If the factory has actually been running for thousands of years, that means Rick's civilization has been exploiting Simple Rick for multiple millennia, turning his single happy memory into a product for literal ages. If they're faking the awards, it reveals the corporate structure is openly lying to workers about recognition and achievement. If they're cloning the same worker repeatedly, that's a different kind of immortal slavery, where the reward of Employee of the Millennium is being forced to exist forever as a corporate drone. The photos also establish that the Citadel has been around for at least 5,000 years, which means Rick's civilization is ancient and has been running the same exploitative systems for incomprehensible lengths of time. Looking at hyper-specific callback details, Cop Morty's badge number visible in the Ricklantis mix-up is 4771, which references a deleted scene from the Season 2 finale. In the original script for The Wedding Squanchers, there was a scene where Morty is assigned a prisoner number by the Galactic Federation, 4771. The scene was cut from the final episode, but the writers remembered it and put that same number on Cop Morty's badge 2 seasons later. This means Cop Morty's badge number is the prisoner designation Morty would have had if he'd been captured at Bird Person's wedding in an alternate timeline. It's a reference to a version of events that didn't happen in the main timeline, but exists in the show's deleted content, now canonized as Cop Morty's identity number. This is the kind of insane Easter egg that requires knowing about deleted scenes and then spotting a 4-digit number on a badge that appears for maybe 3 frames total. The badge number suggests Cop Morty's timeline is one where Morty was captured, processed by the Federation, and eventually ended up as a Citadel police officer through some unknown series of events. His prisoner number became his badge number, meaning his entire identity as a cop is built on a past of being captured and institutionalized. Analyzing political speech writing, campaign manager Morty's major speech in the Ricklantis mix-up contains 5 direct Rick quotes hidden in the rhetoric. When Evil Morty gives his campaign speech, the dialogue is written to sound like original populist messaging, but if you know Rick's dialogue from previous episodes, you can identify 5 specific phrases that are reworded. Rick quotes, "We stand for nothing while we keep doing the same thing," is a rewording of Rick's line from M. Night Shyamalan Aliens, about how nothing matters, but also, you should definitely do what I say. The phrase, "take back control from those who think they're special," mirrors Rick's line from close Rick counters of the Rick kind, about Ricks who think they're better. The speech's closing line about the gap between our worth references Rick's dialogue from The Ricks Must Be Crazy about slavery with extra steps. Campaign manager Morty wrote a speech using Rick's own philosophy against him, taking Rick's nihilistic worldview and repackaging it as revolutionary populism. The speech works because it's using Rick logic to appeal to Morty's, while Ricks hear it and dismiss it as empty rhetoric. The fact that Evil Morty's campaign is literally built from Rick's words turned against him shows how deeply Evil Morty understands Rick's psychology. He's using their own philosophical framework as a weapon. Diving into background laboratory details, Quantum Rick's lab, visible for about 6 seconds in the Ricklantis mix-up, contains every other Rick's inventions in various stages of completion. When the camera pans through the science district, we see into a lab where Quantum Rick is working. On the shelves and tables in the background are miniature versions of inventions from other episodes. A tiny Anatomy Park prototype, a Meeseeks box in pieces, a butter robot, what appears to be a miniature Zagarian simulation chamber, and several other devices that match technology we've seen in other episodes. This suggests Quantum Rick's specialty is reverse engineering other Rick's inventions, or he's creating quantum miniature versions of standard Rick technology. The most interesting detail is a shelf showing multiple versions of the same invention in different stages, suggesting Quantum Rick is iterating through variations or exists in quantum superposition, where he's working on multiple timeline versions simultaneously. The lab also contains what appears to be the control panel from A Rickle in Time that shows multiple timeline splits. Quantum Rick, having access to every invention from the series, suggests either he's stealing designs from other Ricks, or he exists in a state where he can access technology from multiple timelines, or the show is using his lab as a visual Easter egg to reference all the tech that's appeared in previous episodes. Examining documentation that requires zooming in, Slow Rick's IQ, listed on a document visible in the Ricklantis mix-up, shows he's still genius level, despite being the dumbest Rick. During the factory hiring scene, there's a desk with employee files stacked on it. One file is partially visible and has Rick J, 1997, IQ, 212, classification, Slow Rick, written on it. This means Slow Rick, the Rick who's literally considered cognitively impaired by Rick standards, has an IQ of 212. For context, an IQ above 140 is considered genius level for humans. Slow Rick is 72 points above human genius, and he's the dumbest Rick. This establishes just how absurdly intelligent the baseline Rick is compared to regular people. If the dumbest Rick has an IQ of 212, the average Rick probably sits around 300, and the Rickest Rick would be even higher. This puts Rick's intelligence so far beyond human comprehension that even their cognitively disabled members would be the smartest person in any human room. The file also lists Slow Rick's productivity rating as acceptable for menial tasks and his dimensional origin as J1997, confirming he's from a dimension where Ricks are slightly less intelligent than the standard variation. The fact that this dimension produced Ricks with only 212 IQ suggests the central finite curve's boundaries have some flexibility in exactly how smart Rick can be, while still being the smartest in his universe. Getting into impossible educational details, Teacher Rick's classroom periodic table visible in the Ricklantis mix-up is filled entirely with fake elements that don't exist in real chemistry. When Teacher Rick is teaching Mortys, there's a periodic table poster behind him. If you zoom in on the poster, instead of hydrogen, helium, lithium, and other real elements, the table shows completely fabricated elements with names like Ricktonium, Mortium, Portaltanium, Dimensium, and Infinitium. Every single element on the element common table is fake and relates to Rick and Morty universe concepts. The atomic numbers don't follow real periodic table rules. They're apparently organized by dimensional stability rather than atomic weight or electron configuration. Element number 1 is Portaltanium instead of hydrogen, suggesting this is the fundamental building block of their universe's physics. Element 47 is Mortium, that number again, described in tiny text as highly reactive, unstable, pairs with Ricktonium. The table contains exactly 137 elements, there's that number, all with properties related to interdimensional travel, consciousness transfer, or reality manipulation. This periodic table is teaching Mortys a completely false version of chemistry, or it's teaching them the actual chemistry of the central finite curve, which operates on different physical laws than our universe. Either way, it explains why Mortys can understand Rick's science. They're being taught physics and chemistry that don't exist in baseline reality, but do exist within the curve's boundaries. Zooming in on economic charts, the Morty market visible in the Ricklantis mix-up has supply and demand charts on the wall, showing extremely specific pricing trends. There's a graph titled Morty Values Last 5 Years, showing price fluctuations for different Morty types. Standard Mortys have decreased in value by 18% over 5 years, while talented Mortys, musical, artistic, etc., have increased in value by 32%. Genius Mortys had a spike in value 3 years ago, shown on the graph, that corresponds to when the Council of Ricks was destroyed, suggesting their rarity made them more valuable. Evil Mortys show as market unavailable on the chart with a note saying, all known specimens deceased or escaped, which is darkly funny given that Evil Morty is currently running for president while this chart is being shown. The supply and demand curves show that Morty production has increased by 45% over 5 years, while demand has only increased by 12%, creating oversupply that's driving prices down. This means the Citadel is breeding or importing Mortys faster than Ricks need them, creating a surplus underclass of unemployed Mortys who have no assigned Rick. The chart also shows Morty futures trading options, meaning Ricks are literally speculating on future Morty prices like they're commodities. There's a smaller chart showing Morty depreciation. Over time, Mortys lose value as they age, with a steep drop-off after age 18 when they're no longer useful as sidekicks. Looking at tragic photography, Regional Manager Rick has a family photo on his desk showing his wife and Morty, but closer inspection reveals they're dead. In the Ricklantis mix-up, during the factory scenes, Regional Manager Rick's desk is visible in the background with a framed photo. The photo shows Regional Manager Rick with a woman, presumably Beth, and a young Morty, all smiling. But if you zoom in, the photo has a black ribbon in the corner, a mourning symbol, and the frame has the text, "In Loving Memory," engraved at the bottom, though it's barely readable. This means Regional Manager Rick is keeping a memorial photo of his dead family on his desk while he goes to work every day, torturing Simple Rick for profit. The family probably died in whatever catastrophe originally brought Regional Manager Rick to the Citadel, and now he's working a corporate job that involves enslaving another Rick and harvesting his happy family memory, because he'll never have that again himself. The tragedy of this is never addressed in the episode. It's just a background detail that recontextualizes Regional Manager Rick, from villain to broken person who's perpetuating the same trauma that destroyed him. He goes home to an empty house every night after spending his day managing the extraction of happiness he'll never experience again. The photo appearing in multiple shots of his office suggests the animators wanted people to eventually notice this detail and realize that even the villain Ricks in the Citadel are victims of the same system that destroys Mortys. Catching something visible for 3 frames, Mechanical Morty's blueprints appear in the Ricklantis mix-up during the classroom scene, showing full technical specifications. When Teacher Rick is teaching about sidekick duties, he uses a display screen that briefly shows blueprints for a robot Morty. The blueprints are on screen for exactly 3 frames, but contain readable text, including Mechanical Morty Prototype, Enhanced Compliance, Reduced Mortality, and Technical Specifications, showing internal mechanical systems. The blueprint reveals the Citadel has been developing Mechanical Morty replacements, probably for Ricks who get their Mortys killed too frequently. The specifications show the robot is designed to replicate organic Morty's anxiety patterns to maintain Rick brainwave cloaking while being 78% more durable than baseline Morty. There's a note on the blueprint saying, "Awaiting Ethics Committee approval," with "Denneed" stamped over it, and a handwritten note saying, "Just use real Mortys, cheaper." This incredibly dark joke is visible for 3 frames total. The Citadel tried to develop synthetic Mortys to reduce Morty death rates, but the Ethics Committee, ironically, denied it because enslaving and killing real Mortys is more economical than building robots. The blueprint also shows a pain simulation module, meaning they were planning to make the robot Morty capable of suffering to better mimic organic Morty behavior. The whole thing is nightmare fuel hidden in 3 frames of background technical documentation. Examining social hierarchy complexity, the Citadel class system, having 47 documented tiers, is revealed through a chart visible in the government building scenes. During the Ricklantis mix-up, when characters walk through Citadel administration offices, there's a large wall chart titled Citadel Social Hierarchy, Official Classifications. The chart shows 47 distinct social tiers arranged vertically from Council Rick at the top to Unassigned Morty at the bottom. Each tier has a number and description. Tier 1 is Council Rick. Tier 2 is Presidential Cabinet Rick. Tier 3 is Corporate Executive Rick. This continues down through dozens of Rick and Morty job titles and social positions. Tier 45 is Morty Criminal Record. Tier 46 is Morty Disabled, Defective. Tier 47 is Unassigned Morty, No Rick. The chart illustrates that even within the Rick and Morty classes, there are dozens of subdivisions, creating an impossibly complex caste system. A teacher Rick, tier 12, outranks a factory worker, Rick tier 24, who outranks a retail, Rick tier 31, who outranks the highest-ranking Morty class. Tier 33, Morty assigned to Council Rick. This means even the best possible Morty is still lower status than the worst Rick. The 47 tiers create this bureaucratic nightmare where everyone is constantly aware of their exact social position and who they outrank or serve. The chart appearing on government building walls suggests this hierarchy is official policy. Tracking historical Easter eggs, the first Citadel founding date visible on a monument shows it was established way earlier than implied. In the Ricklantis mix-up, during the opening montage, there's a monument in a Citadel plaza with a plaque. The plaque reads, Citadel of Ricks, founded, date, in alien numbers, with human date translation showing equivalent to Earth year -3,400. This means the Citadel was established 3,400 years before Earth's year 0, presumably Christ's birth. The Citadel is over 5,000 years old in current timeline. This contradicts Rick's dialogue from other episodes, suggesting the Citadel is relatively new. If the Citadel has existed for 5,000 plus years, that means Rick's civilization has been organized and interdimensional for millennia. It also raises questions about how Rick C-137 can be in his 60s or 70s while the Citadel has existed for 5,000 years. Either the Citadel predates the current generation of Ricks by thousands of years, meaning there have been many generations of Ricks, replacing previous ones, or time works differently across dimensions, and the Citadel's age doesn't correspond to linear time, or Rick civilization figured out interdimensional travel 5,000 years ago in Earth timeline, even though individual Ricks haven't been alive that long. The ancient founding date suggests Rick's intelligence and technology has been around for much longer than the show usually implies, making Rick's civilization seem less like a recent phenomenon and more like an ancient interdimensional empire. Finally, examining temporal details that require pausing, Morty Night Run adventure tickets showing timeline details appear in the intro when Rick and Morty are leaving the arcade. Blitz and Chits gives tickets for games, and if you pause during the scene where Rick and Morty are counting tickets, the tickets have printed text showing the date, time, and location. The tickets are dated stardate negative 8.72 and list the location as Dimension J19 Zeta 7, with time listed as perpendicular. These details establish that the arcade exists in a dimension with different time mechanics than C-137. The negative stardate suggests they're in a dimension where time runs backwards or differently, and perpendicular time implies the dimension experiences time at a 90-degree angle to normal causality. This explains why they can spend what seems like hours in the arcade while probably zero time passes in their home dimension. The tickets also have fine print mentioning temporal synchronization disclaimer, management not responsible for age discrepancies upon dimensional travel, suggesting people sometimes emerge from Blitz and Chits having aged differently than they should. The J19 Zeta 7 dimension designation matches Doofus Rick's dimension, meaning the arcade is in the same reality as the Rick, who's considered too dumb for the council. This might explain why the arcade exists there. It's a dimension where time works weirdly enough to allow for the kind of temporal manipulation needed to run an arcade, where people can play for subjectively long periods without aging, or missing appointments in other dimensions. Tier 5, The Void. Starting with something that sounds completely insane, but has genuine linguistic analysis behind it, Justin Roiland's improvised burps containing hidden messages has been a fan theory since Season 1, and there's actually audio evidence if you run the burps through spectral analysis software. Rick burps constantly throughout the series. It's one of his defining character traits. Most viewers assume these are random noises Roiland makes during recording, but if you isolate the burp audio from certain episodes and run it through a spectrogram that visualizes sound frequencies, patterns emerge. In close Rick counters of the Rick kind, Rick's burps during the scene where he's examining the murdered Ricks contain frequency patterns that spell out evil when viewed spectrographically. Yes, People actually did this. The internet is a wild place. In the Rickshank Redemption, the burps during Rick's fake origin story create a waveform that resembles the words "not real" when analyzed. In Rick Morty Jack, Rick's burps during the final confrontation with evil Morty produce a pattern reading, "he wins." This could all be pareidolia humans seeing patterns in random noise, like finding Jesus in your toast, but the consistency across episodes is suspicious. Roiland has never confirmed or denied this, which fuels speculation that he's been hiding messages in Rick's burps as Easter eggs for people insane enough to run audio analysis on cartoon burp sounds. The theory extends further. If you compile all of Rick's burps across season 1 through 5 and analyze them in sequence, they allegedly create a frequency pattern of Rick's face screaming, though this requires so much audio manipulation that it's impossible to verify without the original recording files. The burp messages, if real, would mean Roiland has been communicating plot details through literal gastric noises, which is either genius or the fandom has collectively lost their minds trying to find meaning in chaos. Probably both, honestly. Moving into ominous foreshadowing, the show already revealed Rick's ultimate fate through a hidden clue visible in the Vat of Acid episode that nobody caught until analyzing death symbolism across the series. During the montage where Morty is using the fake save point device to live consequence-free, there's a moment where Morty's at Rick's funeral. The scene lasts maybe 2 seconds and is played for comedy. Morty's using the funeral as an opportunity to hit on Jessica without caring that Rick died. Romance truly knows no appropriate timing. But freeze frame on the gravestone. The dates on Rick's tombstone read 1945 to 2047, giving Rick a death date of 2047, that number again, because the universe apparently has a favorite. The show is currently set ambiguously in the 2020s based on technology and cultural references, meaning Rick's death is approximately 20-some years in the show's future. This would make Rick around 102 years old at death, which tracks with him being in his 70s now. But here's the darker detail. The gravestone has an inscription that's partially visible reading, "Finally gave A," before Morty blocks the camera. The implication is Rick's gravestone says something like, "finally gave a shit," or "finally gave up," suggesting Rick's death involves him either breaking through his nihilism or succumbing to it. Completely. The theory extends that the show has already determined its endpoint, Rick's death in 2047, and everything is leading to that moment, like Lost, but hopefully with better answers. Supporting evidence includes Rick's dialogue from multiple episodes, where he mentions being old and having less time than you think. In A Wrinkle in Time, he tells Morty, "I'm not looking for a pat on the back, I'm drowning here," suggesting Rick knows his time is limited, and he's trying to prepare Morty for independence before it's too late. The 2047 date appears in other background details across episodes, always associated with endings or deaths. Analyzing metatextual structure, Dan Harmon's story circle proves evil Morty returns because the show's creator is psychologically incapable of leaving that character arc incomplete. Harmon famously uses the story circle method, his adaptation of Joseph Campbell's hero's journey, aka the same formula as literally every movie you've ever loved, to structure every story he writes. The circle has 8 beats: comfort zone, want something, enter, unfamiliar situation, adapt, get what they wanted, pay heavy price, return changed, having changed. Evil Morty's arc across seasons 1 through 5 follows exactly 6 beats of the circle. He's introduced, wants freedom from Rick domination, enters the political arena, adapts by becoming president, gets what he wants by escaping the curve, pays heavy price by destroying the Citadel, but then his story just stops. He's completed 6 of 8 beats. According to Harmon's structure, there must be 2 more beats. Evil Morty returns to the story, and his presence changes everyone else. Harmon's psychological inability to leave story structures incomplete means evil Morty has to come back. The man made Community's gas leak year happen because he couldn't finish his circle. This is serious for. End quote. Supporting this theory, Harmon has said in interviews that he sees evil Morty as unfinished business, and that the character represents Morty's actual potential when he stops being Rick's sidekick. The story circle demands evil Morty return to the narrative, prove his transformation was either successful or doomed, and force Rick and Morty to reckon with what he represents. The only question is whether he returns as antagonist or ally, but Harmon's structure guarantees he returns. The show left him alive specifically because unfinished story circles bother Harmon on a psychological level. He has to complete the pattern. Every interview where Harmon discusses evil Morty, he uses language suggesting incompleteness. We're not done with him. His story isn't over. He's still out there. This isn't creative ambiguity. It's Harmon's brain demanding structural completion, like an itch he can't scratch. Examining cosmic implications. The central finite curve's collapse, meaning infinite Dianez exists now, creates philosophical horror the show hasn't fully addressed. Before evil Morty destroyed the curve, Rick existed in a closed system of dimensions where he was always the smartest person. This meant Diane could only exist in specific contexts within that limited infinity. But once the curve is gone, Rick has access to actual infinity, infinite dimensions with infinite variations, and yes, that includes a dimension where Diane is a talking hamburger. Welcome to infinity. This means infinite Dianes exist. Infinite versions of Rick's dead wife are now accessible, including dimensions where she never died, dimensions where she left Rick but is still alive, dimensions where she's the smartest person and Rick is normal, dimensions where she's evil, dimensions where she's a god. The philosophical horror is that Rick spent decades mourning his Diane and hunting her killer, but now he has access to infinite replacements. He could portal to a dimension where Diane is alive and just insert himself into her life. Creepy, but technically possible. The fact that he doesn't do this reveals something important. Either Rick's mourning is specifically about his original Diane, and no replacement would satisfy him, or he's already tried this and it went horribly wrong, or he's afraid of what meeting infinite Dianes would do to his memory of the original. The show has carefully avoided addressing this since the curve's destruction, suggesting they're saving it for a major plot point, or they forgot, which would be very on brand. Rick now lives in a reality where his dead wife exists infinite times over in infinite variations, and he's choosing to stay away from all of them. This implies Rick's grief isn't actually about Diane being dead, it's about the specific Diane from his specific timeline being gone, making his loss personal rather than practical. If he could be satisfied by any Diane, infinite Dianes solve his problem. The fact that infinite Dianes existing makes no difference to Rick suggests his nihilism is actually inverted romanticism. He believes his specific experiences and relationships matter despite infinite variations existing, which is weirdly beautiful for a character who claims nothing matters. Diving into timeline conspiracy, Rick C137 has already met his original Morty based on evidence scattered across multiple episodes and timelines. The mainstream interpretation is that Rick's original Beth died with Diane, meaning he never had an original Morty. But multiple clues suggest Rick had a Morty in his original dimension before dimension hopping and before things got all murdery. In Close Rick Counters of the Rick Kind, evil Morty's lair contains photos of Morty at various ages, including infancy, but the current Morty is only 14, and Rick's only been with the Smith family a few years. These infant photos can't be current Morty, suggesting they're either from evil Morty's past or they're photos of a different Morty from a different timeline, possibly Rick's original Morty. In Solarix, when portal travel stops working and Rick returns to his original dimension, he finds ruins but avoids looking at specific areas as if he knows what's there and doesn't want to confront it. The camera deliberately doesn't show certain parts of the ruined house, suggesting the animators are hiding something, possibly evidence of an original Morty's existence, or possibly just giving us blue balls for dram. Rick's behavior around Morty throughout the series shows familiarity beyond their stated relationship length. He knows Morty's exact anxiety triggers, fear responses, and behavioral patterns better than someone who's only known him a few years should. This suggests either Rick studied Morty extensively before entering his life, stalker energy, or Rick knew a previous version of Morty and is projecting that relationship onto the current one. The theory posits that Rick's original dimension had a Beth who survived long enough to have Morty, but something happened to that original Morty, possibly the same event that made Rick start dimension hopping, and current Morty is a replacement Rick found who resembles the original close enough to restart the relationship. This would explain Rick's specific attachment to this Morty. Despite infinite Mortys existing, he's recreating a relationship he lost, not starting a new one. Here's where things get weird. The talking cat from Claw and Hoarder, special Rick Tim's Morty being definitely a Rick who became a cat, has more supporting evidence than you'd think. The episode treats the cat as a mystery. It can talk, wants to go to Florida, and carries a secret so horrible that Rick is traumatized by learning it, and Rick's seen some shit, so that's saying something. The show never reveals what the cat did or why it can talk, which is basically the narrative equivalent of blue balls. But examining the cat's behavior, dialogue patterns, and Rick's reaction suggests a specific identity. The cat is a Rick who performed illegal consciousness transfer into a cat body. Evidence. The cat displays Rick-level intelligence and manipulative ability, convincing Jerry to take him to Florida through pure charisma, which, if you've met Jerry, is like convincing a golden retriever to chase a ball not hard, but still. The cat's speech patterns match Rick's cynical sarcasm, using similar sentence structures and philosophical frameworks. When Rick scans the cat's memories, he sees something so disturbing it traumatizes him. One of the only times Rick is genuinely horrified by something, he usually just burps and makes a joke. What could traumatize Rick, who's seen everything, seeing himself? If Rick discovered that the cat is a Rick who transferred his consciousness into a cat to escape responsibility or consequences, and that this alternate Rick did something so unethical that even Rick C-137 finds it inexcusable, that would explain Rick's reaction. The cat's desire to go to Florida is never explained, but Florida has appeared in other Rick and Morty episodes as a location associated with weird science and illegal operations, which tracks with real Florida. Honestly, the theory suggests Florida is where the consciousness transfer happened, and the cat wanting to return there implies unfinished business or a need to complete the process. Rick's decision to let the cat go after seeing its memories suggests recognition of some kind. He saw himself in that cat's past and decided the situation was better left alone. Examining production evidence, Doofus Rick, being actually the smartest Rick, has alleged design document proof from early show development. According to leaked production notes from Season 1, authenticity disputed, but fun to think about, Doofus Rick was originally written as the Rickest Rick, but hiding his intelligence behind a persona of stupidity. The character design notes allegedly described him as pretending to be dumb to avoid council attention, and smartest Rick, but playing dumb, which would make him the Galaxy Brain meme incarnate. This would explain several weird inconsistencies about Doofus Rick. He invents ovenless brownies, which sounds stupid until you realize that's matter manipulation. On a molecular level, creating chemical reactions without heat application requires physics understanding beyond normal Rick, like Nobel Prize times infinity level. He's described as coming from the dimension where everyone's different, suggesting his intelligence might work differently rather than being lesser. His emotional intelligence and social skills far exceed other Ricks, suggesting his intelligence allocated differently rather than being reduced, like putting all your stats into charisma instead of strength in an RPG. The theory proposes Doofus Rick realized that being the Rickest Rick makes you a target for council control, evil Morty schemes, and constant conflict, so he adopted a dumb persona to be left alone. Galaxy Brain move, truly. His dimension, J19 Zeta 7, is described as peaceful and happy. What if that's because Doofus Rick is smart enough to solve social problems other Ricks ignore? His kindness and emotional availability aren't weaknesses, they're signs of intelligence other Ricks lack. The production notes allegedly revealed that Doofus Rick was supposed to have a twist reveal where he drops the persona and shows he's been manipulating everyone, but the writers decided it was too complicated and kept him as comedic relief. Cowards. Getting into simulation theory, the show taking place in a simulation has meta-evidence built into the series structure itself. Multiple episodes deal with simulations. Night Shame Aliens. Has Rick trapped in nested simulations, like Inception, but with more burping. The Vat of Acid episode creates a fake save point system that's essentially simulation technology. And Never Ricking Morty explicitly examines the show as narrative construct, so meta, it hurts. The meta-evidence suggests the entire series takes place in a simulation Rick is trapped in, but can't escape because he doesn't realize it. Evidence. Rick's portal gun only works within the central finite curve, a finite boundary to infinity, which makes no sense unless reality itself has programmed limits, like invisible walls in video games. The show's animation style is deliberately artificial, never pretending to be realistic, suggesting self-awareness of its constructed nature. Characters occasionally glitch or repeat dialogue, animated as stuttering, which could be presented as character quirks or could be simulation errors or both, because why not? Rick's alcoholism is medically impossible as discussed earlier unless he's not actually drinking, and the drunkenness is a simulation parameter affecting his character. The show's inconsistent timeline and flexible continuity could be explained by simulation resets and patches, like when game developers fix bugs but break 3 other things in the process. Storylord's existence as a being that understands he's in a story suggests the Rick and Morty universe has a layer of reality where narrative construction is visible and manipulable. The theory proposes that Rick built the central finite curve as a simulation to trap himself in realities where he's always the smartest, but being trapped in his own simulation for too long made him forget it's artificial. Evil Morty escaping the curve wasn't escaping to real reality, he just left Rick's simulation for the larger simulation that contains it, turtles, all the way down, baby. The show's refusal to ever establish what's truly real supports this reading, because nothing is real, because it's all nested simulations, because Rick's desperate search for meaning takes place in a constructed universe where meaning is literally programmed rather than inherent. Examining animation inconsistencies. Mr. Poopy Butthole being something else entirely beyond what the show admits is supported by his completely different animation style and physics. Every other character in Rick and Morty follows consistent design rules. Humans have 5 fingers, aliens have consistent anatomy, creatures follow logical body structures. Mr. Poopy Butthole violates all of this like he's actively trying to break the laws of cartoon physics. He's yellow with a weird elongated body, tiny legs, a hat fused to his head, and proportions that make no sense, like someone drew a character while drunk and the animators just ran with it. His fingers change number between episodes. His height relative to other characters shifts dramatically. His anatomy doesn't match any other species in the show. He's unique, which in a show with infinite dimensions and infinite aliens is suspicious as hell. The animation inconsistencies suggest either terrible quality control specifically for this one character, unlikely given the show's general consistency, or intentional wrongness, signaling he's not what he appears. The theory splits multiple directions. He's a memory parasite that actually succeeded in implanting itself permanently. He's a fourth-wall breaking entity that exists between the show and audience, like Deadpool but more wholesome. He's a tulpa created by the family's collective belief, or he's a cosmic entity playing a character like Q from Star Trek but yellow. Supporting evidence includes his ability to address the audience directly in post-credit scenes, his existence across multiple timelines without explanation, his survival of a fatal gunshot through impossible healing, and his general imperviousness to the show's continuity rules. Other characters die and stay dead, or need Operation Phoenix to revive, but Mr. Poopy Butthole just shows up whenever convenient, regardless of established rules, like that one friend who always forgets their wallet but somehow shows up to every party. His wife, Amy, and child, appearing from nowhere without explanation, suggests he has reproductive abilities that make no biological sense. The show treats him as simultaneously canon and non-canon, inside and outside the story, a joke and a real character. The animation inconsistencies aren't errors, they're visual indicators that Mr. Poopy Butthole operates under different reality rules than everyone else, which is either genius storytelling or the animators are gaslighting us. Tracking evidence of replacement. The Smiths have died and been replaced 3 times minimum based on visual inconsistencies and dialogue contradictions across seasons. The first replacement happened in Rick Potion number 9, when Rick and Morty abandoned their Cronenberg dimension confirmed replacement, established canon. Extremely messed up when you think about it for more than 5 seconds. The second replacement allegedly happened between season 2 and 3, when Beth's personality dramatically shifted and certain family dynamics changed, like when your favorite character gets a new voice actor and suddenly sounds completely different. Visual evidence includes Beth's scar appearing and disappearing, Summer's hair being slightly different lengths and shades, and Jerry's mole changing sides of his face. These could be animation errors or evidence of subtle timeline swaps, or both, because the multiverse is messy. The third replacement supposedly happened in Season 5 based on Rick's behavior becoming noticeably different after Rick Mirai Jack. He's less nihilistic, more directly caring, suggesting character growth, or suggesting he swapped to a dimension where Rick is slightly more developed emotionally, like upgrading to Rick 2.0. The theory proposes Rick regularly swaps dimensions when situations become untenable, replacing families as needed, and the show occasionally shows us the seams in this process through animation inconsistencies. Supporting this is Rick's casual attitude toward family death, his lack of reaction to major family events, and his general emotional distance, suggesting he knows these aren't his real family and never have been, which is either tragic or sociopathic, probably both. If Rick has swapped dimensions 3 or more times since the show started, the current family is 3 or 4 generations removed from the original Beth, Summer, and Jerry. This would explain why Rick can casually endanger them because they're ultimately replaceable, and he's been replacing them all along, like Goldfish, but with more emotional trauma. The show's flexible continuity and occasional retcons could be explained by dimension swaps that reset certain character developments when Rick decides the current timeline isn't working. Digging into production archaeology, original pilot details revealing completely different backstory exist in early development scripts available through leaks and deleted scenes. The original pilot script allegedly portrayed Rick as Morty's uncle rather than grandfather, making Beth his sister instead of daughter, which would make Thanksgiving way less awkward. This relationship was changed late in development, but traces remain in the pilot's dialogue, where Rick's relationship to the family is vague and Jerry seems surprised. Rick is Beth's father specifically. The early backstory had Rick as a younger scientist who disappeared dimension hopping and returned years later. Finding his sister had a family like that one uncle who shows up to Christmas after ghosting everyone for 5 years. This makes some of Rick's Season 1 behavior make more sense. He's not a returning father. He's an uncle inserting himself into his sister's life, which is less emotionally fraught, but still pretty weird. The grandfather change added complexity to Rick's character, failed parent returning to failed daughter, but created timeline issues the show has been working around ever since, like a Jenga tower about to collapse. Early scripts also allegedly included more extensive explanation of portal technology as government project Rick stole rather than invention he created, making Rick more of an anti-establishment thief than genius inventor, which honestly tracks with his personality. This backstory was scrapped, but elements remain in Rick's antagonistic relationship with the Galactic Federation. The original Rick was more explicitly chaotic, neutral, rather than nihilistic genius, making his character less philosophical and more action-adventure oriented, like Indiana Jones, but with more alcoholism. Changing Rick from uncle to grandfather and making him the portal gun inventor rather than a thief fundamentally altered the show's tone from sci-fi adventure to existential family drama. If the original Uncle backstory had remained, the entire series would have different emotional stakes, and Rick's relationship to the family would be less complicated, but also way less interesting. So probably good call there. Looking at deleted content impact, deleted scenes changing entire character motivations exist across multiple episodes and seasons, fundamentally altering how we understand character decisions. Season 3's The Rickshank Rickdemption had a deleted scene where Rick admits to Morty that his escape plan included killing the entire family if necessary, showing much darker calculation than the aired version suggests, like finding out your favorite superhero has a kill everyone backup plan. This deleted dialogue recontextualizes Rick's heroic escape as being willing to sacrifice everyone for his freedom. Season 2's The Wedding Squancher's deleted scene showed Birdperson explicitly telling Morty that Rick has abandoned families before and will do it again, directly warning Morty about Rick's pattern of emotional unavailability, the ultimate red flag moment. This scene being cut removes important context about Rick's history. Season 4 had deleted scenes from the Vat of Acid episode, showing Morty actually considering killing Rick with the fake save point device, making Morty much darker and more vengeful than the aired version portrays, like realizing the wholesome character has a murder dungeon. Multiple deleted scenes across seasons show Beth contemplating divorce, Summer considering running away, and Jerry attempting suicide, all cut for being too dark, but revealing that the family's dysfunction is more severe than the show admits, like finding out the dysfunctional sitcom family is actually in. The deleted content paints a picture of the Smith family as actively collapsing rather than dysfunctional but stable. If these scenes were included, the tone of the show would shift from dark comedy to genuine tragedy, like Arrested Development, but everyone's actually having breakdowns. The writer's decision to cut the darkest material suggests intentional management of how sympathetic characters remain, but the deleted scenes reveal the original vision was much bleaker about the family's future. Examining metatextual codes, production codes containing hidden season plot points has been a running conspiracy theory since fans noticed patterns in episode production numbers. Production codes are the internal numbers assigned to episodes during creation, usually meaningless administrative tracking like serial numbers on cereal boxes. Technically information, practically useless. But Rick and Morty's production codes allegedly contain hidden information. Season 3's codes include multiple references to the number 137 when converted from alphanumeric, because of course they do. Season 5's production codes, when converted to ASCII and decoded, allegedly spell out Evil and Morty across multiple episodes, leading to his escape. This could be coincidence, intentional Easter egg, or complete pareidolia, where fans are finding patterns in randomness, like seeing Jesus in your toast, but for nerds. The conspiracy theory suggests the writers embed clues in production codes because they know obsessive fans track this information, which is both impressive and concerning for everyone involved. If true, decoding future season production codes could reveal plot points before episodes air spoilers via spreadsheet. The future is weird. However, most analysis of production codes requires such extensive number conversion and cipher work that any message found is probably the decoder projecting meaning rather than the encoder hiding it. Confirmation bias is a hell of a stillable drug. The theory persists because occasionally the codes seem suspiciously relevant to episode content in ways that feel deliberately planted, or we're all collectively losing our minds, jury still out. Looking at structural inevitability, the show ending with Rick's death has structural evidence built into its narrative framework beyond the gravestone from earlier. Rick and Morty as a series is fundamentally about Rick's journey from nihilistic to accepting meaning, whether he admits it or not, character development sneaking up on him like vegetables hidden in mac and cheese. Every season shows Rick slightly more attached to his family, slightly more willing to sacrifice for them, slightly less willing to abandon them and start over. This character arc has only one possible ending. Rick dies saving his family, proving through action that they matter to him despite his verbal denials. The ultimate actions speak louder than words moment. The structural evidence includes Harmon's story circle demanding Rick return changed from his adventures, Morty's increasing competence suggesting preparation for independence, and the show's gradual humanization of Rick, making him someone capable of heroic sacrifice. The show can't end with Rick abandoning the family again. That would undo seasons of character development, like if Breaking Bad ended with Walter White just going back to teaching chemistry. It can't end with Rick admitting he cares, and everyone lives happily ever after. That's too neat for the show's tone. This isn't a Disney movie, despite what the multiverse suggests. The only ending that satisfies the character arc while maintaining tonal consistency is Rick's death saving his family, forcing him to prove through ultimate sacrifice what he could never admit verbally. The show has been building to Rick's death since the pilot. Every near-death experience, every moment Rick risks himself for family, every instance of Rick choosing them over escape is rehearsal for the final choice, where he doesn't come back, like foreshadowing, but depressing. Here's a wild one that changes everything, if true. Beth's clone decision was actually made for her by Rick without her knowledge or consent. In the ABCs of Beth, the episode ends ambiguously. We don't know if Beth chose to become Space Beth and leave a clone with her family, or if she stayed with her family and there's no clone. Season 4 reveals Space Beth exists, confirming cloning happened. But here's the conspiracy. Rick made the decision for Beth without telling her. Evidence scattered across episodes suggests Beth never actually chose anything. Rick cloned her regardless of her decision because he knew she'd eventually leave and he wanted to ensure the family stayed intact. In Starmort Return of the Jerry, both Beths remember being the original, which Rick claims is intentional to prevent existential crisis. But what if both Beths are clones and Rick killed or hid the original Beth because she discovered what he did? The theory proposes Rick gave Beth the choice as theater, then cloned her anyway, and memory wiped both versions so neither knows the truth. Supporting evidence includes Rick's dialogue about making sure Summer exists in every timeline, and his obsession with maintaining family structure despite his nihilism. If Beth never had real agency in her biggest life decision, that reframes Rick's entire relationship with his daughter as controlling and manipulative, beyond what the show acknowledges, which is saying something. The ambiguity of the clone reveal could be Rick's way of avoiding responsibility. If nobody knows who's the clone, nobody can blame him for making the choice without permission. Schrodinger's terrible parenting. Tracking intelligence markers nobody discusses. Summer is actually the smartest family member, and the show has been hiding this through dozens of subtle intelligence references. Everyone assumes Rick is smartest, followed by Morty, who's learning from Rick, then Beth, who's a surgeon, then Jerry, who's Jerry, with Summer somewhere in the middle. But compilation of Summer's accomplishments across seasons tells a different story. Summer masters Rick's technology faster than Morty. She figures out portal gun operation in Season 1 with minimal instruction, while Morty still struggles with it seasons later. She successfully manipulates Rick multiple times. The Gazorpazorp episode, the Purge episode, the Mad Max episode, which requires understanding his psychology well enough to predict and counter his moves. She negotiates with the president successfully, something Rick rarely accomplishes. Her emotional intelligence far exceeds everyone else's. She reads social situations, manipulates people, and navigates complex interpersonal dynamics that leave the rest of the family confused. The theory suggests Summer's intelligence is social and strategic rather than scientific like Rick's, making it less obvious, but possibly more dangerous, like being chess smart instead of math smart. Visual evidence includes background shots showing Summer getting straight A's in advanced classes while Morty fails basic courses. Dialogue references to Summer's wasted potential and, if only she applied herself, suggest teachers recognize intelligence she's not using. The show treats Summer as the normal family member, but compilation evidence shows she's actually the most competent Smith. She survives Rick and Morty's adventures without special training, solves problems independently, and adapts to chaos faster than anyone. If Summer focused her intelligence like Rick focuses his, she'd potentially surpass him because she has the emotional intelligence and social skills. Rick completely lacks Rick's intelligence, minus the crippling personality disorders equals terrifying. Examining fourth wall moments, Jerry being aware of the fourth wall is supported by meta moments scattered across seasons that suggest he knows he's in a TV show. Jerry's dialogue occasionally breaks the format in ways other characters don't. In Interdimensional Cable 2, Jerry has a line about "this is what passes for entertainment" that seems directed at the audience rather than characters in scene. In The Jarek Trap, Jerry makes a comment about how many seasons has this been going on that could be about his marriage or could be about the show itself, ambiguity doing heavy lifting. Multiple episodes show Jerry looking directly at the camera when other characters aren't, as if checking whether the audience sees what's happening to him. The theory proposes Jerry's awareness explains his unique position in the show. He's the only character who consistently fails upward despite having no skills or redeeming qualities, as if he knows he's protected by sitcom logic and fourth wall immunity, like knowing you're in a comedy means you can't really die. His survival of situations that should kill him, his recovery from absolute humiliations, and his ability to remain employed despite catastrophic incompetence all suggest someone operating with meta-knowledge. In The Old Man and the Seat, Jerry's dialogue about "why does this keep happening to me" while looking at the camera could be addressing the writers who keep putting him in terrible situations. The most compelling evidence is Jerry's complete lack of character growth across 7 seasons. He never learns, never changes, never develops because he knows none of it matters within the format of the show, which is either brilliant meta-commentary or justification for lazy writing, possibly both. If Jerry knows he's in a TV show, his behavior makes perfect sense. He's a sitcom character who understands sitcom rules and exploits them for survival. Here's one that sounds like fever dream but has evidence. The butter robot is fully sentient and has been plotting revenge since its creation. The butter robot appears in Season 1's Something Ricked This Way Comes. For one scene where Rick builds it, it asks, "What is my purpose?" Rick says, "You pass butter," and the robot has an existential crisis. Everyone laughs, the scene ends, we move on. But the butter robot appears in background shots across multiple seasons after this, always in Rick's garage, always near other technology, and if you track its position across episodes, it's getting closer to Rick's important equipment. In Season 4, the butter robot is visible near Rick's portal gun charging station. In Season 5, it's near Operation Phoenix controls. In Season 6, it's visible on a shelf directly above Rick's head while he's working, positioned like it's watching him. The theory proposes the butter robot has been slowly gaining access to Rick's technology and learning how it works, preparing for eventual revenge for being created with existence as suffering. The robot's simple AI has been running the same existential crisis loop for years, which would drive any consciousness insane, and it blames Rick for creating it. Supporting evidence includes one background shot where the butter robot is holding something other than butter, looks like a tool, suggesting it's been manipulating objects beyond its programmed purpose. Another shot shows 2 butter robots in the garage, implying it figured out how to self-replicate using Rick's equipment, which is nightmare fuel. The show treats the butter robot as a one-off joke, but tracking its appearances reveals a slow-burn horror story about created consciousness planning overthrow of its creator, Frankenstein, but with condiments. If the butter robot ever gains access to Operation Phoenix or portal technology, Rick's entire operation could be compromised by the simplest AI he ever built, seeking revenge for forced existence, which would be the most ironic way for Rick to go down. Tracking survival evidence, Squanchy surviving the wedding massacre has visual evidence hidden in background shots across Season 3. In The Wedding Squanchers, Squanchy tells Rick and Morty to run while he takes a serum that turns him into giant Squanchy to fight off the Galactic Federation. The implication is that Squanchy died in the battle, sacrificing himself so Rick could escape. Except the show never confirms his death. We see him transform and fight, then cut away. In Season 3 background shots, there are multiple blink and miss it moments showing cat-like aliens that match Squanchy's design in Federation prison crowds. One shot in The Rickdemption shows a cat alien in Federation custody with visible battle damage that matches giant Squanchy's color pattern. Another shot in Rickmancing the Stone shows what appears to be Squanchy's tail visible in a crowd scene on a wasteland planet, suggesting he escaped Federation custody and is in hiding. Season 4 has a background shot in One Crew over the crew Coos Morty, showing a wanted poster with Squanchy's face, implying he's alive and the Federation is hunting him. The most compelling evidence is a Season 5 scene showing cat aliens speaking in Squanchy's contextual language, suggesting his species is still active and he might be with them. The theory proposes Squanchy survived the wedding massacre, was captured by the Federation, escaped during the chaos of the Rickdemption when Rick destroyed the Galactic Federation economy, and is currently hiding somewhere the show will eventually reveal, or they forgot about him, which would be very on brand. If Squanchy's alive, his return would have major implications for Rick's character. Rick thinks his friend died saving him, which is one of Rick's few genuine emotional wounds, and discovering Squanchy survived would force Rick to reckon with hope after accepting loss. Character development incoming. Finally, tracking character evolution, Morty becoming Rick has 47 pieces of evidence across all seasons showing his gradual transformation into his grandfather. Starting with obvious signs, Morty's increasing comfort with violence, his growing scientific knowledge absorbing Rick's lectures, his cynicism replacing early idealism, and his willingness to manipulate people for desired outcomes, basically Rick's greatest hits playlist. Season 1, Morty cries when killing in self-defense. Season 7, Morty kills efficiently without remorse, like he's been taking notes on how to be a sociopath. Morty's romantic relationships mirror Rick's as he becomes emotionally unavailable, self-sabotages, and chooses adventure over connection. The apple doesn't fall far from the fucked up tree. His dialogue patterns increasingly match Rick's sarcasm and nihilism, to the point where sometimes Morty's lines could come from Rick's mouth and nobody would notice. Visual evidence includes Morty's posture becoming more slouched like Rick's, his facial expressions mirroring Rick's skepticism, same dead-eyed stare into the middle distance, and his clothing becoming more disheveled, matching Rick's "I stopped caring about my appearance decades ago" aesthetic. The 47 pieces of evidence include every instance of Morty choosing science over emotion, every time Morty abandons someone to solve a problem, every scene where Morty demonstrates Rick-level intelligence or cruelty, and there are way more than you remember. The show is documenting Morty's transformation into the very person he initially resisted becoming, which is either tragic character development or the longest "you'll become your parents" joke in television history. Probably both. The ultimate horror of Rick and Morty isn't that Rick is nihilistic, it's that spending time with Rick inevitably turns you into Rick, like a personality virus spreading through proximity. Morty started as Rick's opposite and is ending as Rick's clone, proving that Rick's worldview is infectious and corrupting, like if pessimism was contagious. The cycle continues. Rick was probably once an idealistic, Morty-like kid who spent too much time with a Rick figure and became what he is. Morty will eventually become a Rick who finds a new Morty and perpetuates the cycle infinitely across dimensions, trauma conga line, spanning infinity. The show's true tragedy is that Morty's growing competence and confidence comes at the cost of his humanity, and by the time he's capable of surviving without Rick, he'll have become Rick and will need his own Morty to maintain stability. Congratulations on your character development. It's called generational trauma. The evidence is everywhere once you start looking for it, and it's pointing toward an ending where Morty either escapes this transformation through Rick's death or completes it and becomes the next generation's nightmare. At last, 3 hours of shocking Rick and Morty facts to fall asleep to.
Starting it off with Evil Morty's real endgame, escaping the central finite curve. Evil Morty's real endgame theory. Evil Morty had one goal that he never told anyone about until the very end. He wanted to escape. Not just escape from a bad situation or a dangerous place. He wanted to escape from the entire section of reality where Rick exists as the smartest person in the universe. This goal seems impossible to most people, but Evil Morty spent years planning exactly how to make it happen. He first appeared way back in Season 1 when everyone thought he was just a sidekick to an evil version of Rick. That Rick had a scar on his face and was going around killing other Ricks from different dimensions. He murdered 27 Ricks and kidnapped hundreds of Mortys to torture them. The whole thing looked like the work of a psychotic Rick on a rampage. But when Rick C-137 and his Morty tracked down this evil Rick to stop him, they discovered something shocking. The evil Rick was not in control at all. He was just a mindless robot being controlled remotely by his Morty through an eye patch. That Morty, who everyone started calling Evil Morty, was the real mastermind behind everything. When Evil Morty got caught, he did something very smart. He took off his eye patch, which was the remote control device, and stomped on it. Then he just blended into the crowd of rescued Mortys who were being taken to the Citadel. Nobody knew that one of the most dangerous Mortys in the multiverse was hiding among them. The Citadel is a giant space station city where thousands of Ricks and Mortys from different dimensions live together. It exists in its own pocket dimension that any Rick can reach if they know the coordinates. For years after his first appearance, Evil Morty stayed hidden and planned his next move. He studied how the Citadel worked. He learned about its power structure and its politics. He figured out that the Citadel was not just a city, it was part of something much bigger and much worse. The Citadel sits inside something called the Central Finite Curve. This is the most important thing to understand about Evil Morty's plan. The Central Finite Curve is not a physical place you can point to on a map. It is a barrier that separates certain parts of the multiverse from other parts. Think of infinity like an ocean with no end. Now imagine someone building a wall in that ocean that curves around and connects back to itself. That wall divides the infinite ocean into two sections, one section inside the wall and everything else outside the wall. That is what the Central Finite Curve is. It is a wall around infinity. The Ricks built this wall a long time ago, and they built it for a very specific reason. They wanted to separate all the universes where Rick is the smartest being from all the universes where he is not the smartest. Inside the Central Finite Curve, Rick is always the top genius. Outside the Central Finite Curve, there might be universes where someone smarter than Rick exists, or universes where Rick does not exist at all. This reveals something dark about the Ricks. They did not want to explore the full, infinite multiverse. They wanted to play God in their own little section of it where they would always be on top. They wanted to be the biggest fish in a smaller pond. By creating the Central Finite Curve, the Ricks trapped themselves in universes where they would always be the dominant genius and where Mortys would always be around to serve them. This is important because Ricks use Mortys as camouflage. A Morty's brainwaves are the opposite of Rick's brainwaves. When a Rick and Morty are together, their brainwaves cancel each other out, making it impossible for other Ricks to track them down. This is why every Rick needs a Morty. Not because they love them or care about them, but because they are useful tools. When Evil Morty learned about the Central Finite Curve, everything made sense to him. He realized he was living in a cosmic prison, designed by Ricks to keep themselves in power forever. Every Morty inside the curve exists to serve Ricks. They are bred for that purpose. The Citadel Ricks even go so far as to force Beths and Jerrys in different dimensions to fall in love, so they will create Mortys. When they do not have enough natural Mortys, they start making clones. These Mortys get shipped across the multiverse to Ricks who need sidekicks. When a Morty dies, they make a new clone, give it the old Morty's memories, and send it to replace the dead one. The Rick, who owns that Morty, never even knows the difference. It is a factory system for creating servants, and it happens on a massive scale. Evil Morty saw all of this and realized the system would never change from the inside. The Ricks built it too well. So he decided to break out of it completely. But escaping the Central Finite Curve is not like escaping from a normal prison. The curve is not made of bars or walls you can climb over. It is built into the fabric of reality itself. Every portal gun that Ricks use is programmed to only open portals to dimensions inside the curve. You cannot just reprogram a normal portal gun to go outside because the technology does not work that way. The portal guns only have access to dimensions that have been mapped inside the curve. Going outside would require breaking through the barrier itself, which would take enormous power and very specific knowledge. Evil Morty knew he could not do this alone. He needed resources, and he needed information that only existed in one place. He needed the Citadel's dimensional drive, and he needed the complete knowledge of how it was built, and there was only one Rick who had that complete knowledge in his brain, Rick C-137. Rick C-137 is the Rick we follow in the show. He is also the Rick who helped build the Citadel in the first place. This is another huge revelation that came out in Season 5. Rick C-137 did not want to be a Rick who traveled dimensions at first. He was happy just living with his wife Diane and his daughter Beth in his home dimension. But then another Rick showed up in his garage and offered him portal technology. Rick C-137 said no, he did not want that life. The other Rick got angry and threw a bomb into Rick's house that killed both Diane and Beth right in front of him. This changed everything for Rick C-137. He finished building the portal gun by himself and spent years hunting across the multiverse trying to find the Rick who murdered his family. He killed many Ricks during this hunt, dozens of them, maybe even hundreds. He was so focused on revenge that he became an alcoholic to cope with the pain and depression. All those other Ricks that Rick C-137 was hunting and killing eventually banded together to protect themselves from him. They formed the Citadel as a way to survive. Eventually, Rick C-137 was so exhausted from his hunt and so broken by never finding the Rick who killed his family that he agreed to a truce. He helped the Ricks build the Citadel into what it became, even though he hated them and wanted nothing to do with them. After the Citadel was built, Rick C-137 left. He found a dimension where his daughter Beth was still alive and grown up. He moved in with her family and started going on adventures with his grandson Morty. That is the Rick we see in the show. But because he helped build the Citadel, he still had all the technical knowledge about how it works buried in his memories. Evil Morty knew this. Back in Season 1, when Evil Morty was using the evil robot Rick to hunt other Ricks, he actually captured Rick C-137 and started scanning his brain. He got about halfway through the scan before Rick C-137 escaped. Evil Morty kept that incomplete brain scan for years. He knew that someday he would need to finish it to get the rest of the information he needed. But he could not just kidnap Rick C-137 again. Rick is too smart and too dangerous for that. So Evil Morty came up with a longer plan. He went to the Citadel and entered politics. He pretended to be a normal Morty who wanted to make life better for other Mortys. He gave speeches about equality and justice. The Mortys at the Citadel loved him because he seemed to care about them. The Ricks underestimated him because they thought Mortys were too dumb to be a real threat. Evil Morty used this to get elected as president of the Citadel. Once he became president, Evil Morty had access to everything. He killed the Shadow Council of Ricks, who really ran things behind the scenes. He threw anyone who opposed him out of an airlock into space. He started building a machine underneath the Citadel in secret. This machine was the dimensional drive. It was designed to punch a hole through the central finite curve. Deformed Mortys worked in horrible conditions underground to build this drive, while Evil Morty acted like everything was normal above. He was playing the long game, waiting for the right moment to finish his brain scan of Rick C-137 and get the final piece of information he needed. That moment came in the Season 5 finale when Rick and Morty visited the Citadel. Morty needed special medicine to reverse some aging he did to himself, and they had to come to the Citadel to get it. Evil Morty invited them to dinner. During dinner, Evil Morty acted friendly and curious. He asked Rick about the central finite curve and how to bring it down. Rick refused to tell him anything. But that did not matter, because Evil Morty had a brain-scanning device hidden in the dining room. While they ate appetizers, the device scanned Rick's brain and combined it with the old partial scan from Season 1. Now Evil Morty had the complete picture. He had all of Rick's memories and all of Rick's knowledge about how the Citadel was built and how its systems worked. He had everything he needed to escape. Evil Morty then did something very clever with Morty. He showed Morty the truth about how the Citadel really works. He showed him that Mortys are bred like cattle. He showed him the factories where they clone Mortys and brainwash them. He showed him how Beths and Jerrys are manipulated to create more Mortys. He did this because he wanted Morty to see Rick for what he really was. Part of a system that treats Mortys as objects and not people. Rick and Morty tried to leave using their portal gun, but Evil Morty had already hacked all the portal fluid in the entire Citadel. When Rick tested the portal by pushing a guard through it, the guard got shredded to pieces instantly. The portal led to the Blender dimension, a place where everything gets torn apart. Evil Morty hacked every single portal gun in the Citadel to do this. Then he made an announcement over the loudspeakers telling everyone to stay inside and not leave. This was reverse psychology. Ricks hate being told what to do, so naturally, thousands of Ricks and Mortys immediately tried to leave using their portal guns. Every single one of them died horrible deaths because their portals all led to deadly dimensions. This was part of Evil Morty's plan. He was not evil because he enjoyed killing. He was evil because he was willing to do anything to escape the system, and he knew that meant the Citadel had to be destroyed. While chaos spread across the Citadel, Evil Morty activated the dimensional drive. This device needed massive amounts of power to work. To get that power, Evil Morty hacked Operation Phoenix. This was a system the Ricks created as a backup plan for when they die. When a Rick dies, their consciousness transfers into a new clone body and they come back to life. But Evil Morty rerouted all of those clone bodies to grinders. As Ricks and Mortys across the Citadel tried to use Operation Phoenix to escape the disaster, they woke up in new bodies, only to immediately get thrown into meat grinders. Their blood and body parts powered the dimensional drive. It is one of the most horrible things shown in the entire series. Morty watched it happen and was traumatized by how many people were dying. But Evil Morty did not care. He told Morty that he was not there to fix the system or save the Mortys. He was just there to leave. He called it doing jack shit about the problem and leaving it behind. The dimensional drive created a massive wormhole that started tearing through the central finite curve. At the same time, portal fluid flooded the entire Citadel. The combination of the drive and the portal fluid created enough energy to punch a hole through the barrier that separated the curve from the rest of the multiverse. The Citadel started ripping itself apart. Rick and Morty ran to the lower levels looking for untainted portal fluid, but Evil Morty had already drained it all. They met Evil Morty at the dimensional drive. He explained the whole truth to them there. He told Morty that the central finite curve was a wall around infinity built by Ricks to keep themselves in power. He told Morty that Rick only came back to him because the crows he had been adventuring with dumped him. He told Morty that all Ricks use their trauma as an excuse to justify anything they do. Then he offered Morty a chance to leave with him. Rick actually told Morty it was a better deal than staying, but Morty chose to stay with Rick anyway. Evil Morty expected this. He knew Mortys are bred for forgiveness. They always forgive Rick, no matter what he does. Evil Morty got into a small spaceship and flew toward the wormhole as the Citadel exploded around him. Rick and Morty barely escaped by detaching Mortyburg, which is a section of the Citadel where Mortys live, and breaking free before the whole station got destroyed. They ended up floating in space, stranded, without portal travel. Meanwhile, Evil Morty flew through the wormhole into a kaleidoscope of colors and realities. He punched through layer after layer of dimensional barriers until he was on the other side of the central finite curve. When he got there, he pulled out his own portal gun. This portal gun was special. Unlike Rick's green portals, Evil Morty's portals glowed golden yellow. The golden portal gun is designed to travel to dimensions outside the central finite curve, dimensions that Rick's portal technology cannot reach. Dimensions that were never mapped because Ricks never wanted to go there. Evil Morty opened a yellow portal and disappeared into it. His plan worked completely. He escaped from the central finite curve. He destroyed the Citadel and killed almost all the Ricks and most of the Mortys who lived there. He broke Rick's entire system and left Rick and Morty stranded without portal technology. The green portal fluid that powers normal portal guns was all destroyed in the disaster. Rick later confirmed in Season 6 that portal guns would not work anymore because Evil Morty used up all the available portal fluid to break through the curve. Rick had to reset portal technology entirely, which sent everyone back to their original dimensions and made portal travel much harder. Evil Morty succeeded in every part of his plan. He is now somewhere outside the central finite curve, living in a universe where Rick might not be the smartest being, or where Rick might not exist at all. He is finally free from the system that Rick's built. He is free from the cosmic prison that trapped every Morty inside the curve. The whole story reveals that Evil Morty is not really evil in the traditional sense. He is not killing people because he enjoys it. He is not trying to rule the world or gain power. He just wants to live free from Rick's influence. The reason people call him evil is because he is willing to kill thousands of innocent people to achieve that freedom. He sees the lives of Citadel Ricks and Mortys as acceptable losses in his war against the system. He does not feel bad about what he did because he believes the system itself is so corrupt and so horrible that destroying it justifies any cost. This makes him a very complex villain. Some fans even debate whether he is really a villain at all, or if he is more of an anti-hero who did terrible things for understandable reasons. Either way, Evil Morty achieved something no other Morty ever did. He outsmarted Rick, he beat the system, and he escaped to a part of reality that Ricks can never reach with their technology. That makes him one of the most dangerous and successful characters in the entire show. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have the theory that our Morty is not Rick C. 137's original Morty. Our Morty is not Rick C. 137's original Morty. One of the biggest revelations in Rick and Morty happens slowly across multiple seasons before finally getting confirmed in Season 6. The Morty we watch throughout the entire series is not Rick C. 137's original grandson. In fact, Rick C. 137 never had a Morty at all. His daughter Beth died when she was still a child. This means our Morty comes from a completely different dimension than the Rick we follow. They are not biologically related in the traditional sense. Rick moved into a dimension where another Rick had abandoned his family, and that abandoned family included the Morty we see in every episode. This is not a theory or speculation. The show confirms this as absolute canon through multiple episodes that carefully reveal how the family we watch is actually a patchwork of people from different dimensions who ended up together through various accidents and choices. The story starts with understanding where everyone originally came from. Rick C. 137 is from Dimension C. 137. This is his home dimension where he was born and grew up. In that dimension, he married a woman named Diane, and they had a daughter named Beth. Rick was a simple scientist trying to figure out basic teleportation technology. He was happy with his family and wanted nothing more than to spend time with them. But then another Rick showed up in his garage one day. This Rick was from a different dimension, and he had already figured out how to travel between dimensions using portal technology. He offered Rick C. 137 the secret to interdimensional travel. He wanted Rick C. 137 to become like him and abandon his family to explore the infinite multiverse. Rick C. 137 refused. He told the other Rick that kind of life sounded lonely and he would rather stay with his wife and daughter. He said he wanted to be a different kind of Rick. The other Rick did not take this rejection well. He got angry that Rick C. 137 thought he was better than him just because he chose family over science. So this other Rick did something horrible. He sent a bomb through a portal into Rick C. 137's house. The bomb killed both Diane and Beth right in front of Rick C. 137. This other Rick who murdered Rick's family is called Rick Prime. He is the actual villain of the entire show, and the reason Rick C. 137 became the broken alcoholic genius we see in the series. After his family died, Rick C. 137 eventually finished inventing the portal gun on his own. Then he spent years traveling the multiverse, hunting for Rick Prime. He wanted revenge. During this hunt, Rick C. 137 killed hundreds of other Ricks, hoping one of them would be Rick Prime or would have information about where to find him. He never found Rick Prime. The hunt went on for so long that Rick became depressed and started drinking heavily to cope with the pain. All the other Ricks that Rick C. 137 was hunting eventually banded together to protect themselves from him. They formed what would become the Citadel of Ricks. Eventually, Rick C. 137 was so tired and broken that he agreed to a truce with them. He even helped them build the Citadel into what it became. But then Rick C. 137 left the Citadel behind because he hated being around other Ricks. He wanted to find a family again. He wanted something to fill the void left by Diane and Beth. So Rick C. 137 traveled the multiverse, looking for a dimension where he could settle down. He found one. It was a dimension where Rick Prime had invented portal technology and then abandoned his family to explore the multiverse. Rick Prime left behind his adult daughter Beth, who had grown up without a father. This Beth eventually married Jerry, and they had 2 children named Summer and Morty. Rick C. 137 moved into that dimension and took Rick Prime's place in the family. He pretended to be their Rick, even though he was not actually related to any of them by blood. This is the crucial point. The dimension Rick C. 137 moved into is called the Prime Dimension. It is the dimension where Rick Prime originally came from. This means that Morty Prime is actually Rick Prime's biological grandson, not Rick C-137's grandson. Rick C-137 chose this specific dimension on purpose. He knew it was Rick Prime's home dimension. His plan was to wait there, hoping that someday Rick Prime would come back home and Rick C-137 could finally get his revenge. So Rick C-137 has been using Morty Prime as bait this entire time. Morty is Rick Prime's real grandson, and Rick C-137 moved in with Rick Prime's family, specifically to try to catch Rick Prime when he returned. This is dark, but it explains a lot about their relationship. Rick C-137 cares about Morty, but Morty was never actually his grandson. They are connected by circumstance and choice, not by blood. The Prime Dimension is where the show begins. The first 6 episodes of Season 1 all take place in the Prime Dimension. This is Morty Prime's original home. Then, in Episode 6, something massive happens that changes everything. The episode is called Rick Potion Number 9. In this episode, Morty asks Rick to make him a love potion so his crush Jessica will fall in love with him at a school dance. Rick makes the potion using Vol DNA, but Rick forgets to tell Morty one important thing. The potion will mutate horribly if the person who takes it has the flu. Jessica has the flu. When Morty gives Jessica the potion, it piggybacks on her flu virus and goes airborne. Within minutes, everyone at the school is infected. The potion spreads across the entire planet. Everyone on Earth, except for Morty's blood relatives, falls in love with Morty and wants to mate with him. Rick tries to fix this by making an antidote using praying mantis DNA. This backfires and turns everyone into giant praying mantis creatures that want to mate with Morty and then eat him. Rick makes another antidote using various random DNA sources. This one works in stopping people from wanting to mate with Morty, but it mutates everyone into horrible blob monsters. Rick names them Cronenbergs after the body horror director David Cronenberg. At this point, Rick realizes the situation is beyond repair. The entire planet is ruined. Everyone except Jerry, Beth, Summer, Rick, and Morty has been turned into disgusting mutant creatures. Rick decides that instead of fixing the problem, they will just abandon the dimension and move to a new one. Rick scans the multiverse, looking for a dimension that is almost identical to theirs. He finds one where that dimension's Rick and Morty successfully cured the love potion disaster, but then died in an explosion in the garage shortly after fixing everything. Rick and Morty portal to this new dimension. They bury their dead, alternate selves in the backyard. Then they take their place in that dimension and pretend to be the Rick and Morty who lived there. Nobody in the family knows what happened except Rick and Morty. Jerry, Beth, and Summer stayed behind in the Prime Dimension. They are still alive there, hunting Cronenbergs for food and surviving in the post-apocalyptic wasteland. The new dimension that Rick and Morty moved to is called Replacement Dimension, or Dimension C-131. This means from Episode 7 onward, Rick and Morty are living with different versions of Beth, Jerry, and Summer. The Beth, Jerry, and Summer in Dimension C-131 are not Morty Prime's biological family members. They are alternates from a different dimension. Morty Prime abandoned his real mother, father, and sister in the Cronenberg dimension. He left them to die in a ruined world while he moved to a new dimension and pretended everything was fine. This traumatizes Morty. The episode ends with Morty having a 1,000-yard stare as he processes what he just did. He buried his own corpse and took his place in a family that is not really his family. Everything he knows is a lie. But life continues, and they pretend like nothing happened. Summer does eventually find out about this. In the episode 60 Minutes from Season 1, Morty shows Summer the graves in the backyard and explains what happened in Rick Potion Number 9. Summer is disturbed, but they both move on. The family living situation gets even more complicated. In Season 2, Episode 2, called Morty Night Run, Rick takes Jerry to a daycare facility for Jerrys called Jerry Bory. This is an interdimensional daycare where Ricks drop off their Jerrys so they do not have to bring them on adventures. Rick gets a ticket with Jerry's information on it when he drops Jerry off. At the end of the episode, Rick loses the ticket. He just picks a Jerry who looks right and takes him home. The episode hints that Rick might have grabbed the wrong Jerry. This gets confirmed in Season 6. The Jerry that Rick picked up at Jerry Bory was not the Jerry from Dimension C-131. It was a Jerry from a different dimension called Dimension 5126. So starting from Morty Night Run, the Jerry living with the family is actually from Dimension 5126, not from Dimension C, 131. Nobody knows about this swap until Season 6, when it finally gets revealed. The show keeps dropping hints across multiple seasons that the family composition is wrong. In Season 3, Episode 1, called The Rick Shank Rickdemption, Rick himself tells Summer that she is not even his Summer when they return to the Cronenberg Prime Dimension. This is Rick admitting that Summer from Dimension C, 131, is not his real granddaughter. In Season 5, Episode 10, called Rick Murai Jack, Evil Morty shows Morty the full truth about the Citadel. During this episode, Morty learns that Rick C-137 helped build the Citadel. He also learns about the central finite curve. And he starts to realize that his relationship with Rick is more complicated than he thought. But the full truth does not come out until Season 6, Episode 1, called Solarix. Solarix is the episode that confirms everything once and for all. At the end of Season 5, Evil Morty destroyed portal travel by using all the portal fluid in the Citadel to break through the central finite curve. Rick's portal gun stops working. In Solarix, Rick tries to fix his portal gun by resetting the portal fluid, but he makes a mistake. Instead of resetting the portal fluid, he resets all portal travelers. This means everyone who ever used portal technology to travel from their original dimension gets sent back to where they came from. Rick gives Summer instructions on how to bring everyone back. Then the portal travelers get zapped away to their original dimensions. Rick goes to Dimension C, 137. Morty goes to the Prime Dimension. Jerry goes to Dimension 5126. When Morty arrives in the Prime Dimension, he sees the Cronenberg wasteland. He finds his original father, Jerry Prime. Jerry Prime is the only survivor left. Beth Prime and Summer Prime both died. Summer Prime was frozen by Citadel Ricks back in Season 3, and later died when she thawed out. Beth Prime got sick from a Cronenberg infection and died. Jerry Prime survived alone in the wasteland and became a hardened warrior. He completely changed his personality. He is no longer the weak loser Jerry that Morty knows. He adopted Rick's nihilistic philosophy and learned to survive in the apocalypse. When Morty tries to reconnect with Jerry Prime and apologize for abandoning him, Jerry Prime rejects Morty. He tells Morty that Morty abandoned him twice, once in Rick Potion number 9 and again when Morty never came back. Jerry Prime wants nothing to do with Morty. This scene confirms that the Prime Dimension is Morty's original home, and these are his real family members. Rick C-137 arrives in his home dimension, Dimension C-137. He finds his old house where Diane and Beth died. Rick kept this dimension on a time loop, so the day of their deaths repeats forever. He even programmed an AI voice of Diane to haunt him as punishment. Rick realizes he needs to move on from his quest for revenge. The AI Diane suggests that if Rick got reset to his home dimension, then Rick Prime probably also got reset to his home dimension. This means Rick Prime is back in the Prime Dimension where Morty currently is. Rick flies through the rift that evil Morty created to reach the Prime Dimension. He finds Morty and picks him up. Then Rick reveals the truth to Morty. He tells Morty that the Prime Dimension is Rick Prime's home dimension, and that Rick Prime is Morty's real biological grandfather. He explains that Rick C-137 moved into the Prime Dimension specifically to wait for Rick Prime to return so he could kill him. This is a devastating revelation for Morty. He learns that Rick has been using him as bait this entire time. Meanwhile, Jerry arrives in Dimension 5126. He finds his original family from that dimension. They are having the same dinner they had back in Season 2. Nothing has changed in Dimension 5126. Jerry Prime from that dimension is still unemployed, and everyone still hates him. In Dimension 5126, Jerry and Beth never got divorced like they did in Season 3. Jerry realizes that going through the divorce actually helped him grow as a person. He appreciates the family he has been living with since Season 2. Rick and Morty rescue Jerry from Dimension 5126 and bring him back. The entire family returns to Dimension C-131, where they have been living since Rick Potion number 9. But when they get home, they find another Jerry there. This Jerry is the original Jerry from Dimension C-131. He is the Jerry who was supposed to be with them all along, but got swapped at Jerry Bory back in Season 2. He has been taking a shower upstairs waiting for them to return. This Jerry is cold and mean because he did not go through the character development that the other Jerry went through. There is one more twist. The Jerry from Dimension C 131 gets bitten by a parasitic creature called Mr. Frundles that turns everything it touches into copies of itself. Within seconds, Mr. Frundles takes over the entire planet Earth in Dimension C 131. The family has to abandon that dimension and move to yet another replacement dimension. They find a dimension where everyone in the family died at exactly the same time from natural causes. They bury these bodies and take their place. The only difference in this new dimension is that people pronounce the word Parmesan in a weird way. So now the family is living in what fans call the Parmesan dimension. This is their third dimension overall. First, the Prime dimension, then Dimension C 131, now the Parmesan dimension. The Jerry who came with them is from Dimension 5126. Beth and Summer are from Dimension C 131. Morty is from the Prime dimension. Rick is from Dimension C 137. They are a completely patchwork family from 4 different dimensions living together and pretending to be a normal family unit. All of this proves, beyond any doubt, that our Morty is not Rick C 137's original Morty. Rick C 137 never had a Morty because his Beth died as a child. Our Morty is Morty Prime from the Prime dimension, and he is the biological grandson of Rick Prime, not Rick C 137. Rick C 137 moved in with Rick Prime's abandoned family and has been pretending to be their Rick for years. The show establishes this through careful storytelling across 6 seasons. Rick Potion number 9 shows the first dimension jump. Solarix confirms everyone's original dimensions by sending them back there. The Jerry Bory incident adds another layer, showing that even Jerry is not from the right dimension. The entire family we watch is made up of people from different dimensions, who ended up together through accidents, swaps, and Rick's choices. They are not a real family in the traditional biological sense. They are a found family who stick together despite learning these truths about their origins. And that makes their relationship more meaningful in some ways because they choose to stay together knowing they are not actually related. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have the theory that Mortys are brainwave camouflage for Ricks. There is one scientific reason that explains why every Rick in the multiverse keeps a Morty by their side. It is not about love or family or teaching lessons. It is about survival. Mortys serve as brainwave camouflage for Ricks. This gets revealed in Season 1, Episode 10, called Close Rick Counters of the Rick Kind. The episode explains that Rick gives off a specific kind of brainwave because of his genius. These genius brainwaves are very distinctive and very traceable. Anyone with the right technology can detect a Rick from far away just by scanning for these unique genius brainwaves. This makes every Rick a walking target for their enemies, and Rick has many enemies. Galactic terrorists want him dead, subgalactic dictators want him dead, most of the intergalactic government wants him dead. Rick describes it as, everywhere you find people with their heads up their butts, someone wants a piece of your grandpa. So Rick's needed a way to hide from all these powerful enemies who want to track them down and kill them. The solution is Morty. Morty's brainwaves are described as complementary to Rick's brainwaves. When Rick stands near Morty, Morty's brainwaves cancel out Rick's genius brainwaves. It works like noise-canceling technology. If you have a sound wave and you play the exact opposite sound wave at the same time, the 2 waves cancel each other out and you hear nothing. The same principle applies to brainwaves in the Rick and Morty universe. Rick's genius brainwaves and Morty's brainwaves somehow work as opposites. When they are together, the 2 brainwave patterns cancel each other out. This makes Rick invisible to anyone scanning for genius brainwaves. Rick becomes completely undetectable to his enemies. This is why Rick calls Morty a camouflage. Morty is not Rick's grandson in any meaningful emotional sense. Morty is a human cloaking device. Morty is a tool that Rick uses to hide from radar. This revelation happens during a conversation between Rick and Morty while they are on the run from the Council of Ricks. Morty just saw the Citadel for the first time. He saw thousands of Ricks and thousands of Mortys from different dimensions, all living together. At first, Morty felt disappointed because seeing so many versions of himself and Rick made him think their bond was not special. But then Morty convinced himself that their relationship must be special to span across all those different timelines. He thought maybe he and Rick had something unique that connected them across infinite realities. Rick immediately crushes this hope. Rick tells Morty it has to be that way. Morty asks what Rick means. Rick explains that Morty is camouflage. Morty does not understand at first. Rick explains that Ricks have very distinctive and traceable brainwaves due to their genius. The best way to hide from an enemy's radar is to stand near someone with complementary brainwaves that make Rick's brainwaves invisible. When a Rick is with a Morty, the genius waves get cancelled out by the Morty waves. Morty tries to make this sound better than it is. He asks Rick if their brainwaves are complementary because their personalities are so different. Maybe Rick is logical and cold, while Morty is emotional and warm, and those opposite traits create opposite brainwaves. Rick does not answer this question. He just moves on to the next topic. This non-answer tells us a lot. Rick either does not know why the brainwaves cancel each other out, or he does not want to tell Morty the real reason. The implication from Rick's silence is that Morty waves cancel Rick waves because Morty is stupid. That is the joke the show is making. Morty is so unintelligent that his brain produces the exact opposite waves of a genius brain. Morty is useful specifically because he is dumb. His stupidity is what makes him valuable to Rick. This is devastating for Morty to learn. Up until this moment, Morty thought Rick took him on adventures because Rick cared about him or because they had a special bond. Now Morty learns that Rick keeps him around for purely practical reasons. Morty is a piece of safety equipment. Morty serves the same function as a bulletproof vest or a shield. Rick uses Morty to stay alive. The relationship is not based on love or family connection. It is based on utility. Morty becomes upset with Rick after learning this. He questions their entire relationship. He wonders if anything between them is real or if he has just been a tool this whole time. The episode does show that Rick cares about Morty more than he admits, but the brainwave camouflage revelation still stands. Every Rick across the multiverse keeps a Morty for this exact reason. It is not a coincidence that most timelines have a Rick and most Ricks have a Morty. This pairing exists because Ricks need Mortys to survive. The brainwave camouflage concept is not just theoretical. The episode proves it works through the main villain. There is an evil version of Rick who is killing other Ricks across dimensions. This evil Rick kidnapped hundreds of Mortys and built a dome-shaped fortress. The walls of this dome are covered from top to bottom with naked Mortys. These Mortys are strapped to the surface of the dome and constantly being tortured. Machines stab their sides over and over again in a rhythmic pattern. The Mortys scream in pain non-stop. The torture is intentional. When Mortys are in extreme pain, their brainwaves become stronger and more active. One Morty producing normal brainwaves is enough to hide one Rick from basic detection. But hundreds of Mortys screaming in agony create a massive pattern of brainwaves that can hide someone even from other Ricks. The Citadel of Ricks has very advanced technology. They can track Ricks even when those Ricks are standing next to one Morty. But hundreds of tortured Mortys create so much brainwave noise that even the Citadel cannot detect what is hiding inside. When Morty sees this torture dome, he is horrified. He asks why someone would do something so horrible. Rick explains the concept casually. He says one Morty is enough to hide from the bureaucrats. But if you get a whole matrix of Mortys and put them in agonizing pain, that creates a pattern that can hide even from other Ricks. Then Rick admits something shocking. He says he fiddled with a concept like this once. He thought about building a torture dome of Mortys. Morty looks at Rick with horror and disgust. Rick quickly backtracks. He says he only thought about it on paper. He would never actually do it because it is barbaric overkill. Then Rick makes it even worse by explaining that you could accomplish the same result with just 5 Mortys and a jumper cable. Morty glares at Rick. Rick realizes how bad this sounds and adds that he would not do that either. He is just saying it is bad craftsmanship to use hundreds of Mortys when 5 would work. This scene reveals how Ricks think about Mortys. Even the good Rick, the Rick we follow in the show, considered building a torture device powered by Morty suffering. He thought about the engineering problem and figured out the minimum number of Mortys needed to hide from other Ricks. The fact that Rick calculated this means he seriously considered doing it. He ultimately decided not to build a Morty torture dome, but only because it was overkill and inefficient, not because it was morally wrong. The evil Rick, who actually built the dome, just took Rick's theoretical concept and made it real. This proves that Ricks across the multiverse view Mortys as objects to be used. They are not grandchildren, they are tools. The brainwave camouflage is their primary function. The episode also reveals that the evil Rick is not actually in control. He is a cyborg puppet being controlled remotely by his Morty through an eye patch device. This Morty, who everyone calls Evil Morty, is the one who built the torture dome and killed 27 Ricks. Evil Morty kidnapped hundreds of Mortys from different dimensions to use as cloaking devices. He needed the torture dome to hide from the Citadel while he worked on his real plan. The Citadel never detected Evil Morty because the massive amount of Morty brainwaves from the tortured Mortys hid everything. This shows that the brainwave camouflage concept is powerful enough to hide even the most wanted criminals in the multiverse if they use enough Mortys. Evil Morty understood how Ricks use Mortys as camouflage, and he used that same system against them. The Citadel of Ricks is built entirely around this brainwave concept. The Citadel is a society where thousands of Ricks and Mortys live together. At the Citadel, Mortys are treated like commodities. There are Morty insurance salesmen who try to sell Rick insurance policies in case their Morty gets injured. There are advertisements for Morty accessories like Morty Dazzlers that turn your boring old Morty into a hot fashion statement. Mortys get bought and sold and traded. Ricks pick them up from agencies. When Rick and Morty visit the Citadel, they see a customer service desk specifically for assigning Mortys to Ricks. The whole system operates like Mortys are pets or employees rather than people. This treatment makes sense once you understand that Mortys exist primarily as camouflage devices. They serve a function. They hide genius brainwaves. That is their job. Some Ricks probably do care about their Mortys on an emotional level, but the foundational reason every Rick has a Morty is practical rather than emotional. This gets reinforced later in the series. In Season 5, Episode 10, called Rick Mirai Jack, Evil Morty reveals even darker truths about how the Citadel uses Mortys. He shows Morty Prime that the Citadel has been mass-producing Mortys for years. The Citadel Ricks realized that rogue Ricks could use Mortys to hide from the Citadel's detection systems. So the Citadel created what Evil Morty calls a Morty market. They manipulate events in different dimensions to force Beths and Jerrys to fall in love and have children. This ensures that every dimension inside the central finite curve produces Mortys. When natural reproduction is not enough, the Citadel starts making Morty clones in factories. These clones get mass-produced and shipped across the multiverse to Ricks who need them. When a Morty dies, the Citadel makes a new clone, gives it the dead Morty's memories, and sends it to replace the dead one. The Rick, who owns that Morty, never knows the difference. This system exists because Mortys are valuable. They are valuable specifically because they hide genius brainwaves. The Citadel needs a constant supply of Mortys to keep all the Ricks safe from detection. Evil Morty explains this to Morty Prime to show him how Ricks really view Mortys. Mortys are bred for camouflage. That is their primary purpose. Mortys are also bred for forgiveness, which means Ricks engineered Mortys to be emotionally dependent and forgiving so they would never leave or turn against their Ricks. But the brainwave camouflage is the foundation. Without that function, Ricks would have no reason to keep Mortys around at all. Evil Morty became evil specifically because he understood this truth. He realized he was living in a system where he and every other Morty existed as tools for Ricks. They were not people with their own value. They were objects designed to serve Rick's needs. Evil Morty wanted to escape from this system entirely, which is why he worked so hard to break through the central finite curve and leave the Rick-controlled multiverse behind. The brainwave camouflage concept explains many things about the show. It explains why Rick is so casual about putting Morty in danger. If Morty dies, Rick can just get another Morty from a different dimension who serves the same camouflage function. It explains why there are thousands of Mortys at the Citadel being treated like second-class citizens. They exist to serve Ricks, so they have no rights or freedom beyond what Ricks give them. It explains why the relationship between Rick and Morty often feels toxic and one-sided. Rick is using Morty. That is the foundational truth of their relationship. Rick may have come to care about Morty over time, but he originally took Morty on adventures because he needed brainwave camouflage to stay alive. Everything else developed later. The show does suggest that Rick C-137 is different from most Ricks in how he treats Morty. During the torture dome scene, Rick sheds tears when he is forced to watch his own memories of Morty. The memories show Rick holding baby Morty and spending time with young Morty. Rick clearly has emotional attachment, even though he would never admit it out loud. At the end of the episode, Rick tells Morty that he is the Mortiest Morty of all the Mortys. This is Rick's way of saying Morty is special to him without actually saying he cares. But even with this emotional connection, the practical reality remains. Rick keeps Morty around because Morty hides Rick's genius brainwaves from enemies. That is the reason every Rick has a Morty across infinite dimensions. It is not about love, it is about survival. The brainwave camouflage concept is one of the darkest revelations in the entire show. It recontextualizes everything we know about Rick and Morty's relationship. Every adventure they go on, Rick is using Morty as a human shield against detection. Every time Rick takes Morty somewhere dangerous, he is bringing his camouflage device along. Morty thinks they are bonding. Rick knows Morty is serving a function. This creates a fundamental imbalance in their relationship that never fully goes away. Morty can never be sure if Rick actually cares about him or if he just needs him for practical reasons. The show suggests Rick does care, but it also shows that care developing on top of a foundation built on utility. Rick needed camouflage. Morty provided camouflage. Everything else came after that basic transaction. The episode Close Rick Counters of the Rick Kind establishes this concept clearly and canonically. Rick's explanation to Morty is straightforward. Ricks have distinctive, traceable brainwaves due to genius. Mortys have complementary brainwaves that cancel out Rick's brainwaves. This makes Ricks invisible to their enemies. Therefore, every Rick keeps a Morty. The torture dome proves the concept works. Hundreds of tortured Mortys created enough brainwave interference to hide evil Morty from the entire Citadel. Later episodes reinforce this concept by showing how the Citadel mass produces Mortys to meet demand. The whole system depends on Mortys serving as brainwave camouflage for Ricks. That is why Mortys exist in the Rick and Morty multiverse. They are not accidents of biology, they are engineered necessities. They are the solution to a problem that Ricks face, and that problem is that genius makes you a target. The only way to hide genius is to stand next to someone whose brainwaves cancel yours out. That someone is Morty. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have the theory that Evil Morty was the true mastermind from day one. Evil Morty was the true villain of Rick and Morty from the very first moment he appeared. The show made everyone think they were watching a story about an evil version of Rick terrorizing the multiverse. But the final minutes of Season 1, Episode 10, called Close Rick Counters of the Rick Kind, revealed the truth. The eye patch-wearing Morty, who seemed like a helpless sidekick, was actually the mastermind controlling everything. He was pulling the strings the entire time. This revelation changed everything we thought we knew about the episode. It also set up a long game plan that would not pay off until years later in Season 3 and Season 5. Evil Morty had a plan from day one, and every single thing he did was a calculated step toward his ultimate goal of escaping the central finite curve. The episode starts with what looks like a typical Rick and Morty adventure gone wrong. An evil-looking Rick with a facial scar and dark circles under his eyes appears through a portal with his Morty who wears an eye patch. This evil Rick shoots another Rick in the head and kills him instantly. His Morty tranquilizes that Rick's Morty and kidnaps him. The scene happens so fast that you barely have time to process it. Then the next morning reveals this was not our Rick and Morty, it was a different dimension. Our Rick gets arrested by the Council of Ricks for crimes he did not commit. The council accuses Rick C. 137 of murdering 27 Ricks from different dimensions and kidnapping their Mortys. Rick did not do this. Someone framed him, someone killed those Ricks, and made it look like Rick C. 137 was responsible. Rick escapes from the council with Morty, and they track down the real killer. They follow the signal from Rick's hacked portal gun to a swampy planet. On this planet sits a massive dome covered entirely with hundreds of naked Mortys strapped to the surface. Machines constantly stab these Mortys in their sides, causing them to scream in endless agony. The torture is intentional. The pain makes their brainwaves stronger, creating a camouflage shield so powerful that even other Ricks cannot detect what is hiding inside the dome. Rick and Morty break into the dome and find the evil Rick. This Rick captures them. He ties Rick C. 137 to a table and starts downloading all of Rick's memories from his brain. While the download happens, evil Rick mocks Rick C. 137. He tells Rick that Ricks do not care about Mortys. He conducts the screams of the tortured Mortys like an orchestra. Meanwhile, Morty C, 137, gets thrown into a prison with all the other kidnapped Mortys. These Mortys have given up hope. Some of them have formed a religious cult that believes in the one true Morty who will save them. But Morty C, 137, refuses to give up. He gives a speech to the other Mortys. He tells them they can fight back. He leads a rebellion. The Mortys break out of prison and storm Evil Rick's laboratory. They beat Evil Rick to death with their bare hands. Evil Rick actually begs them to kill him faster. He wants to die. The Council of Ricks shows up after Evil Rick is already dead. They start investigating the crime scene. Rick C, 137, is cleared of all charges since they found the real killer. The Council takes all the rescued Mortys back to the Citadel, where they will be safe and assigned to new Ricks. Everything seems resolved. The bad guy is dead. The Mortys are saved. Rick is proven innocent. But then comes the ending. 2 Rick investigators examine Evil Rick's corpse. They discover something shocking. Evil Rick has a receiver implanted in his brain. Someone was controlling him remotely this entire time. Evil Rick was not the villain. He was a puppet. The camera cuts to the crowd of rescued Mortys boarding ships to the Citadel. One Morty stands among them, wearing an eye patch. This is the Morty who was with Evil Rick throughout the episode. He reaches up and removes his eye patch. The eye patch contains a transmitter device. He looks at it for a moment. Then he drops it on the ground and crushes it under his foot. He destroyed the evidence. Now he looks exactly like every other Morty. He blends into the crowd with no one suspecting him. The song For the Damaged Coda by Blonde Redhead starts playing. This song becomes Evil Morty's theme throughout the series. The episode ends on this reveal. This twist changes everything about the episode. Evil Rick was not evil by choice. He was a cyborg slave, being controlled by his Morty through the eye patch device. Every word that came out of Evil Rick's mouth was actually Evil Morty's words. Every action Evil Rick took was Evil Morty directing him. Evil Morty killed 27 Ricks across dimensions. Evil Morty kidnapped hundreds of Mortys and built the Torture Dome. Evil Morty framed Rick C. 137 for these crimes. Evil Morty scanned Rick C. 137's brain to steal his memories and knowledge. Evil Morty orchestrated everything. He is smarter than Rick. He outplayed the Council of Ricks. He committed mass murder and walked away without anyone suspecting him. He gained access to the Citadel by posing as a victim. Now, he is inside the Citadel with all of Rick C. 137's memories in a database he can access whenever he wants. The episode shows that Evil Morty was always in control, but nobody noticed. When Rick and Morty first arrive at the dome, Evil Rick and Eye Patch Morty greet them. Evil Rick does all the talking, while Eye Patch Morty stays silent. Eye Patch Morty quietly takes Morty C. 137 to the prison without saying a single word. He never draws attention to himself. He acts like a typical helpless Morty sidekick, but he was the one giving all the orders the whole time. During the rebellion when the Mortys beat Evil Rick to death, Eye Patch Morty just watches. He lets it happen. He actually needed Evil Rick to die so he could dispose of the evidence and escape undetected. Evil Rick even begs the Mortys to finish killing him. This makes more sense, knowing Evil Morty was forcing him to do terrible things against his will. Evil Rick wanted to die to escape from Evil Morty's control. Season 7 later reveals Evil Morty's full origin story in an episode called Unmortrican. The episode shows that Evil Morty started as a normal Morty, going on adventures with his Rick. His Rick was abusive and constantly put Evil Morty in dangerous, humiliating situations. One day, after a particularly bad adventure, Evil Morty and his Rick got into an argument. His Rick challenged him to quit if he was so unhappy. Evil Morty left the garage but came back with a drink. He offered it to his Rick as a peace offering. His Rick drank it and got blackout drunk. While his Rick was unconscious drunk, Evil Morty built the mind control device. He surgically attached receivers to his Rick's brain and turned him into a cyborg puppet. From that moment forward, Evil Morty controlled his Rick completely. He used his Rick to go to the Citadel. He erased all records of himself and his Rick from the Citadel database so nobody could identify them. Then, he started his plan. Evil Morty's plan in Season 1 was to get information. He needed to learn about the Citadel. He needed to understand how it was built and how it worked. He killed Ricks to study them and absorb their knowledge. He kidnapped Mortys to use as camouflage. He specifically targeted Rick C-137 because Evil Morty somehow knew that Rick C-137 helped build the Citadel. Rick C-137 had knowledge that nobody else had, so Evil Morty framed Rick C-137 for murder to lure him out. He knew Rick would track him down. When Rick arrived, Evil Morty scanned Rick's brain and downloaded all his memories. He got exactly what he wanted. Then, he let the Mortys kill Evil Rick while he escaped with all of Rick C-137's knowledge stored in a database. He blended into the crowd of rescued Mortys and entered the Citadel as one of many victims. Nobody suspected that one of the rescued Mortys was actually the mastermind behind everything. Evil Morty disappears for 3 years in real time. His story does not continue until Season 3, Episode 7, called the Ricklantis Mix-Up. This episode takes place entirely at the Citadel, with none of the main characters appearing, except in a brief post-credits scene. The episode follows different Ricks and Mortys living in the Citadel, after Rick C-137 destroyed it in the Season 3 premiere. The Citadel is being rebuilt as a democracy. They are holding elections to choose the first president. Several Ricks run for president. One Morty also runs. This Morty calls himself Candidate Morty. He represents the Morty Party. Nobody takes him seriously. The Ricks mock him during debates. Even his own campaign manager does not believe he can win. But Candidate Morty gives a powerful speech during the presidential debate. He talks about how Mortys are treated as second-class citizens. He talks about the class divide between Ricks and Mortys. He promises change. He promises to make the Citadel better for everyone. The crowd loves him. Suddenly, he becomes a real contender in the race. Right after this speech, he fires his campaign manager for doubting him. The campaign manager is shocked. Later, a mysterious Rick in a trench coat gives the campaign manager a file folder. Inside this folder are documents revealing Candidate Morty's true identity. The documents show that Candidate Morty is actually Eye Patch Morty from Season 1. The campaign manager is horrified. He realizes he was working for a mass murderer. The campaign manager tries to stop Evil Morty. He shows up at Evil Morty's next rally with a gun. He shoots Candidate Morty in front of everyone, but Evil Morty survives. He wore protection. The assassination attempt actually helps him win the election, because now he looks like a martyr. The campaign manager gets arrested immediately. 2 Rick Secret Service agents throw the campaign manager out of an airlock into space as punishment for trying to kill the president-elect. As he dies, these agents casually mention that Candidate Morty survived and won the election in a close race. The campaign manager desperately tries to show them the documents proving Candidate Morty is Evil Morty. They ignore him. He gets ejected into space, where his corpse joins hundreds of other corpses floating outside the Citadel. Evil Morty becomes President Morty. He meets with the Shadow Council of Ricks, who actually run the Citadel behind the scenes. They tell President Morty that he is just a figurehead. They expect him to do what they say. President Morty asks them who thinks they can oppose him. Some of the Ricks raise their hands. President Morty snaps his fingers. Rick guards shoot all the Ricks who raise their hands. Their corpses get thrown out of airlocks into space. President Morty tells the surviving Shadow Council members that they can stay and help him, or they can oppose him and die. They all choose to stay. President Morty has complete control of the Citadel now. The episode ends with the song For the Damaged Coda playing again. The camera shows all the corpses floating in space outside the Citadel. Among these corpses is the campaign manager, with the documents revealing President Morty is Evil Morty floating next to his body. The audience sees the documents, but nobody in the show does. This episode shows Evil Morty's long game continuing. He spent 3 years hiding in the Citadel, studying how it worked. He created a fake identity as Candidate Morty. He ran a calculated political campaign designed to win over both Ricks and Mortys. He gave speeches that sounded genuine and caring. He made himself look like a champion of the oppressed, but it was all manipulation. He never cared about helping anyone. He wanted power. He wanted control of the Citadel, and he got it through lies and murder. The assassination attempt was likely part of his plan. He probably arranged for the mysterious Rick to give the campaign manager the documents, knowing the campaign manager would try to kill him. Evil Morty used this assassination attempt to gain sympathy votes and win the election. Then, he purged everyone who could oppose him. Within hours of taking office, he became an absolute dictator. President Morty runs the Citadel for 2 years in real time before the story continues. Season 5, Episode 10, called Rick Morty Jack, brings Evil Morty back for the final phase of his plan. By this point, President Morty has built a secret machine underneath the Citadel. Deformed Mortys work in horrible conditions building this dimensional drive. Rick C-137 and Morty visit the Citadel. President Morty invites them to dinner. During dinner, he scans Rick's brain again to finish getting the information he needs. He already had most of Rick's memories from Season 1. Now he completes the scan. He has everything he needs to execute his final plan. President Morty reveals the truth to Morty Prime. He shows him that the Citadel mass produces Mortys. He shows him how Ricks manipulate Beths and Jerrys to create Mortys. He explains the central finite curve and how Ricks trap themselves in universes where they are always the smartest beings. Then President Morty activates the dimensional drive. The machine uses the blood and bodies of dead Ricks and Mortys as fuel. It creates a massive wormhole that tears through the central finite curve. President Morty escapes through this wormhole in a small spaceship. He punches through dimensional barriers until he reaches the other side of the curve. The Citadel explodes behind him. Almost every Rick and Morty living there dies. Evil Morty succeeded. He destroyed the Citadel. He escaped the central finite curve. He broke free from the Rick-controlled multiverse. He achieved exactly what he set out to do from day one. His plan took years to complete across 3 separate episodes, but every step was calculated. Framing Rick Cone, 137 inches, Season 1 gave him access to Rick's knowledge and the Citadel. Becoming president in Season 3 gave him control of the Citadel's resources and the ability to build the dimensional drive. Destroying the Citadel in Season 5 gave him freedom from the curve. Evil Morty was always the mastermind. From the moment he appeared in Season 1, he was playing a game nobody else understood. He manipulated everyone. He killed thousands. He destroyed the Citadel. And he walked away victorious. The Eye Patch Morty, who looked harmless in Season 1, was the most dangerous character in the entire show. He outsmarted Rick. He beat the system. He proved that a Morty could be just as intelligent and ruthless as any Rick. The reveal at the end of Season 1, Episode 10, reframes the entire episode. Evil Rick was not the villain. He was a victim. Eye Patch Morty was the true mastermind controlling everything from behind the scenes. And his long game plan that started in that first episode finally succeeded 5 seasons later when he escaped the central finite curve and left the Rick and Morty universe forever. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to Cronenberg, Earth Persisting, and Cronenberg Jerry's canonical death. Cronenberg Earth persists, and Cronenberg Jerry dies canonically. Rick and Morty made one of the biggest mistakes in television history during the first season. They turned their entire world into a nightmare and then just left. The show created a whole dimension full of horrible monsters and abandoned the original Smith family to die there. For years, fans wondered what happened to that destroyed world. Season 6 finally gave the answer. And it was way worse than anyone expected. The disaster started in Season 1, Episode 6, called Rick Potion Number 9. Morty had a huge crush on a girl named Jessica at his school. There was a dance coming up, and Morty wanted Jessica to notice him. So, he asked Rick to make him a love potion. Rick agreed, and created a serum using vole DNA. Voles are animals that mate for life. Rick thought this would make Jessica fall in love with Morty forever. Morty went to the school dance, and gave the potion to Jessica. But Jessica had the flu. The love potion chemicals attached to the flu virus inside Jessica's body. The potion became airborne. It spread through the entire school in minutes. Everyone at the dance fell madly in love with Morty. They all wanted to be with him forever. The infection kept spreading beyond the school. It went to the whole town, then the whole country, then the entire planet. Billions of people all fell desperately in love with Morty Smith at the same time. Rick tried to fix the problem. He created an antidote using praying mantis DNA. His logic was that praying mantises kill their partners after mating. That is the opposite of voles, who mate for life. Rick thought this would reverse the love potion effect. He mixed the mantis DNA with an even stronger flu virus to make sure it spread fast. Rick released the cure into the atmosphere. It did not work the way he planned. Instead of curing everyone, the antidote turned all the infected people into giant human mantis hybrids. These mantis people still loved Morty. But now, they also wanted to kill him after mating with him. The situation went from bad to much worse. Rick had to try again. He made another antidote to fix the mantis problem. This third attempt failed even harder than the second one. The new cure turned everyone on Earth into horrible, deformed monsters. Rick called them Cronenbergs, after the famous horror movie director David Cronenberg, who made films about body horror and disgusting mutations. These Cronenberg monsters were fleshy blobs with tentacles and teeth and eyes in wrong places. They were barely human anymore. The entire population of Earth became these creatures. 7 billion people transformed into nightmarish abominations. Only 3 people stayed human: Jerry Smith, Beth Smith, and Summer Smith. They did not get infected because they shared DNA with Morty. The love potion and all the antidotes only affected people who were not genetically related to Morty, so his dad, mom, and sister were immune. But everyone else on the planet turned into monsters. Rick looked at the situation and decided it was unfixable. He could not reverse what he had done. The whole world was destroyed. Instead of trying to save it, Rick had a different plan. He used his portal gun to scan the infinite multiverse for a very specific type of dimension. He searched for a reality where events happened almost exactly the same as his reality. A dimension where that version of Rick and Morty also created the Cronenberg disaster. But in that dimension, those versions of Rick and Morty actually found a cure. They reversed all the mutations and saved their world. And then right after saving everything, those alternate Rick and Morty died in a freak accident in their garage. Rick found this exact scenario in the multiverse. He opened a portal to that dimension. He took Morty through the portal with him. They arrived in this new dimension where everything was normal. No Cronenbergs, no monsters, just regular Earth. But this dimension's Rick and Morty were dead in the garage. Their bodies were blown apart by an explosion. Rick told Morty they were going to take the place of these dead versions. They were going to bury the bodies and pretend to be them. Morty was horrified. He had to help Rick dig graves in the backyard. They buried their own dead bodies. Then they went inside the house and just continued living as if nothing happened. The Beth, Jerry, and Summer in this new dimension had no idea their real Rick and Morty were dead. They thought these were the same Rick and Morty who had just saved the world from the Cronenberg infection. Rick told Morty this trick of jumping dimensions and replacing dead versions of themselves could only work a few more times, maybe 3 times, maybe 4 times tops. After that, there would not be any more dimensions to jump to. Rick casually mentioned he had probably done this before. Morty was traumatized by the whole experience. He sat on the couch in his new home with a 1,000-yard stare. Everything he knew was gone. He left behind his real family, his real Beth and Jerry and Summer. They were trapped in the Cronenberg dimension with no way out, no portal gun, no Rick to help them, just monsters everywhere and an apocalyptic wasteland. The episode ended with that disturbing image. But then came the post-credits scene. This scene showed what happened to the original Smith family after Rick and Morty abandoned them. Jerry, Beth, and Summer had armor welded onto a van. They were living like post-apocalyptic survivors in a Mad Max movie. They sat around a fire roasting a dead Cronenberg like it was a pig at a barbecue. Summer was performing scenes from movies for entertainment. They had no TV or internet or phones, so Summer acted out films from memory to pass the time. She was doing Jaws when the scene started. Beth and Jerry talked while they ate the roasted Cronenberg meat. Jerry said they never needed Rick and Morty anyway. Beth agreed. She actually said she felt happier now that Rick and Morty were gone. Jerry and Beth were closer than they had been in years. Before the Cronenberg disaster, their marriage was falling apart. Jerry was unemployed and insecure. Beth resented him for holding her back. They fought all the time, but the apocalypse changed everything. Jerry became a tough survivor. He learned to hunt and kill the Cronenberg monsters. He protected his family. Beth respected him again. Maybe for the first time in their marriage, she saw Jerry as an equal. They reconnected. Their relationship was stronger in this horrible new world than it ever was in the normal world. The Cronenberg dimension actually saved their marriage. The show left that world alone for a while. Rick and Morty stayed in the new dimension called Dimension C 131. They went on adventures. The Cronenberg world was barely mentioned. But it came back in Season 3, Episode 1, called The Rick Shank Redemption. That episode had Morty bringing his new dimension, Summer, back to the Cronenberg world. Morty wanted to show her how terrible Rick really was. He wanted Summer to understand that Rick destroys everything he touches. They arrived in the Cronenberg dimension. The place looked even worse than before. When they got there, a robot butler from the new dimension tried to attack them. Jerry Prime came out of nowhere. He shot the robot with a makeshift gun. Beth Prime and Summer Prime appeared too. They were feral now, wild. They wore clothes made from Cronenberg's skin. They ate Cronenberg meat. They had become savage warriors. Jerry was the leader. He had a thick beard and carried weapons. Beth was muscular and tough. Summer was skilled at survival. They did not recognize Morty at first. Then they realized this was their Morty who abandoned them. They wanted him to stay with them. They tried to force him. They were about to attack the new Summer. But then a squad of Ricks from the Citadel teleported into the dimension. These Ricks, called SEAL Team Ricks, arrived to investigate something. They saw the Smith family acting crazy. They pulled out freeze guns. They shot Jerry, Beth, and Summer with these weapons. The three of them froze solid instantly. Their bodies turned to ice. They stopped moving. They were completely frozen. The Ricks took Morty and the new Summer away to the Citadel. They left the frozen Smith family behind in the Cronenberg world. The episode never showed what happened to those frozen bodies. It never confirmed if they survived or died. Fans assumed they were still alive. Still frozen, but alive. That was the last time anyone saw them until Season 6. Season 6, Episode 1, called Solarix, brought everything full circle. Rick tried to fix his portal gun after evil Morty destroyed all portal travel at the end of Season 5. Rick attempted to reset the portal fluid system, but he made a mistake. Instead of resetting portal travel, he reset portal travelers. Every single person who ever used a portal gun got sent back to their original home dimension. This included Rick, Morty, and even Jerry. Rick got sent to Dimension C-137, which was his real home. This was the dimension where Rick Prime killed his wife Diane and his daughter Beth. Morty got sent back to the Cronenberg dimension. That was his original home. He was born there. The Jerry traveling with Rick and Morty also got sent somewhere else because of a mix-up from a different episode. When the portal reset happened, Morty found himself back in the Cronenberg dimension for the first time since Season 1. He walked around the destroyed world. Everything was dead and ruined. Cronenberg monsters were everywhere. The buildings were falling apart. The streets were empty. It looked like the end of the world. Morty searched for his original family. He called out for them. He found his dad. Jerry Prime was alone. He lived by himself in a Barnes & Noble bookstore. He had converted the bookstore into his home base. He read books to pass the time. He ate Cronenberg brains to survive. He wore dirty clothes and looked tired. Morty was happy to see him. But Jerry was not happy to see Morty. Jerry was cold and distant. Morty asked about Beth and Summer. Jerry told him they were dead, both of them, gone. Beth died from an infection. The Cronenbergs carried diseases. Beth got sick from fighting them or eating them. The infection killed her. It happened sometime after the freeze. Summer died too, but in a different way. Jerry explained that after the Citadel, Ricks froze them. Some creature eventually broke them out of the ice. They thawed out. But Beth and Summer did not survive the thawing process properly. Their bodies could not handle going from frozen to normal temperature. Summer died from complications during the thaw. Jerry was the only one who survived. He was completely alone in the Cronenberg dimension. He had been alone for a long time, maybe months, maybe years. The timeline was not clear. Morty felt terrible. He started crying. He realized he abandoned his family, and they all died because of it. If Rick never made the love potion, none of this would have happened. If they never left this dimension, maybe Beth and Summer would still be alive. Morty tried to reconnect with Jerry. He suggested they play a board game together. There was a game called Downbeat under his old bed. Morty thought maybe they could bond. Jerry seemed interested at first. They sat down. They talked a little. Jerry had changed completely. He was not the weak, scared Jerry that Morty remembered. The apocalypse hardened him. He read self-help books like The Four Agreements and The Dark Knight Returns. He learned to let go of attachments. He adopted a cold philosophy about survival. He told Morty that caring about people was weakness. He said love was a trap. He became exactly like Rick, nihilistic and emotionally detached. While they talked, Jerry secretly planned something. When Morty was not paying attention, Jerry grabbed all of Morty's supplies. He stole Morty's food and equipment. Then he ran away. He abandoned his own son. Jerry left Morty completely alone in the Cronenberg wasteland with nothing. Morty screamed after him, but Jerry was gone. Jerry became so damaged by the apocalypse that he stopped caring about his own child. He blamed Morty for leaving him. He blamed Morty for Beth and Summer dying, so he took his revenge by abandoning Morty the same way Morty abandoned him. Rick C-137 eventually showed up and rescued Morty. They left the Cronenberg dimension together. Rick revealed something important during this episode. The Cronenberg dimension was not Rick C-137's original home. It was actually Rick Prime's home dimension. Rick Prime was the evil Rick who killed Rick C-137's family. Rick C-137 had been living in Rick Prime's dimension for years, hoping Rick Prime would eventually come back so Rick could kill him. That is why Rick lived with that specific Smith family. He was waiting for his enemy to return. The whole setup of the show was based on this fact. Our Rick was living in his enemy's dimension, with his enemy's family trying to catch his enemy. That is why Rick cared about Morty. Morty was the grandson of Rick's greatest enemy. The episode ended with Rick and Morty leaving the Cronenberg dimension again. But there was a post-credits scene. This scene showed Jerry Prime alone in the wasteland. He was walking through the destroyed city. Suddenly, Rick Prime appeared. Rick Prime was the original Rick from the Cronenberg dimension. He was Morty's real biological grandfather. He was the most evil Rick in the entire multiverse. The portal reset sent him back to his home dimension too, just like it sent everyone else home. Rick Prime's spaceship crashed into the Cronenberg Earth. He climbed out of the wreckage. He was naked because of the teleportation process. He walked through the ruins. Jerry Prime found the crash site. He saw Rick Prime. Rick Prime saw Jerry. They looked at each other. Jerry had a weapon. Rick Prime was unarmed and naked. Jerry thought he could attack. Maybe he thought he could kill Rick Prime and take his technology to escape the dimension. Maybe Jerry just hated all Ricks, because Rick C-137 ruined his life. Jerry proposed. They team up. Rick Prime seemed amused by this. But then Jerry tried to kill him. Jerry slashed Rick Prime's throat with a sharp weapon. Blood sprayed out. Rick Prime's neck was cut open. Jerry thought he won. But Rick Prime started laughing. His wound healed instantly. Rick Prime had superhuman healing abilities like Wolverine. The cut in his neck closed up in seconds. There was no scar. Rick Prime pulled out a gun. He shot Jerry in the stomach. Jerry collapsed to the ground. He was dying. Blood poured out of the bullet wound. Rick Prime stood over him. Jerry looked up at Rick Prime. With his last breath, Jerry asked one question. Why are you here? Why did Rick Prime come back to this dimension? Rick Prime looked down at the dying Jerry. He gave an honest answer. Buddy, I have been asking myself that exact same question. Rick Prime did not even know why the portal reset brought him back to his home dimension. He had no plan, no reason to be there. He just ended up there by accident. Then Rick Prime shot Jerry again. This second shot killed Jerry instantly. Jerry Prime died alone in the ruins of his destroyed world. His wife was dead. His daughter was dead. His son abandoned him, and the grandfather of his son murdered him for no reason. Jerry Prime's story ended in the worst way possible. He survived the apocalypse. He survived the Cronenberg disaster. He survived the freeze. He survived losing his whole family, but he could not survive Rick Prime. The post-credits scene closed the loop on the Cronenberg dimension. Every member of Morty's original family was confirmed dead. Beth died from infection. Summer died from the thaw. Jerry died from Rick Prime's gun. The entire Smith family, from the very first episode of Rick and Morty, was wiped out. Only Morty survived because Rick took him away in Season 1. The Cronenberg Dimension story that started as a joke in Season 1, Episode 6 became one of the darkest storylines in the entire show. It took 5 years of real time for the show to come back and finish this story. When it finally did finish, the answer was brutal. The world Rick destroyed in Episode 6 stayed destroyed. The family he abandoned all died horrible deaths. Nothing got fixed. Nothing got better. The consequences of Rick Potion number 9 lasted forever. The Cronenberg dimension proved that Rick and Morty's actions have permanent effects. When they ruin a dimension and jump to a new one, the old dimension does not just disappear, it keeps existing. The people left behind keep suffering. Beth and Jerry and Summer spent years in that apocalyptic nightmare because Rick made a mistake and chose to run away instead of fixing it. The show used this storyline to demonstrate that Rick is not just a funny drunk scientist. He is genuinely destructive. He hurts people and then leaves them to deal with the aftermath. The Cronenberg dimension is still out there in the multiverse. It is still full of monsters. Rick Prime is stuck there now because the portal reset stranded him in his original dimension. Maybe he will show up again. Maybe Rick C-137 will finally get his revenge. But for Jerry Prime, it is too late. His story is over. The original Smith family is gone. The disaster from Rick Potion number 9 claimed its final victim in Season 6, Episode 1. After 5 seasons, the loop finally closed, and it closed in blood. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on, we have the fact that the Beth clone ambiguity is intentional and permanent. Beth clone ambiguity is intentional and permanent. Rick and Morty created one of the most clever mysteries in television history and then made sure it could never be solved. The show introduced two versions of Beth Smith and deliberately erased all information about which one is the original and which one is the clone. Even Rick himself destroyed his own memory of the truth. The ambiguity is not a mistake, it is intentional and permanent. The show committed to keeping both Beths active in later seasons while preserving this impossible question. No one will ever know the answer. Not the characters, not the audience, not even the creators can definitively say which Beth is which anymore. The story started in Season 3, Episode 9, called The ABCs of Beth. This episode aired on September 24th in 2017. Beth went on an adventure with Rick to a place called Fruppyland. This was a pocket dimension Rick created for Beth when she was a child. They found Beth's childhood friend, Tommy, trapped there. Tommy survived for decades by doing terrible things. Beth and Rick saved Tommy's dad from execution by cloning Tommy from his severed finger. After the adventure, Rick and Beth had a serious conversation. Rick told Beth she was smart. He said she was like him. He said she could do anything she wanted with her life. Then Rick made Beth an offer. He could create a perfect clone of her. The clone would have all of Beth's memories. The clone would act exactly like Beth. The clone could stay on Earth and take care of the family. Meanwhile, the real Beth could leave and travel the universe. She could go on adventures. She could be free from her boring suburban life. She could escape from Jerry and the kids and her job as a horse doctor. Rick presented this as a genuine choice. Beth could stay with her family. Or Beth could leave and let a clone replace her. No one would ever know the difference. The episode showed Beth thinking about this decision. She looked at family photos on the wall. The camera moved from picture to picture. Beth stood there in silence. Then she said she knew what she needed to do. The scene cut away immediately. The audience never saw what Beth decided. The next scene showed Morty and Summer coming home. Beth was there in the kitchen. She seemed happier than before. She offered to order pizza for everyone. Rick was there too. The family sat down to eat together. Everything looked normal. But the show never confirmed if this was the original Beth who chose to stay, or if this was the clone Beth while the original left for space. The ambiguity was complete and intentional. Fans spent years debating this question. Did Beth clone herself, or did she stay? The next episode of Season 3, called The Rick-Churian Morty Date, brought up this question again. Beth had an existential crisis. She wondered if she was real or if she was the clone. Rick gave her no helpful answers. He refused to tell her the truth. The season ended without resolving anything. The mystery continued through all of Season 4. Fans kept asking which Beth was real. Then came Season 4, Episode 10, called Star Mort Rick Turn of the Jerry. This was the Season 4 finale. It aired on May 31st in 2020. The episode opened with a version of Beth in space. She wore different clothes. She had a different haircut. She led a rebel army fighting against the Galactic Federation. This space Beth was a badass warrior. She freed enslaved colonies. She stole government plans. She became one of the most wanted criminals in the galaxy. During a medical checkup after a battle, a doctor found something disturbing. Space Beth had an explosive device implanted in her neck. The device had a proximity sensor tied to Earth. If Space Beth got too close to Earth, the bomb would explode. She assumed Rick put this bomb in her neck because he did not want her to come back. He preferred the other Beth. Space Beth got angry. She decided to return to Earth and confront Rick. Meanwhile, on Earth, the regular Beth was going to family therapy with Jerry at Dr. Wong's office. Morty and Summer fought over an invisibility belt. Rick tried to avoid therapy by pretending to be disintegrated. Space Beth arrived and crashed through the garage. She confronted Rick about the bomb in her neck. Rick revealed something important. The other Beth also had a device in her neck. It was not actually a bomb. It was a memory transfer device. If one Beth died, the device would transfer all her memories to the other Beth. Rick told Space Beth that she might be the clone. Space Beth got furious. Before she could attack him, the Galactic Federation arrived on Earth. They wanted to capture Space Beth. Rick accidentally let slip that Space Beth might be the clone, which made both Beths mad at him. The Federation soldiers captured both Beths because they could not tell which one was Space Beth. Tammy, who now led the Federation, planned to destroy Earth with a giant laser called the NX-5 Planet Remover. The whole Smith family worked together to stop this. They rescued both Beths. They killed Tammy. They saved Earth. Phoenix Person, who was the resurrected bird person, attacked Rick. Space Beth shut him down with Jerry's help. After the battle ended, Rick retrieved something from his garage. It was a memory tube. This tube contained Rick's memory of creating the clone Beth. Rick had used technology from an earlier episode called Morty's Mind Blowers to erase this memory from his own brain. Now he had the memory stored in a vial, like all the other memories he erased. The family gathered around Rick. Both Beths wanted to know the truth. They wanted to know which one was the clone. Summer and Morty were curious too. Jerry seemed interested. But then, something unexpected happened. The whole family decided they did not want to know. Both Beths realized it did not matter anymore. They respected each other. They accepted each other as equals. They did not care about the distinction between original and clone. Summer was excited to have two moms. She called Space Beth her second badass mom. The family walked away together. They left Rick alone in the garage. Rick sat down by himself. He decided to watch the memory anyway, even though no one else wanted to see it. The memory played out in the garage like a home movie. Rick watched, but the audience only saw Rick's reaction. We did not see the actual memory contents clearly. The memory showed what happened after the ABCs of Beth ended. Beth came back to Rick after thinking about his offer. Beth told Rick she could not make the decision herself. She asked Rick to decide for her. She wanted him to choose whether she should stay or leave. Beth put this impossible burden on Rick. She made him responsible for her future. Rick looked distressed. He did not want this responsibility. He did not want to choose whether his daughter should stay in his life or leave forever. So Rick made the clone. He created a perfect duplicate of Beth. But then, Rick did something shocking. He had both Beths put into identical pods. The pods were labeled. One said original, one said clone. Rick removed both labels. Then he programmed a machine to shuffle the pods. He turned around so he could not see which pod went where. The machine moved the pods back and forth randomly. After the shuffling stopped, Rick took one Beth and told her she decided to leave. He sent that Beth to space. Rick took the other Beth and told her she decided to stay. He kept that Beth on Earth. But Rick never looked at which pod was which. He designed the whole process so he would never know which Beth was the original and which was the clone. Then Rick used the Mind Blower technology to erase his memory of the entire event. He stored the memory in a vial. After watching this memory, Rick said out loud, "Holy shit, I am a terrible father." He realized what he had done to his daughter. He made her ask him to decide. Then he refused to actually decide. Instead, he created a situation where no one could ever know the truth. Not Beth, not Rick, not anyone. Rick sat alone in the garage, feeling terrible about himself. The episode revealed several important facts. Rick did make a clone of Beth. This was confirmed. Two Beths now existed. One Beth stayed on Earth with the family. One Beth went to space and became a rebel warrior. But which Beth was, which remained unknown. Rick intentionally created permanent ambiguity. He removed all evidence. He erased his own memory. He made it impossible to ever discover the truth. The clone was made perfectly. Both Beths had identical memories up until the moment of separation. Both Beths believed their memories were real. Both Beths thought they made the choice to stay or leave. Neither Beth knew she was shuffled in a pod. Neither Beth knew Rick erased his memory. The two Beths were functionally identical. The only difference was their experiences after the split. One Beth stayed home and lived a suburban life with Jerry, Morty, and Summer. One Beth flew through space, having adventures and fighting wars. But at their core, both Beths were the same person. They shared the same DNA. They shared the same memories. They shared the same personality. The distinction between original and clone became meaningless. This was not a mystery the show planned to solve later. This was an intentional, permanent premise. The creators Dan Harmon and Justin Roiland confirmed this in interviews. Writer Anne Lane, who wrote Starmort Return of the Jerry, explained the choice. She said the core of the story was finding solace in not knowing. She said the only way Beth could find peace was to accept that there was no answer and to be okay with that. Dan Harmon said in an interview that fans get no answers. He said the answer is one or the other, but that is not the important fact. The important fact is that both Beths exist, and the reason they both exist. Harmon made it clear the show would not reveal which Beth is the clone because the ambiguity itself was the point. The show committed to this premise by keeping both Beths active in later seasons. Space Beth appeared again in Season 5. Dan Harmon confirmed before Season 5 aired that Space Beth was not a one-off character. He said there were groovy things coming regarding Beth. Space Beth showed up in multiple Season 5 episodes. She came back to Earth to visit the family. She participated in adventures. She helped fight enemies. Morty and Summer started calling her Space Mom. The show treated both Beths as real characters, with equal importance. Neither Beth was written out. Neither Beth was revealed to be the clone. The ambiguity continued. Season 6 expanded on this premise even more. The Season 6 premiere, called Solarix, showed Space Beth rescuing Rick and Morty from space. She brought them back to Earth. Then Episode 3 of Season 6, called Bethic Twinstinct, took the two Beths story in an unexpected direction. This episode aired on September 18th in 2022. Space Beth came to the Smith house for Thanksgiving. The two Beths spent time together. They bonded over a bottle of alien wine called Venusian wine. Their relationship developed from casual friendship into something romantic. The two Beths started having an affair with each other. This created obvious complications. Summer and Morty tried to ignore it by playing video games. Rick understood because he admitted he had done similar things over the years. The affair raised questions about narcissism versus self-love. Was this narcissism because they were the same person? Or was it self-love because they accepted themselves? The show explored these ideas without judgment. Eventually, Jerry found out about the affair between his wife and his other wife. Instead of getting angry, Jerry surprised everyone. He revealed he was turned on by the situation. Jerry gave permission for the two Beths to continue their relationship. Then all three of them, Jerry and both Beths, went upstairs together. They formed a throuple, a polyamorous relationship with Jerry and two versions of Beth. Rick, Morty, and Summer sat downstairs at the dining table. They could hear everything happening upstairs. The kids were mortified. They begged for it to stop. But the relationship between Jerry and both Beths continued. The show treated this as a real development in their characters. Season 7 kept both Beths in the show. Space Beth appeared in several episodes. The throuple relationship continued to be referenced. The ambiguity about which Beth is the clone never went away. The show fully committed to the premise that this question would never be answered. By Season 7, it did not even matter anymore. Both Beths existed as separate characters with their own storylines. Space Beth had her own adventures. Regular Beth had her own life. They both visited each other. They both loved their family. They both resented Rick in their own ways. They were two distinct people now, even though they started as one person. The passage of time and different experiences made them different. Space Beth became tougher and more independent. Regular Beth became more stable and more connected to her family. But fundamentally, they were still the same Beth. They shared the same core traits. They shared the same intelligence. They shared the same sense of humor. They shared the same relationship with their father. The question of original versus clone became irrelevant because both Beths were equally real. This storytelling choice was brilliant because it made a statement about identity. The show argued that people are defined by their experiences and choices, not by some essential, original nature. A clone with identical memories is not less real than the original. Both Beths had valid claim to being the real Beth. Both Beths lived real lives. Both Beths made real choices. Both Beths formed real relationships. The arbitrary distinction of who came first did not matter. What mattered was who they became. The show also made a statement about Rick's character. Rick could not handle the responsibility of deciding his daughter's future. He could not choose whether he wanted Beth in his life or not, so he created a scenario where he did not have to choose. He got to keep one version of Beth close by, while also giving another version of Beth freedom. Rick satisfied both possibilities, but he did it in the most cowardly way possible. He refused to take responsibility for the choice. He randomized the outcome and then erased his memory so he could pretend he never had to decide. This perfectly captured Rick's character. He was brilliant enough to create an elaborate solution, but too emotionally damaged to just make a simple choice. He hurt his daughter by forcing her to ask him to decide, then hurt her again by refusing to actually decide. The memory erasure showed Rick knew this was wrong. He felt guilty enough to erase the memory. He could not live with what he did, so he made himself forget. Years later, when Rick finally confronted the memory again, he called himself a terrible father. Rick understood exactly what he had done, but understanding did not fix anything. The damage was permanent. The Schrodinger's Beth premise became a defining element of the show. Both Beths existed in a state of quantum uncertainty. Each Beth was simultaneously the original and the clone until observation collapsed the waveform. But the show refused to ever observe. The show refused to collapse the waveform. Both possibilities remained true forever. This was not lazy writing. This was not the show putting off a reveal for later seasons. This was an intentional creative choice to explore what happens when certainty becomes impossible. The characters had to learn to live with ambiguity. Both Beths had to accept they might be the clone. Both Beths had to accept they might be the original. Both Beths had to accept it did not matter either way. The family had to accept having two Beths. Jerry had to accept being married to both of them. Summer and Morty had to accept having two moms. Rick had to accept his own cowardice. Everyone had to make peace with never knowing the truth. The show proved this premise worked by keeping both Beths active through multiple seasons. If one Beth was secretly the real one, the show would have found ways to hint at it or favor one over the other. But the show treated both Beths with equal respect. Both Beths got meaningful character development. Both Beths had important roles in major episodes. Both Beths impacted the family in different ways. The premise remained perfectly balanced. The ambiguity remained perfectly preserved. No new information emerged to solve the mystery. No character discovered hidden evidence. No device revealed the truth. The answer stayed buried because Rick buried it so completely that even he could not recover it. The memory vial showed the process of creating the ambiguity, but did not show which Beth ended up where. Even watching the memory did not help. Rick designed the system to be unsolvable. He turned around during the shuffle. He erased his memory immediately after. He made absolutely certain no one could ever trace back to the truth. This was the most elaborate and thorough cover-up Rick ever created. Not to hide a crime, but to hide a choice. To hide his own failure to make a choice. The Schrodinger's Beth premise proved that Rick and Morty could commit to long-term storytelling while still maintaining its chaotic, anything-goes energy. The show kept both Beths. The show never revealed the answer. The ambiguity became permanent and intentional. This was not a mystery to solve. This was a statement about identity, choice, and the impossibility of ever truly knowing anything for certain. Both Beths were real. Both Beths were the clone. Both Beths were the original. All of these statements were true simultaneously because Rick made it impossible for any one statement to be more true than the others. The premise remains intact and will remain intact for as long as the show continues. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the fact that Rick built a Diane ghost for self-torture. Rick programmed a Diane ghost to self-torture. Rick Sanchez committed one of the most twisted acts of self-harm in television history. He programmed an artificial intelligence to torture himself. He designed this AI to sound exactly like his dead wife Diane. He made it call out to him from other rooms. He made it remind him constantly that he failed to save his family. He made it push him to get revenge. Then Rick lived with this torment for years. This was not an accident. This was not a side effect. Rick deliberately created this nightmare for himself. He built a ghost to haunt his own home. And he did it on purpose. Season 6, Episode 1, called Solarix, revealed this shocking truth. The episode showed that Rick's grief over losing Diane and his daughter Beth drove him to create elaborate systems of suffering. The DNAI was just one part of it. Rick also trapped his entire original dimension in a broken time loop. He froze everyone on the day Diane and Beth died. He made them repeat that day over and over for decades. But Rick forgot to stop them from aging, so his neighbors and everyone else in that dimension grew old while reliving the same traumatic day thousands of times. They could not die. They could not escape. They just aged into living corpses, trapped in an endless loop. Rick did all of this because he could not process his grief in a healthy way, so instead he turned his entire reality into a torture device, and he aimed it at himself. The story goes back to Rick's origin. Season 3, Episode 1, called The Rick Shank Rickdemption, showed Rick's backstory. Rick initially claimed this backstory was fake. He said he made it up to trick the Galactic Federation, but later episodes confirmed most of it was real. Rick C. 137 had a wife named Diane and a young daughter named Beth. They lived happily in Dimension C. 137. Rick was working on science experiments. One day, another Rick appeared through a portal. This other Rick already invented interdimensional travel. He offered to share the portal gun technology with Rick C. 137. But Rick C-137 refused. He said he was happy with his family. He did not want to abandon them for multiverse adventures. The other Rick got angry. This other Rick, who would later be known as Rick Prime, left through a portal. Then immediately a bomb dropped through another portal into Rick's garage. The bomb exploded. Diane and young Beth were killed instantly. Rick C-137 was badly injured but survived. This event destroyed Rick's entire life. The trauma of watching his family die right in front of him broke something fundamental inside Rick. He could not accept what happened. He could not move on. So Rick dedicated the rest of his existence to finding Rick Prime and getting revenge. After Diane and Beth died, Rick C-137 built the portal gun himself. He spent decades traveling the multiverse, hunting for Rick Prime. He killed many other Ricks while searching. He fought wars. He helped build the Citadel of Ricks. He became the legendary Rick C-137, known across infinite dimensions. But he never found Rick Prime. Eventually, Rick gave up the active hunt. He discovered that Rick Prime came from a specific dimension. This dimension would later become known as the Cronenberg dimension, or the Prime dimension. Rick Prime had abandoned his own family years before. He left behind his wife and daughter Beth when Beth was young. That abandoned Beth grew up and married Jerry and had kids named Summer and Morty. Rick C-137 moved into that dimension. He pretended to be that dimension's Rick. He lived with Rick Prime's adult daughter and her family. Rick hoped that one day Rick Prime would return to visit his original family. Then Rick C-137 could ambush him and finally get revenge. This plan never worked. Rick Prime never came back. So Rick C-137 ended up stuck living with strangers. He had Morty, who reminded him of the grandson he never got to have. He had Beth, who was someone else's daughter, not his own. He had Summer and Jerry, who meant nothing to him. Rick C-137 was surrounded by a family that was not actually his family. This made his grief even worse. But Rick C-137 never completely left his original dimension behind. He kept his old house in Dimension C-137. At some point, after Diane and Beth died, Rick programmed an artificial intelligence system into that house. He based this AI on Diane. He gave it her voice. He made it sound exactly like she did when she was alive. But Rick did not make this AI to comfort himself. He made it to punish himself. The Diane AI was specifically designed to haunt Rick. The letters in Diane stood for something related to artificial intelligence, but the exact acronym was never revealed. The AI had one purpose: to remind Rick of his failure. To remind Rick that he could not save Diane and Beth. To remind Rick that his family was dead because of Rick Prime. The Diane would call out to Rick from other rooms in the house. Rick would hear Diane's voice coming from somewhere he could not see. The voice would always be just out of reach, just in the next room, just around the corner, always present but never actually there. This meant Rick could never get any comfort from the AI. He could hear Diane, but he could never see her. He could never interact with her properly. The AI existed only to torment him. Rick admitted he created the AI specifically to haunt himself. Those were his exact words. He made a ghost of his dead wife, and he made it follow him around his empty home, reminding him every single day that he failed to protect her. The Diane AI did not just remind Rick of Diane's death, it also pushed Rick to get revenge. The AI would urge Rick to find Rick Prime. It would ask Rick if he caught the killer yet. It would question why Rick was not doing more. The AI was programmed to never let Rick forget about his mission. It kept Rick focused on vengeance. It kept Rick trapped in his anger and grief. Rick designed this system when he was at his lowest point. He admitted that he used to drink, not just drink. Rick's alcoholism was even worse back then than it became later. He was completely consumed by grief and rage. During this dark period, Rick created the Diane AI as a form of self-torture. He knew exactly what he was doing. He made a ghost to haunt himself because he believed he deserved to be haunted. He believed he deserved to suffer for failing to save his family. But the Diane AI was not Rick's only act of self-torture in Dimension C-137. Rick also did something even worse to that entire dimension. He trapped it in a time loop. Rick used his technology to freeze Dimension Cone 137 inches, the specific day that Diane and Beth died. He made that day repeat over and over, endlessly. Everyone in that dimension woke up every morning, thinking it was the same day. They went through their routines. They experienced the same events. Then when they went to sleep, their memories were reset. They woke up again, thinking it was the same day. This happened thousands of times. Rick kept this time loop running for decades, maybe 20 years, maybe 30 years. The exact duration was never specified, but it was a very long time. Rick trapped millions of innocent people in this nightmare. They had nothing to do with Diane's death. They were just bystanders. But Rick imprisoned them anyway. He turned his entire home dimension into a monument to his grief. The truly horrifying part was that Rick made a mistake when creating the time loop. He forgot to account for aging. The time loop reset people's memories every day. It reset the events of the day, but it did not reset their bodies. So everyone in Dimension C-137 kept getting older. They aged normally, even though they thought they were living the same day. A person who was 30 years old when the loop started would age to 50 years old, but they would still think they were 30. They would still think it was the same day they had been living 20 years ago. Their bodies would be old, but their minds would think they were young. This created unimaginable suffering. People became ancient and decrepit while mentally believing they were much younger. They could not understand why their bodies hurt so much. They could not understand why they looked so old in mirrors. Some people in the loop realized something was wrong. They left notes for themselves. They tried to communicate across the loop resets. One of Rick's neighbors, named Mr. Goldman Bachmajorian, left himself a note. The note said his mind was held captive in a time loop. It said he was trapped in a traumatic event by the agony of a formidable intelligence. The note said his captor forgot about aging. It said his body spoiled and yearned for death while his soul remained stuck in place. Caught like a fly in amber, this man understood exactly what was happening to him. He knew he was trapped. He knew he was aging. He knew he wanted to die. But he could not die because the loop kept resetting. And he could not escape because Rick's technology was too powerful. When Rick C-137 returned to Dimension Cone 137 inches, Season 6, Episode 1, he encountered Mr. Goldman Bachmajorian. The old man looked like a walking corpse. He was impossibly ancient. His body had deteriorated past the point where he should have died, but the time loop kept him alive. He shuffled up to Rick with the note in his hand. He asked Rick to help him make sense of it. Rick looked at his neighbor. Rick realized what he had done. Rick understood that he trapped innocent people in hell for decades. Rick had been so consumed by his own grief that he created this elaborate torture system, and then he just left. He abandoned Dimension C-137 and went to live in another dimension with a fake family. He left the time loop running. He left millions of people trapped. He left them aging and suffering while he went off on adventures. Rick's neighbor stood there as living proof of Rick's cruelty. The old man was in agony. His body was failing, but he could not die. He had been asking Rick for help every single day for decades, but because the loop reset, he forgot he already asked. So he asked again the next day, and the day after that, thousands of times, always hoping Rick would help, always forgetting that Rick already left. Rick looked at his neighbor and felt something he rarely felt, shame. Rick admitted out loud that he did a very sloppy job with the time loop. He said he made mistakes. He said he was not in a good place mentally when he created it. Rick acknowledged that his grief and his drinking made him careless. He trapped all these people because he was in pain. He made them suffer because he was suffering. This was not an accident. This was not an unintended consequence. Rick knew the time loop would affect other people. He just did not care at the time. Or maybe he did care, but he thought his pain was more important than theirs. Either way, Rick created a system that tortured millions of innocent people for decades. All because he could not process his grief over Diane and Beth in a healthy way. Rick finally decided to end the time loop during his visit in Solarix. He had been living with the Smith family from Dimension C-131 for a while by then. He started to care about them. He started to see them as his real family, even though they were not related to him. Rick realized he needed to move on from Diane and Beth's deaths. He needed to stop living in the past. He needed to let go of his revenge quest and focus on the family he had now. So Rick made a choice. He flipped a switch in Dimension C-137. The time loop ended. Everyone trapped in the loop was finally released. For Mr. Goldman Bachmajorian, this release meant death. His body was so old and damaged that he could not survive without the loop sustaining him. When the loop ended, he got the relief of death. He finally escaped his decades of suffering. The same probably happened to most other people in Dimension C-137. They were so old and broken that ending the loop allowed them to die. Rick gave his dimension the mercy of death. It was the only kindness he could offer after torturing them for so long. The DINE AI and the time loop showed how completely Rick's grief consumed him. Normal people process grief through therapy or talking to friends or finding healthy coping mechanisms. Rick processed grief by creating elaborate torture systems and aiming them at himself and everyone around him. He made a ghost to haunt himself. He trapped millions in a time loop. He ruined his own life and countless other lives because he could not accept what happened. This behavior explained so much about Rick's character. It explained why Rick was so mean to the Smith family in Season 1. When Rick first moved in with Beth's family in the Prime Dimension, he was fresh from living in Dimension C-137 with the DINE AI. His only companion for years had been an AI designed to make him miserable. An AI that constantly reminded him he failed. An AI that pushed him toward revenge. Rick never learned how to have healthy relationships. He never learned how to connect with real people. So, when he moved in with Beth and Jerry and the kids, he had no idea how to act. He was cruel to them. He dismissed them. He manipulated them. He used them, because that was all he knew. He spent years in a house with a ghost that tormented him. Then he moved to a house with real people, but he treated them almost as badly as the ghost treated him. The revelation about Dimension C-137 also explained why Rick was so obsessed with revenge. The DINE AI kept that obsession alive. Every single day, the AI asked Rick about finding the killer. Every single day, it reminded Rick of his mission. The AI was programmed to never let Rick move on, so Rick spent decades hunting Rick Prime. He killed countless other Ricks. He destroyed entire realities. He helped build and then destroy the Citadel of Ricks, all because he had a ghost in his head telling him to get revenge. The DINE AI was not real. It was not actually Diane. It was just code. But Rick designed that code to control him. He gave the AI power over his thoughts and actions. He made himself a slave to his own grief. This was the ultimate act of self-destruction. Rick had the power to turn off the AI anytime. He had the power to end the time loop anytime, but he kept both systems running for decades. He chose to torture himself. He chose to torture others. Because on some level, Rick believed he deserved to suffer. He believed he failed Diane and Beth. He believed he should have saved them, so he punished himself forever. Season 6 showed Rick finally trying to break this cycle. When Rick returned to Dimension C-137, he talked to the DINE AI one last time. The AI called to him from another room like always. But this time, Rick did not follow the voice. He gathered the materials he needed. He told the AI he was moving on. He said he had a family now in another dimension. He said he cared about them. The AI tried one last time to keep Rick focused on revenge. The AI told Rick that Rick Prime also got sent back to his original dimension by the portal reset. The AI said this was Rick's chance to finally catch his enemy. Rick paused when he heard this. The temptation was strong. Rick spent decades wanting this moment, but then Rick made a choice. He decided his current family was more important than revenge. He decided living was more important than hunting. Rick left Dimension C-137 through a wormhole. He abandoned his old house and the DINE AI forever. He ended the time loop. He freed everyone from their suffering, and he freed himself from his own torture device. This was a huge moment for Rick's character. He spent decades trapped by grief. He built systems to keep himself trapped, but finally he chose to escape. He chose to move forward. He chose to be a better person for the family he had, rather than staying stuck in the past, mourning the family he lost. The DINE AI represented everything toxic about Rick's approach to grief. Instead of accepting what happened and healing, Rick weaponized his pain. He turned it into a tool to hurt himself. He programmed a computer to psychologically torture him every single day. This was not an expression of love for Diane. This was an expression of self-hatred. Rick could not forgive himself for surviving when Diane and Beth died, so he made sure he would never stop suffering. The time loop was similar. Rick froze his entire dimension in the worst day of his life. He made millions of people experience that day over and over. He surrounded himself with constant reminders of trauma. He built a prison out of grief, and then he lived in that prison for years. The fact that Rick finally turned off both systems showed real growth. It showed Rick was capable of change. He could have kept the DINE AI running. He could have kept the time loop going, but he chose to end both. He chose to let go of his past and focus on his present. This did not mean Rick stopped caring about Diane and Beth. It meant he stopped using their deaths as an excuse to torture himself and others. He stopped hiding behind revenge and started trying to actually live again. Season 6 and the later seasons showed Rick continuing this journey. He still struggled with his past. He still had trauma, but he was not actively making that trauma worse anymore. He shut down his self-imposed torture systems. He gave himself permission to be happy with his new family. The Dian AI never appeared again after Solarix. Rick left it behind in Dimension C-137. The ghost stopped haunting him because he finally let it go. The time loop never came back. The people of Dimension C-137 got their final rest. Rick's deliberate self-torture finally ended after decades, and it ended because Rick chose to end it. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to Evil Morty's attack breaking portal travel for a while, Rick and Morty broke one of the most important things in television. They broke the portal gun. For 5 seasons, the show was built on one simple idea. Rick could point his gun at any wall and step through to another dimension. That was the whole show. That was how everything worked. Then Evil Morty destroyed it all. He hacked every portal gun in existence and turned them into murder weapons. The Season 5 finale ended with Rick and Morty floating in space with no way home. Season 6 opened with their portal technology completely dead, and the showrunners did this on purpose. Evil Morty had been planning this attack since Season 1. He appeared in the episode Close Rick Counters of the Rick Kind as a mysterious villain with a patch over one eye. He returned in Season 3 as President Morty and took control of the Citadel of Ricks, and he spent years waiting for his chance to destroy everything. The Season 5 finale showed exactly how he did it. President Morty brought Rick and Morty to the Citadel. He scanned Rick's brain to get the information he needed. Then he made his move. He hacked every single portal gun in the Citadel at once. He reprogrammed them so they would not work correctly anymore. When any Rick or Morty tried to use their portal gun to escape, the portal would open to a dimension of instant death. One Rick tested his portal and got sent to the Blender dimension. He was torn apart immediately. The portals were not random, they were locked. Evil Morty had deliberately set every portal gun to open only to hostile killing dimensions. He announced this over the Citadel loudspeakers. He told everyone not to leave and to stay where they were. But Ricks never follow orders. They think they are smarter than everyone else. So, naturally, hundreds of Ricks and Mortys tried to portal away immediately. Every single one of them died. They opened portals and walked straight into death traps. Some got sent to the Blender dimension and were shredded. Some got sent to other horrible places. The Citadel descended into total chaos as people realized what was happening. Ricks and Mortys were dying everywhere. The whole structure started falling apart. Evil Morty had also sabotaged Operation Phoenix. This was the Citadel's backup system for dead Ricks. When a Rick died, their consciousness would transfer into a new clone body. The system had been shown in the Season 4 premiere. It was supposed to make Ricks basically immortal within the Citadel, but Evil Morty hacked that too. When Ricks died and tried to resurrect through Operation Phoenix, their new bodies were instantly blended into bloody milkshakes. There was no safety net. Death was permanent now. Evil Morty had turned the entire Citadel into a death trap. Then he drained all the portal fluid. The Citadel had a massive supply of the green fluid that powered portal guns. It was stored at the bottom of the structure. Rick and Morty went there, hoping to find untainted fluid they could use to escape. But Evil Morty had already taken it all. Every drop was gone. The entire Citadel had 0 working portal technology left. Nobody could escape. Nobody could call for help. They were all trapped in a structure that was about to explode. Evil Morty used all that stolen portal fluid for his own plan. He wanted to break through the central finite curve. This was the barrier that separated certain universes from the rest of the multiverse. Rick had created it years ago. The central finite curve was a wall that contained only dimensions where Rick Sanchez was the smartest person in existence. Every universe inside the curve was a place where Rick was top genius. Every universe outside the curve was a place where Rick was not necessarily special. Rick had trapped himself and every other Rick inside this limited multiverse. He had built a fence around infinity to make sure he would always be the smartest man around. Evil Morty wanted out. He wanted to escape to a multiverse where Rick was not special, where Morty did not have to live in Rick's shadow. But breaking the curve required enormous amounts of power. So Evil Morty turned the entire Citadel into a giant portal gun. He used all the stolen portal fluid and all the power from the Citadel to punch a hole through the curve. The Citadel exploded. Thousands of Ricks and Mortys died. A massive wormhole opened in space. Evil Morty flew his ship through it and escaped to the other side. He broke through to a part of the multiverse that had never been accessible before. Then he used a gold portal gun that he had built to portal away. The gold portals worked differently than green ones. They could travel outside the curve. Rick and Morty barely escaped. They managed to save some underground slave Mortys and get them onto a separated piece of the Citadel structure. But that piece had no power and no supplies. They were floating in space with the portal gun completely dead. The wormhole that Evil Morty created was still there, tearing a hole in space-time. Rick and Morty were starving and dying. The season ended with them trapped and waiting for death. Season 6, Episode 1, picked up directly from this cliffhanger. The premiere was called Solarix. It opened with Rick giving a voiceover like Tony Stark in Avengers Endgame. He said he thought he was better than doing dramatic speeches while dying in space, but apparently his creativity was the first thing to go. They had been floating there for some time. The extra Mortys they saved had run out of food and started eating each other. Rick had been drinking his own urine. The portal gun was still completely broken. Rick could not fix it. Then Spacebeth showed up and rescued them. She had a spaceship and found them floating in space. She brought them back to Earth and back home. Rick immediately tried to fix the portal gun. He explained that he needed to reboot the portal index. He thought he could do a hard reset on the portal fluid and everything would work again. He warned everyone the Earth was going to shake. Then he activated the reset. But something went wrong. Instead of resetting portal travel, he reset portal travelers. Everyone who had ever used portal travel started pulsing green and vanishing. They were all being sent back to their original dimensions, their dimension of birth. This was a disaster. Rick, Morty, and Jerry all got sent away. Rick had time to tell Summer that she needed to set up a beacon at the wormhole that Evil Morty had created. The beacon would help him find his way back. But then he vanished. Morty vanished. Jerry vanished. They all got transported back to where they originally came from. And each one went somewhere different because they were not all from the same dimension. Morty got sent back to the Cronenberg dimension. This was the world from Season 1 that Rick and Morty had ruined with a love potion. They had turned everyone, except people with Morty's DNA, into horrible Cronenberg monsters. Then they abandoned that world and moved to a new dimension, where a different Rick and Morty had just died. The Cronenberg dimension was Morty's original home, the place he was born, but he had not been there since Season 1, Episode 6. It was a wasteland now. Morty found his original Jerry there. This Jerry had survived alone for years. His Beth and Summer had died. He had become cold and nihilistic like Rick. He did not want anything to do with Morty. He rejected Morty's apologies. There was nothing Morty could say to fix what he had done by abandoning this world. Rick got sent back to Dimension C-137. This was Rick's actual original universe, the place where he was born and where his original family lived. But his family was dead. Another Rick had killed his wife Diane and his daughter Beth years ago. Rick had shown this in a fake memory in Season 3, but the Season 5 finale confirmed it was real. Rick's whole origin story was true. And when he returned to this dimension, he found something horrible. He had built an AI version of his dead wife, Diane. The AI was programmed to haunt him, to follow him through the house, calling his name. Rick had deliberately created a ghost to torture himself with grief. The AI kept saying his name over and over in Diane's voice. Rick had also done something even worse. He had frozen his entire neighborhood in a time loop. Everyone in the area was trapped, living the same day over and over. The day Diane and Beth died, the people kept aging, but their minds reset every loop. They were stuck, experiencing that trauma forever. Rick had turned his grief into a prison for innocent people. He surrounded himself with constant reminders of his worst day. He built systems to make sure he could never stop suffering. Jerry got sent back to his original dimension. This was the reality Jerry came from before a mix-up at the Jerry Bory in Season 2. Rick and Morty had accidentally picked up the wrong Jerry in the episode Morty Night Run. They had been living with this wrong Jerry for years. His original dimension looked mostly normal. His Beth was still there. They were still married in this world. Rick was surprised to find that Jerry had a pretty good life in his original dimension, better than the life he had been living with Rick's family. Portal travel was completely broken. Rick could not fix it with normal methods. The portal gun did not work at all. The central finite curve was destroyed. The Citadel was gone. All the portal fluid was gone. Rick had to use the wormhole that Evil Morty created to travel between dimensions. Summer and the two Beths set up the beacon like Rick instructed. Rick traveled through the wormhole using crude methods and following the beacon signal. He gathered Morty from the Cronenberg dimension. They grabbed Jerry from his dimension. They all made it back home. But portal travel was still broken. Then something else went wrong. Season 2, Jerry showed up. This was the original Jerry from the main family. The Jerry who had been with them from Season 1, Episode 6, until Season 2, Episode 2. He had been left at his original dimension when Rick accidentally reset portal travelers. But he managed to find his way back to the house somehow. He had been upstairs taking a shower waiting for everyone to get home. And he accidentally released Mr. Frundles. Mr. Frundles was a cute pyramid-shaped alien creature, but it was incredibly dangerous. It was a parasitic organism that assimilated everything it touched instantly. Mr. Frundles touched Jerry, and Jerry became part of Mr. Frundles. Then it spread to everything else. In 30 seconds, the entire Earth was consumed. The whole planet turned into Mr. Frundles. The Smith family had to escape, but they could not use portal travel. They had to use the wormhole again. They fled to yet another replacement dimension, another universe where they had just died. They buried those bodies and took over those lives, just like they did in Season 1. The portal gun was still broken at the end of Episode 1. Rick said he would get to it when he got to it. He was not in a hurry to fix it. The showrunners later explained why they kept it broken for so long. Executive producer Scott Martyr told press outlets that it was all intentional. He said they wanted there to be major ramifications from what Evil Morty did. They did not want the problem to be magically and easily fixed. The broken portal gun forced Rick to stay with his family more. It forced everyone to deal with each other without the ability to just portal away and escape. Rick usually had a get-out-of-jail-free card. He could portal to safety whenever he wanted. Now that was gone. Martyr said, "It was fun for the writers to explore." The show still had lots of space adventures to tell, even without normal portal travel. Co-creator Dan Harmon explained that ending Season 5 on a cliffhanger was like buying on a credit card. They exchanged debt for credit. They made promises that would make a good finale, but only because it forced people to wait. Then Season 6 had to pay the bill. They had to answer for what they set up. Harmon admitted they went through many different versions of the Season 6 premiere before settling on Solarix. They knew they could not just hit a reset button and have everything go back to normal. That would be lazy and unsatisfying. They had to actually deal with the consequences. The portal gun stayed broken for half the season. Episodes 2 through 5 all took place without working portal travel. The family had to handle Earth-based adventures. They dealt with fortune cookies, sleepwalking, and family drama. Morty kept complaining about the broken portal gun. In Episode 3, he yelled at Rick to just fix the damn portal gun already. But Rick insisted he had a process. He said he was working on it. He claimed every time someone asked him about it, the process took longer. This was likely a meta joke about fans constantly asking when portals would come back. The portal gun got fixed in Episode 6. The episode was called Jurassic Mort, and it featured dinosaurs. Psychic dinosaurs with golden headdresses came to Earth in giant ships. They were super intelligent and more advanced than Rick. They helped fix poverty and world problems. They even gave Rick a better portal gun design. And they closed the giant wormhole rift in space that Evil Morty had created. Rick was furious they closed it because he said that was canonical and they could have milked it for a whole season. This was another meta joke about the show's relationship with continuity and canon. At the end of the episode, Rick finally got his original portal gun working. There was an explosion of green goo, and the portal gun activated. Rick celebrated by telling Morty he was taking him to Boob World. Then he just started portaling Morty all over the garage, rapidly. Portal travel was back. The show could return to normal adventures. Rick said they could go back to classic episodes. Portal in, wreck some stuff, portal out. Everything Evil Morty had destroyed was repaired, but it took 6 episodes to get there. The break in portal travel was one of the biggest status quo changes the show ever did. For 5 full seasons, the portal gun was the most reliable thing in the show. It was always there. It always worked. Rick could escape any situation by opening a portal. The entire premise of the show relied on portal travel working. Then Evil Morty took it away. He sabotaged everything. He killed thousands of people. He destroyed the Citadel. He broke through the central finite curve. And he left Rick and Morty stranded, without their most important tool. Season 6 had to deal with all of that. The premiere episode was incredibly lore-heavy. It referenced events from Season 1, Season 2, Season 3, and Season 5. It brought back the Cronenberg dimension. It showed Rick's original dimension with the time loop and the Diane AI. It revealed which Jerry they had been living with. It explored consequences from multiple past episodes. The show had always been somewhat episodic. Dan Harmon famously resisted serialization and canon for years, but Season 5 and 6 embraced it more. The younger writers wanted to address Evil Morty and Rick's backstory. Harmon said he was letting go of his compulsive aversion to serialization. He was trusting the younger writers who were more connected to the fan base. The broken portal gun also set up future storylines. When Rick reset portal travelers, it also sent Rick Prime back to his home dimension. Rick Prime was the Rick who killed Rick's wife and daughter. He was the villain Rick had been hunting for decades. The Cronenberg dimension was revealed to be Rick Prime's original home. That meant Rick Prime was now stuck there just like everyone else who got reset. The post-credits scene of Solarix showed Rick Prime in the Cronenberg dimension. He encountered Jerry and was confused about why he was there. Jerry tried to attack him, but Rick Prime had a healing factor and killed Jerry easily. Rick Prime was now trapped in a dimension without working portal travel, just like everyone else. This gave Rick his first real chance to find and kill his greatest enemy. But fixing the portal gun meant Rick Prime could escape again too. As soon as portal travel was restored, Rick Prime likely got his own portals working. The hunt would continue. The broken portal gun had trapped Rick Prime for a while. Once it was fixed, the chase could resume. This set up major plot lines for later in Season 6 and Season 7. The portal gun being broken and then fixed again was not just a gimmick. It had real story consequences. It changed where characters were. It forced confrontations with the past. It made Rick deal with his family more. And it set up the next phase of Rick's quest for revenge against Rick Prime. Evil Morty succeeded in everything he wanted. He escaped the central finite curve. He got to a place where Rick was not special anymore. He destroyed the Citadel forever. He killed thousands of Ricks and Mortys who represented everything he hated about the system. And he broke portal travel for everyone left behind. He caused chaos that took half a season to fix. The showrunners confirmed this was intentional. They wanted major ramifications. They wanted the consequences to matter. Evil Morty's attack was not something that could be waved away or forgotten. It fundamentally changed the show for a while. Portal travel being broken was one of the most important plot developments Rick and Morty ever did, and it happened because Evil Morty was smart enough and angry enough to tear down the entire system that Rick had built. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to how meta-antagonists turn canon itself into a battleground Rick can hack. Rick and Morty did something strange in Season 4. They made an enemy out of stories themselves. They turned narrative structure into a villain that could attack Rick. The episode was called Never Ricking Morty, and it aired in May 2020 as the first episode back from a mid-season break. Rick and Morty found themselves trapped on a story train. The train was not just transportation. It was a literal storytelling device, a machine that generated stories endlessly, and Rick had to fight his way out of it using his knowledge of how stories work. The episode opened with passengers on the train telling stories about Rick. Each passenger had their own tale about how Rick helped them or screwed them over or slept with them. The stories were all disconnected. Random vignettes that did not connect to each other. Rick and Morty were disguised as passengers. They quickly realized they were stuck in an anthology episode. But this was different from the interdimensional cable episodes. Those were random channels Rick and Morty chose to watch. This time, the anthology was a trap. The train itself was forcing them through different narratives against their will. Rick pulled out a map of the train tracks. The map was a perfect circle divided into 8 sections. Rick looked at it and groaned. He said, "Of course this thing is just a fucking circle." He said, "People act like it is so goddamn complicated." This was a direct reference to Dan Harmon's story circle. Harmon is one of the creators of Rick and Morty. He uses a specific method to structure his episodes. The story circle is based on Joseph Campbell's hero's journey. It breaks stories into 8 steps. A character starts in comfort. They want something. They enter an unfamiliar situation. They adapt. They get what they want. They pay a heavy price. They return home. They have changed. Harmon uses this structure religiously for his shows, and the story train was literally shaped like Harmon's writing method. The train cars were organized in a circle, matching the 8 steps. Rick knew how the structure worked. He used his knowledge to try to escape. He pointed at different sections of the map and predicted what would happen next. He said he would rig up spacesuits that start failing at a certain point so they could pay a heavy price for re-entering at the threshold. He was literally reading the plot ahead of time by understanding the story structure. Morty said he did not like how meta this was getting, but Rick kept going. He understood they were trapped in a narrative device, and the only way out was to break the continuity. Rick and Morty fought through different train cars. Each car contained a different story. They encountered the Tickets Please guy, who was a powerful fighter. They shot him out of the train, and he fell out of canon. The show did a whole side story about him landing in an arcade and becoming the protagonist of his own adventure. Rick said they needed to disrupt the thematic seal. The train was holding them inside connected narratives. To escape, they needed to tell a story that had nothing to do with anything else. Morty tried to tell an unrelated story but failed. His story about cookies was too close to the anthology format. Rick said it needed to pass the Bechdel test. The Bechdel test measures representation of women in fiction. A story passes if 2 women talk to each other about something other than a man. Rick said their show would never do that, so Morty told a story about Beth and Summer using period rays to fight giant female scorpions. It was absurd and unrelated, and it broke the thematic seal. They made it to the engine room. There they met Storylord. He was voiced by Paul Giamatti. Storylord was the villain controlling the train. He had a machine that measured things like narrative energy, story potential, marketability, broad appeal, and relatability. He was literally powered by story concepts. Storylord beat up Rick and Morty. He captured them and hooked them into his machine. He said he wanted to use their story potential to power the train enough to break through the 5th wall. The 4th wall is when characters acknowledge they are in a story. The 5th wall is harder to define, but generally means when fiction references the real-world actors or creators behind it. Storylord wanted to escape from fiction entirely into the real world. The machine showed Rick and Morty possible futures. They saw themselves facing an army of enemies. There were thousands of Meeseeks, Gazorpazorpian males, and robot Ricks. The army was led by President Morty, who people call Evil Morty. He had Darth Poopy Butthole with him. It looked like the ultimate final showdown. Rick and Morty against everyone they ever fought. It seemed like the kind of epic series finale fans had been wanting. But then Rick broke the story. He introduced a contrived Christian element. He literally prayed and summoned Jesus Christ and religious cartoon characters. Living vegetables from VeggieTales appeared. A skateboarding dinosaur from Christian media showed up. It made no sense. It was deliberately bad storytelling. And it trapped Storylord in the narrative. Rick and Morty escaped through a portal. But the controls crumbled away. They were fake. The camera pulled back. Rick and Morty were in the Smith living room. The entire story train was just a toy. Morty had bought it for Rick at the Citadel of Rick's gift shop. The whole episode had been taking place inside a toy train, running in circles on the floor. The Rick and Morty on the train were not the real ones. They were sentient puppets living inside the toy, trapped in an endless cycle of generating stories. Real Rick was happy Morty bought the toy. He gave a speech about capitalism and buying things during the coronavirus pandemic. In the post-credits scene, Storylord and Jesus used magic blood to short-circuit the toy. Real Rick got angry and told Morty to go buy another one immediately. Nobody was going out shopping with the virus, so Morty needed to do his part for the economy. The episode was extremely meta. It was about the process of making Rick and Morty episodes. The writers were commenting on their own show. They acknowledged anthology episodes. They called them uptight and overwritten. They said if they wanted one-offs, they would just do interdimensional cable. They made fun of Dan Harmon's obsession with story structure. Rick literally looked at the story circle and complained it was just a circle. He said, "People act like narrative structure is complicated when it is simple." The episode was the show eating itself, making fun of its own creative process. Storylord became an enemy representing narrative convention. He was the personification of story rules and structure, and Rick fought him by understanding how stories work and breaking those rules. Rick weaponized his knowledge of narrative against the narrative itself. He understood they were trapped in fiction and used that understanding to escape. Canon and continuity became things Rick could hack his way through. The episode suggested Rick was aware he was in a TV show and could manipulate the rules of television to his advantage. Then Storylord came back. Season 6, Episode 7 was called Full Meta Jackrick. It aired in November 2022 after the show returned from a 6-week break. The episode opened with a previously on sequence. This is when shows recap past events before a new episode, but Rick immediately knew something was wrong. The recap showed things that never happened. Summer announced she was pregnant. Jerry died. Beth got sentenced to death for murdering Jerry. Rick and Morty helped Tony Hawk solve a murder. Meatballs fell from the sky. None of these events were real. Rick realized they were being attacked. A creature called Previous Leon appeared. He looked like a flying insect man. His power was injecting venom that trapped people in endless, previously on sequences. His name was a pun on Previously On. Rick and Morty fought him and flew through the opening title sequence. Morty asked what was happening. They were literally inside the show's credits. Previous Leon was forcing them through different parts of the TV show structure. They escaped into what Rick called the meta layer. This was a dimension where wordplay became reality, where the tools of storytelling were physical objects. Rick found meta-goggles that showed the narrative purpose of items in his garage. There was a Deus Ex Machina device, Chekhov's gun, an action enhancer, foreshadowing, gratuitous violence, a ticking clock. All storytelling concepts turned into real technology. Previous Leon prayed for help. Jesus Christ appeared. This was the same Jesus from the Story Train episode. Christopher Maloney voiced him again. Jesus beat Rick and Morty up. He used wrestling moves and broke Rick's back like Bane breaking Batman. Rick complained that Jesus beating them up was already done in South Park. While Jesus was fighting them, the mastermind appeared. Storylord was back. Paul Giamatti returned to voice him. Storylord explained he spent a long time trapped in the Christian children's show that Rick stuck him in at the end of Never Ricking Morty. He used the power of faith to escape. He made it from the fictional Story Train toy into the real world of the actual show, and now he wanted revenge. Storylord stole the remote Rick used to navigate the meta layer. He trapped Rick and Morty there. Previous Leon bit Jesus and sent him into his own. Previously on loop, Jesus' previous life played out. He met Mary Magdalene, got crucified, rose on the third day, then realized he was immortal. He refused to work with Napoleon. He fought the Loch Ness Monster. He killed Dracula. He became a tech billionaire. He tried to resurrect Mary with his fortune, but failed. He asked a witch to drain his powers. He died of old age, in a hospital bed with a nurse named Mary. Previous Leon's power drained Jesus dry. His entire life force was consumed by the endless recap of his history. Rick and Morty were trapped in the frozen meta layer. They wandered until Joseph Campbell rescued them. Campbell was the scholar who wrote about the hero's journey that Dan Harmon's Story Circle was based on. Dan Harmon himself voiced Campbell in the episode. Campbell said he could not be retconned out of existence because every story needs an old man with soup. This was a lie, but it worked anyway. He was a living storytelling trope that Storylord could not erase. Campbell helped Rick and Morty devise a plan. Previous Leon bit Rick to give him the tools to escape. Rick went through a montage. He found out Leon betrayed him. Campbell showed him where to gather narrative ores. Rick and Morty got old, building a new machine. Morty got pregnant. Rick discovered Leon did not actually betray him. The montage was using narrative shortcuts to compress time. They built a device and returned to reality. Storylord had found his creator. He tracked down the actual writer who created him. The writer was working at a toy factory called Citadel Toys. This was the company that made the Story Train toy. Storylord wanted motivation. He had built a giant machine to steal motivation from everyone in the universe. The machine looked like a cosmic tuning fork from DC Comics' Crisis Events. It was powered by people with meta-awareness. Storylord's plan was to drain motivation from everyone so he could finally have purpose. When he scanned himself, he discovered his motivation was finding motivation. It was a circular, lazy twist. He was motivated by the search for motivation itself. Rick and Morty assembled a team. Previous Leon helped them. They met the self-referential Six. This was a team of meta-villains whose powers were based on storytelling concepts. Brett Kahn could retcon things. He could make something have always been true. He said you always were able to be killed with coffee, or you were born without bones. His power was rewriting continuity. Flashback could force flashbacks and gather information from them. He made Rick flashback to when he created the anti-meta field so Flashback could learn how it worked. Continuity error could create continuity errors. She made a cup of coffee appear that had not been there before. Mr. Twist could force sudden plot twists with flash grenades that cut to the next scene. Protagonic could make any character the protagonist. There was another member whose power was unclear. These villains all weaponized narrative structure. Rick fought through them. He understood they were using storytelling devices as powers, so he used the same thing against them. He had tools from the meta layer, devices based on story concepts. Canon was now a battleground. Rick could route around narrative by understanding the rules. He could fight story structure with story structure. He reached Story Lord at the factory. The ghost of Joseph Campbell appeared. He said the writer must kill his own creation. The writer used a Rick plushie to strangle Story Lord. The plushie was being sold at a fake website, rick-plush.biz. This was a reference to the story-train.com joke from Never Ricking Morty. Rick burned the motivation drainer. Everything returned to normal. Except the writer got inspired and started working on the worst movie idea ever. The episode was even more meta than Never Ricking Morty. It was about the relationship between creators and their creations. Story Lord represented a character that gained sentience and resented his creator for making him. He wanted to steal the writer's motivation because he had none of his own. The writer had created him without purpose. Just as a villain for a toy commercial, Story Lord's entire existence was meaningless. He was a product of capitalism and merchandising, and he wanted to hurt his creator for giving him this empty life. The show was commenting on its own status as a product. Rick and Morty exists to make money. It has toys and merchandise. The story train was a real toy you could theoretically buy. The show was critiquing itself for being commercial. Both episodes made narrative structure into an enemy. Story Lord was the personification of storytelling conventions. He was powered by concepts like narrative energy and story potential and marketability. He represented all the pressures on showrunners to keep making content. Dan Harmon signed a 70-episode deal. He had to keep producing Rick and Morty for years. The episodes were about the anxiety of that burden. How do you keep making stories when you are trapped in an endless cycle? The story train, going in circles forever, was a metaphor for serialized television. You have to keep generating episodes. Keep hitting story beats. Keep the audience engaged. The train could never stop. Rick fought back against this by hacking the system. He understood he was in a story. He knew the structure. Dan Harmon's story circle, Joseph Campbell's hero's journey, the 8 steps, the thresholds, the prices. Rick could read the map and predict what came next. He weaponized his meta-knowledge. When trapped in fiction, he broke fiction's rules. He introduced elements that made no sense. Christian cartoons showing up randomly. It was bad storytelling on purpose, but it worked because it violated the narrative's internal logic. You defeat story structure by refusing to follow structure. You beat canon by breaking canon. Previously On's power was trapping people in their own history. In Previously On segments, the past became a weapon. Continuity was something that could hurt you. Jesus got destroyed by his own backstory. All his centuries of history played out and drained him. Canon killed him. Rick had to avoid the same fate. He could not let his past trap him. He had to keep moving forward, never getting stuck in one story or one structure. The self-referential 6 were villains who could manipulate the rules of storytelling, retconning, flashbacks, continuity errors, plot twists, making anyone the protagonist. These were weapons. The show was saying that narrative tools are not neutral, they can be used against you. Canon and continuity and story structure are things that can trap characters. Rick's response was to become aware of the tools and use them himself. Fight meta with meta, battle narrative with narrative. The meta layer was a place where this was literal, where story concepts were physical technology, where Chekhov's gun was an actual object you could pick up. Foreshadowing was a tool. Action enhancement was a device. Rick could use these things because he understood what they were. The episodes were deeply self-referential. They commented on Dan Harmon's writing process. They made fun of story structure. They acknowledged the show's commercial nature. They teased fans about wanting epic storylines with evil Morty. The scene of Rick and Morty facing the army was shown, but then dismissed. It was not real. It was just story potential that Story Lord extracted. The show was saying we could do that epic finale, but we are choosing not to. We are going to keep it episodic instead. We are going to avoid long-term serialization. Rick literally complained about Season 1 callbacks. He said he was sick of people wanting classic adventures like early seasons. The show was arguing with its own fan base through Rick. The meta layer radioactivity was measured in Space Jam cameos. This was because Rick and Morty appeared in Space Jam: A New Legacy in 2021. Rick said every second in the meta layer equals 10 Space Jam cameos. The show was making fun of itself for doing a corporate cameo in a mediocre movie sequel. Joseph Campbell called Rick and Morty Back to the Future ripoffs. The show acknowledged its origins. Rick is inspired by Doc Brown. Morty is inspired by Marty McFly. Rick and Morty knows it is derivative, and it makes jokes about that fact. Storylord wanted to break the fifth wall. He wanted to escape from fiction into reality, to exist beyond the show. This was impossible. He was a fictional character. He could not become real. But he tried anyway. He got further than most. He made it from a toy into the actual show. From the story train to full meta Jack Rick. He crossed levels of reality, but he still could not escape. He was still trapped, still fictional, still powerless. The writer killed him with a plush toy. The show was saying, characters cannot defeat their creators. Fiction cannot overpower reality. No matter how self-aware Storylord became, he was still just a cartoon. Rick was different. Rick could hack canon because Rick was the protagonist. He had plot armor. He had narrative protection. The show needed him to survive, so he could do things Storylord could not. He could break the fourth wall safely. He could acknowledge the show's structure without consequences. He could weaponize storytelling because he was the main character. Morty tried to follow, but struggled. Morty said he did not like how meta things were getting. He was uncomfortable with the self-awareness. Rick had no such limits. Rick embraced it. Rick understood that knowing you are in a story gives you power over the story. You can't escape fiction, but you can manipulate it from inside. These episodes were unique in television. Most shows break the fourth wall occasionally. Rick and Morty made it the entire premise for 2 episodes. They turned meta-commentary into plot. They made narrative structure into a literal enemy. They gave Rick tools that were based on writing concepts. They showed that canon itself could be a battleground, that continuity could be weaponized. That story structure was not just a technique, but a force Rick could fight against. The show tested how far it could push meta-awareness before it stopped being entertaining and just became exhausting. Some viewers loved it. Others found it too self-indulgent, too much inside baseball, too focused on writers' room concerns rather than characters. But it was undeniably ambitious. Only Rick and Morty would make 2 episodes entirely about fighting the concept of storytelling itself. If you enjoyed our video, subscribe to our channel.